What is good, chat? Welcome to the show. How are we doing today? How are y'all doing today? How was your Halloween? I hope it was fantastic. If it wasn't, well, I have bad news for you because it's not going to be too great, all right? Because we're going to be covering Hassan. And realistically, I don't know what's worse and what's a bigger pretender in what we call the space of journalism than Hassan Piker. I mean, I would say in the space of politics, probably his uncle, Cenk Uygur, all right? Because, I mean, these guys, they've been around for a minute, all right? And where we kind of were familiarized with Hassan, well, where I was familiarized with him was the Young Turks, okay? Now, there's some things where you can figure out that the Young Turks, when you watch what they got going on, it should tell you right off the bat that they probably don't have the stones to be a legitimate news organization, but somehow in the space of independent media, they make it, all right? So much so that they can go ahead and platform someone like Ocasio-Cortez, all right? Because they sure got power now. I mean, she's in there. She ain't going nowhere. AOC, congratulations for that. And to be fair, she's actually doing better now. I think she's understanding how politics is functioning in Washington. So kudos to her. But the Young Turks, one thing you would find out when you watch these guys is, yeah, you could tell these guys have a lot of passion for what they talk about. Right, it's more on the far left side of things. Okay, I would say even some of the people who are on the show, I would say even further left. But although some of the stuff seems reasonable, you can tell there's an overwhelming sense of emotion there, especially when it comes to reporting news. Something where you need to be less emotional and more objective and factual, right? And that's the thing you start to notice about these channels, especially when Cenk goes off and he's, trying to like jump down your throat. You're like, hey, bro, I feel like he's about to whip an axe out and like shake me with it, bro. Hey, relax, all right? Okay, just because I don't agree with certain things or your policies or your ideas on how to get things done, which on some occasions they're not really there. I don't think we should be jumping down each other's throat, okay? And then in pops Hassan, his little nephew. I mean, you would think he'd be different, right? Well, marginally. And what I mean by marginally is he didn't get the intelligence part from Cenk Uygur, all right? He got all of the emotional part and kept the stupid, okay? That's basically the best way I can describe Hassan, all right? Because listen, although you can say what you want about Cenk Uygur, he's running for president, by the way, 2024. Can you believe that? I can't believe that. I don't know what's going to happen, but I don't know if that's what's getting into Hassan right now. But if Cenk is for real running for president, Hassan needs to start toning down sort of nonsense he's spewing out there, because it's not going to be too good for his uncle's career. But again, I'll say what you want about Cenk. All right, I respect the guy, because you can tell he's got big brains, although he's got emotion. You can tell he's moving around, and he's got his heart over there, right? So I got nothing crazy about their platform. I respect what they built. All right, but Hassan, I don't respect. Okay, because it's like he got none of the smarts, all of the emotion, and just all of the stupid at one point all together, right? He's one of those guys that you could tell got an easy ride. You could call it affirmative action for the little journalist area that got going on over there. But he got you could tell he got an easy stepping stone throughout that whole platform, and that's how he graduated to what he is. And what made him popular wasn't his actual factual takes on the news. It was actually the lack thereof. He actually was known for putting a lot of emotional stuff out there, and then he making things with absolute assertiveness. Like he knows what is going on. Like, trust me, bro, I know what's going on, even though the facts don't agree with him, right? And that's the thing. And it just made the whole scenery look bad, because you guys can't call yourself a legitimate news agency, and then all of a sudden you're not fact checking yourself, but you're trying to play on people's emotions. And Hassan, he goes way deeper than that, right? Because what this guy does is he basically gaslights and emotionally manipulates people that don't agree with him, and it could be in the slightest bit. If you disagree in the slightest bit, bro, all of a sudden he's the definition of lobbying ad hominem attacks. All right, going personal, calling you a Nazi, a fascist, every single name in the book, if you don't agree with them, right? But then if you do, everything's cool and it's kosher, and you got to worry about that, things like that. I mean, what kind of mentality is that? And how did this person get successful in journalism? All right, how you got to start asking these questions, and then it hits you. It just smacks you right dab in the face. Yeah, the reason why he's taken off, because he's building echo chambers, and what puts the icing on the cake was the Piers Morgan interview he ended up doing. When Piers Morgan, first of all, we got to talk about Piers Morgan, but we're going to get into it a little bit later, okay? Because I got some issues with him. All right, but anyways, all right, he gets invited over to Piers Morgan over some shit that he started, okay? Because he started talking shit about Piers Morgan on his first take on the whole Israeli hospital bombing and things like that. And as usual, Hassan went crazy and started, lobbying every insult in the book, and, going crazy at him. And the thing is, Hassan has a huge platform, and the way he has that huge platform is exactly because of what he said on Piers Morgan's platform. He called himself a propagandist, right? And listen, I'm not stupid, and neither of you guys in the chat. We know what a propagandist is. So this guy just came out on Piers Morgan's interview, and I don't think he was joking. I think he tries to come off as he was snarky about this, but he wasn't joking. Like, he calls himself an idiot. I don't think that's a joke either. I mean, but he called himself a propagandist in addition to that. All right. And it just puts everything together, and it makes sense why so many people are following this guy, especially knowing fully well he knows nothing of what he's talking about. It's simple. He's building a cult. He has a cult following. He's got his own echo chamber, right? They don't care about the truth. And this is the problem, the politicization of everything that's going on right now in America, which I think it's going to lead to bigger problems if we don't have some sensible people like interjecting and talking about certain things, right? And the main issue on the plate right now is obviously the controversy going on in the Middle East. All right, we're talking about Israel and the whole Palestine situation. And let me tell you something: the amount of people that got it wrong on both sides is astonishing. All right, it's like I remember I told y'all that. Listen, we know how legacy media is. My legacy media, I'm talking about the traditional ones we see: Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, all these other mainstream platforms, right? All right, you know how they become irrelevant because they've been doing things, that we would liken to propaganda, all right? Not telling the full side of the story. And for a while, people started to realize that because you go on one side of the platform, MSNBC, was that Rachel Maddow? Hey, girl, how you doing? You got Rachel Maddow ass over here talking what she talking about, all right? And then you go on Fox News, you got Tucker Carlson, all right, talking what he's talking about over here. And there's no facts, no nothing at all. You can tell that these guys serve an agenda, all right? And there's always going to be a certain amount of people who would just be cool with it, right? They'll want to sit there and believe their own bullshit. That's fine. But what the problem is the vast majority of people that realized that was wrong, they were looking for other sources. And they thought they could find it in independent media such as YouTube and the internet somewhere, all right? But I told y'all, independent media is going the way of legacy media, okay? Because you got people who don't even have to do the research anymore, all right? This is why it's so bad for society right now. They don't have to do the research. All they have to do is be entertaining enough to build a platform of millions of people following them, and they can spew whatever bullshit they want. And God forbid you get someone like Hassan who gets it wrong, all right? And then when he gets corrected on knowing that he gets it wrong, still doubles down on his ignorance. And it's like, oh my God, it's like, what is wrong with this guy, right? And the main topic of debate was the hospital bombing, okay? And essentially what happened was there was a rocket that was launched, and it hit a hospital, causing a bunch of fires everywhere. And right off the bat, Israel said they didn't do it. Hamas said it was Israel, all right? And they were throwing blames back and forth. And then as more evidence came out, there were other third-party people that were going in, and they were investigating. They were like, yo, if this is one of these bombs, these JDAM bombs they were talking about, it would leave a more devastating effect on the environment rather than just burning everything around there. Now, it sucks that people died, and I think the Hamas government should open things up for, independent analysis so we can actually figure out what's going on. But again, right, Hassan's take on that was absolutely just irresponsible. He then goes on the stream, starts screaming about how, yeah, 800 people died. I saw it in the tweet. Over 800 people died. Yeah, look how you're crazy. These people are genocidal. And they're just going nuts, just spewing facts, right? Fostering that, radical fervor amongst his, far left group, right? That's what he's doing. He's galvanizing them at that point, right? And you can see, like, during the live stream, anybody that were like, yo, first of all, relax. Let's wait for facts and evidence. We're leftists. We're supposed to be the party of left facts and evidence. Why are you over here screaming, dog? Chill. He would scream at his own fans and then ban them. It's like, yo. Like, imagine this, chat. I get it wrong, and then you correct me, and I'm yelling at you like Solo TV 84 to Moxie. Shout out to you, Moxie. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Like, that'd be crazy. You guys would think that I have mental issues, and honestly, I think that's what's going on with Hassan right now. Okay, this guy, he's reached a crossroads in his life because he knows he's a fraud, and the reason why is because he pretends to be a socialist. He pretends to be for the people and wants to take care of them and everything like that, right? But then again, he lives the most capitalistic lifestyle you can ever just imagine. Like, most people would kill to have his life. He has, like, what, a house over $2-3 million. He's driving fancy cars worth more than Saint the Sinner's net worth. I mean, it's crazy the amount of money this guy's pulling in from idiots who are not doing their own research. And then he screams at them, disrespects them, and then feeds them false information, and they're just like, yeah, let's just keep spoofing, being spoon-fed this bullshit, right? And it's just sad because you can see how media is gonna be for the next 10 to 20 years. It's gonna be a bunch of Hassan Pikers who don't have to do any research whatsoever, half-baked job, and all they have to do is basically just throw that charismatic sprinkle in there, and then just mix that up with some emotional outrage, and then before you know it, you get people buying into it. And it's not like he's projecting or anything like that. It's not like he wishes he actually cared about the issues he's talking about. That no. It's like we actually believe that Hassan cares about the situation that's going on. He cares so much that he's willing to do the research to figure it out. Well, listen, if you guys haven't gotten the like up by now, let's go ahead and do it, because we are going to play this video by Willie Mac, all right? Because Willie Mac just dropped this video not too long ago, okay? And it basically breaks down kind of essentially what I explained with Hassan and the whole hospital event, right? And then we're going to switch it up to the whole Piers Morgan thing, because he got a lot of things wrong in this. It's just not even funny. So let's go ahead and get started, chat. Let me bring this up real quick. And shout out to Willie Mac, by the way. If you're not subscribed to his channel, go ahead and subscribe to him, all right? It's him, Common-Sense Skeptic, and a couple other people, all right? They are awesome at doing stuff.
But nothing has been worse than his coverage of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. He sells himself as an on-the-ground reporter.
But if it's between me going live and giving you 10 hours of on-the-ground, 10 hours of reporting from the ground at a critical moment, at a critical time, versus not going live that day just so I can go on Piers Morgan and fucking yell at him, I think it's selfish of me to take the Piers Morgan route.
This from the ground reporting is just him sitting in his room reading tweets. There is no exclusive information that he's receiving, yet he speaks with absolute authority. When a hospital was bombed in Gaza, both Israel and Hamas blamed each other, and investigations were on the way to get to the bottom of it. But Hassan apparently already knew, posting a stream and video titled Israel bombs Gaza hospital, 800 plus killed.
How irresponsible.
Posting a stream and video titled Israel bombs.
Chat. How irresponsible, right? The news just broke out. You have no facts on the matter whatsoever, okay? And then you drop 800 plus people killed. All right. You remember what people on the right, y'all chat, COVID wasn't too long ago, but you remember when people on the right were yelling at people on the left saying, hey, we don't believe the numbers. We don't believe the death rates. We don't believe this. We don't believe that. Right. And people like Hassan would point to those guys and say, look at the stats. Look at the research. How can you not see this is happening? You guys are advocating for murder. Right. He'd go on that little rampage and rant that he usually does. Right. And it's just like, hey, bro. But where are your sources? What's actually going on, right? Now, fast forward, the conflict is different. We're not dealing with the bug anymore. We're dealing with the Middle Eastern debacle that always happens, right? And all of a sudden, he's doing the same thing. He's being a hypocrite. There's no research, no nothing done. Just 800 people died. How do you know this? Like, what you have a large audience, bro. Like, your uncle is running for president. You don't want to be doing this shit. Trust me.
Bombs Gaza hospital, 800 plus killed. In the stream, he goes on to discredit any mainstream media reporting on casualty numbers as false.
Update from 8 minutes ago. Between 200 and 300 people killed in Gaza hospital airstrike according to Hamas-run health ministry from 1 hour ago. Wait, what? No, the number is like 800 now.
His source for discredit.
And that was CNN too. And you would think that because he's on the far left, because I mean that's the conspiracy that a lot of people on the right think, right? They think the people on the left, they just consume nothing but leftist media, all right? And you would think, hey, he's on CNN, and CNN is letting him know, hey, buddy, 800 people dead, that's a far-fetched. Maybe 200 people, but even then we're not sure. You even notice how big mainstream platforms have to slide in that maybe, but we're not sure. All right, just to make sure there's no liability coming back at them. Here's Hassan. Yeah, no, they're wrong. All right, they said 200 people. Nah, it's 800. Trust me, I know. How do you know? A tweet. Who tweeted? Some account. Who owns the account? I don't know. I just saw it in the tweet. Somebody sent it to me. Bro, we can't do this. We can't be doing this, my guy.
Editing this outlet is a tweet he found.
The number is now at 887, according to On the Ground report.
Who the fuck is this guy? Where are you getting this? He's got 19 retweet and 36 hearts. Hassan, you have thousands, hundreds of thousands of followers, okay? And you're just picking out this just random source out of nowhere with 36 likes, all right? They're saying, hey, 800 people dead, and you're just running with it and spreading false information on your side of the aisle, right? And when people ask, why can't the people on the right come together and people on the left come together and actually have these certain discussions so we can actually realize that we're being fucked by our government and actually work things out, right? When do we come together and do this? And when you actually ask that question, you start to come across guys like him, And you come across guys like Alex Jones, and you come across guys like all these people you see spreading these misinformation on their side, galvanizing them to be distrustful of each other. This is what they do. All right. Who the hell is these guys? Who is Kala with 36 hearts that you're believing that 77 people died before you even threw that information out there, right? Without even a caveat of maybe I don't know who's putting it out there. It just doesn't make any sense. Now, here's the main thing that we got to talk about here, all right? And I feel like before we go even further, we got to break this down, because what a lot of people are not acknowledging, especially on both sides, is the people who are involved with this, right? Just like the war that we just skipped over now, and we're dealing with this new war. Okay, y'all forgot the Russia-Ukraine war that's still kind of going on and hasn't stopped yet? Yeah, remember when that happened and everybody just went off in their corners and lobbing shit at each other? Okay, you got to understand, it's the same repeat. The people who are caught in the middle are the innocent civilians who are there. All right, they got nowhere else to go. They got nowhere what else to do. Right? What are they gonna do? Where are they gonna go? Right? They're stuck there because their government, who's supposed to protect them, okay, they're blockading them in there. They don't want them to leave. Okay, and it actually, for their style of fighting, it makes sense. All right, because these guys are fighting guerrilla style warfare. Okay, they can't take on Israel with nukes. They got nukes, bro. I mean, you're not gonna fight that. The best way to do it is guerrilla style warfare. All right, and that's what they're doing right now. So when you're fighting guerrilla style, you're hiding amongst people. It just is what it is, man. And anyone who said, "Oh, that's not happening," it's happening. But then again, people are dying. We got people who are in that city right now who are getting murdered. All right, we got people who are on the other side who are getting murdered. And what do we see on the Western news? The Western news, you got people marching saying kill all Jews, right? Which is insane to me. It's like, yo, what the what, did I skip to, what did I wake up in the time chamber and woke up in like 1942? What the fuck? What am I seeing? What am I hearing people saying, marching down the streets of Western countries? That don't make any sense to me. And then we look on the other hand, and then you got Piers Morgan. Oh, but Israel has the right to defend themselves, right? But Israel has the right to defend themselves, right? It's like, hey, bro, now you're sounding like a repeat. Okay, yeah, yes, we understand that. Okay, but the problem is not Israel. Okay, the problem isn't even Lebanon. The problem isn't Jordan. The problem, hell, is, I don't even want to say it, not even Egypt or Saudi Arabia. The problem is America. We're funding all this, and we actually have an incentive to keep these people fighting. Okay, we have an incentive to keep these guys going at each other's throats. And actually, what you guys don't understand that was happening while the Ukrainian war was going on, okay, the Middle East was actually coming to terms with Israel. They're working towards, coming and rebuilding relationships is the best way I can put it, right? And the biggest reason why, especially Saudi Arabia, because they want nukes now. Saudi Arabia is getting to that point where they want nukes, all right? And who's that guy? Is it Mohammed bin Salman, right? The third? I actually fuck with that guy. I mean, I don't fuck with him, but like, I fuck with his attitude, right? Because he wants nukes. He's trying to get things done. So he's like, fuck it. I don't like Israel. But you know what? I'm going to just have to stomach it because oil is not going to last forever, okay? We can't be the oil tycoons for forever. We're the kingdom of Saudi Arabia, God damn it. All right, we need to be a nuclear power. And that's what he's doing, or that's what he's trying to do before all this bullshit came out. And then Egypt was also normalizing relationships with Israel as well, okay? But here's the thing. There are a few different parties that don't want that to happen for a few different reasons. Because if Israel has normalized relationships with other Arab countries, okay, it basically destroys the possible future of these oil companies. Not oil companies. I mean, they basically are. I mean, these Arab countries. I can't believe I said that. These oil companies. I'm sorry, chat, but am I wrong? I mean, these guys got big oil money. So what are we talking about here? All right, but these Arab countries, they're not going to be able to really unite and come together because not all of them are going to agree on the Israel situation there. Okay, and the Israel situation, which was a situation that was created after World War II, when the British decided to just carve that up and do it. And the British has a history of fucking other people's land up too. I'm from Nigeria. They're so good at just drawing out lines of people who are not supposed to exist together and force them to exist together. And what do you have? Perpetual warfare. I mean, it's happening in all other parts of Africa, not just parts of the Middle East and Northern Africa. It's happening everywhere, and it's by design. All right, because if we allow these oil-rich nations to come together, all right, uniting against Israel, and if let's say they actually defeat Israel, okay, guess what? United States no longer has that monopoly on oil anymore. I mean, again, we got no-brainers in the media not even considering this aspect of it, right? Because we're the ones to blame. But instead, we're just happy to just have two idiots on two sides talk about, it's Palestine, it's Israel, I hate the Jews. They're just watching y'all fight. Meanwhile, it's like, we need this destabilization going on. We need this happening because we need to keep our thumbs on these oil-rich countries. That's just all it is, okay? So, again, we're missing the point. And you think Hassan is going to understand this stuff? No, he's not going to understand this level of the conflict and what's going on, right? He's not going to get it. In his case, he's coming from a very easy perspective, right? Where it's just like, oh, well, in 1948, the British carved up the land and they put all the Jews there, and these Zionists are doing all these crazy stuff, and it's like, yo, time out. It's deeper than what they tell you. Sometimes it usually is, okay? But let's continue.
My friend in Gaza tells me I smell the death now after Israel violently kills more than 877 Palestinians in the Al-Ahli Arab Hospital in the center of Gaza City. It's a Christian hospital. There's a church next to it too. Both are destroyed.
He actually has no idea if they're destroyed. He then implies that this news outlet isn't trustworthy because they pointed out that the only source of information on this is from Hamas.
I love that they keep saying Hamas run health ministry, like it's not the fucking health ministry.
But it is run by Hamas.
So this guy's an idiot, okay? Hamas is like Palestine, okay? Actually, what you guys don't understand, like Palestine is like split right now, okay? Because Israel, it's a weird kind of carve up. Israel's kind of in the middle. You got the Gaza Strip on one end, and you got the West Bank on the other, and then all the settlements that are all on that area, right? Now, the West Bank is being governed by a different authority, right? It's called the Palestinian, or the PLO, is Palestinian something organization, right? Somebody, ChatGPT, can you help me out with the name? Okay, so they're being governed over there on the West Bank area, right? Now, here's the issue. The PLO, we're going to call them that, right? They actually used to govern the Gaza area too. But Hamas actually got in there. Now, the reason why Hamas got in there and took the Gaza part over, for you guys that don't understand, is because Hamas didn't, because here's the thing, the PLO was actually working towards normalizing relationships with Israel. You understand? I hope this is starting to come together a little bit. The PLO was actually in the middle of, around that time before war broke out, they were actually in the middle of working out relationships with Israel and just like moving towards an era of peace, right? But there were certain countries in the Arab nations that did not want that. They will not compromise. So they got a bunch of fundings from bigger Arab countries with guns, all right? And they sent a bunch of radical people from all parts of North Africa and the Middle East, and they sent them right up there to Gaza. They went in, all right, and they pretty much hijacked the government, and then they are now the legitimate government. Now, people on the right who are like pro-Israel are saying, yeah, well, all the Palestinian people deserve what they get, because they voted them in. It's like, are you guys retarded? I'm sorry, when a bunch of radical people are pulling up to your neighborhood with AK-47s and shooting up the place and killing people, and then you just watch your family members get blown up, and they're telling you, we're the captain now. Are you actually gonna step up to them or what? No, you're gonna do what most people want to do who are trying to just get by. You're gonna survive. All right. So you're just gonna get on, and that's what ends up happening. So the Palestinian people themselves would rather not be governed by a terrorist organization like Hamas, but they have no choice because Hamas dominates, and it's actually leading to more problems than anything else. But here's the thing. The United States actually wants Hamas in there. You know why? Because of this other Arab country called Syria. Y'all know this guy named Assad? Y'all remember that? The gassing of civilians and whatnot, that Assad? Y'all remember him? Yeah, he just got off his victory with the help of the Russians against the United States partnered with guess who? Israel, and guess who? Hamas. It's starting to ring a bell, right? So Hamas, a couple of years ago, realistically, were partnered with the United States and Israel to go ahead and overthrow Assad because we like to meddle in people's businesses all the time, right? So we tried to overthrow Assad. Russia stepped in. It failed. Okay, now we're like, okay, fuck it. We don't really care about Hamas no more. We're gone. And Hamas is like, all right, let's go back to doing what we always do. Let's go kill these Jewish people and get them out of our land. And then you're surprised that they launched another attack. Like, people aren't paying attention. Glassy, I shout to you, Palestinian Liberation Organization, right? So again, it's a lot of people are not understanding the context to this stuff. And they're thinking it's just one side versus the other. Not, it goes deeper than that. The people we're fighting right now as the United States and Israel, okay, they used to be our friends literally 2 years ago or longer than that, whenever that was going on, right? But it wasn't that long ago. It was like within the past 5 years. Like, again, we need to stop being this naive, especially when it comes to being manipulated by mainstream media.
Could they lie? When Israel denied the airstrike and reports came in that it might have been by Hamas, Hassan suddenly becomes an arms expert.
I do not believe that the Gazan factions have a rocket powerful enough to be able to wipe out their own hospital. They do not. They do have rockets. And sometimes there are failed launches. But a failed launch on a fucking rocket is not going to be able to destroy an entire hospital. They do not have the firepower capabilities of destroying an entire fucking hospital. So
that's racist. I low-key think Hassan is racist, bro. I think he's racist. I think he's a transphobe. I think he's a anti-LGBTQ. I think he's all those things, but he's just pretending. And it's usually those people that go on and garner support from the people that they hate. I think he is that kind of guy, right? Because that's racist as fuck. What do you mean that you don't think Hamas has the capabilities of launching rockets that are devastating enough to blow apart buildings? Are you high? What do you think they get funding from? You idiot. Like, this guy, like, what? Because there's some poor Arab country versus, the combined might of Israel and the United States. You don't think they have sophisticated means of taking out these weapons and taking out these technology systems? Guess what, Hassan? They did it. I guess we should stop underestimating people that were fighting, especially people who were fighting and the home turf is kind of blended. You see what I'm saying? Because then it starts to get weird.
Even from an immediate assessment, that is unimaginable.
How would you have any expertise on that?
Oh, here.
Like, back to this guy.
I'm going to put this side by side. I want you to understand something, okay?
Back to this guy.
So that is a JDAM called on. Do you think that seems similar to one another?
No, they're not. One was like a big ass boom. The other one was boom and then a bunch of flames. Play your video, bro. Did you not see? Again, I'm not even an expert on this. I don't even want to claim to be an expert on this. You're not an expert on this, but you're claiming these two videos are the same. And then I'm saying they're not. How do we know who's right? How do we know who's right? See, this is the thing. When you're just out here spewing shit that you don't know without evidence and facts, like you guys claim you have, okay, this is where we run into problems. I don't know. I could be wrong. That could be the same type of missile. We don't know. But you out here saying, oh, well, like, I agree, it's the same kind of blast. No, I saw something different. And maybe it's the light of day. It was nighttime, so maybe we saw the flames more. And the daytime, maybe we didn't. Or maybe I saw what I saw, a bigger explosion, and another one that was an explosion, but fire came afterwards. Again, I don't know. We wait for experts.
Also, not a ballistic trajectory expert, but that JDAM came from super high up. If you look at the actual confirmed video of the bombing, you know that neither of these parties have the capability of dropping a bomb like this on themselves, even by accident or deliberately.
See, Hassan, I think you're racist, bro. I really think you're racist. I don't underestimate people in the Middle East, okay? We were in Afghanistan for 20 years. 2 decades fighting people with flip-flops and AKs. And we lost. We lost. Okay, so are you sitting here actually believing that Hamas aren't sophisticated enough and wealthy enough to garner weapons that are big enough to cause a big boom boom? Why are you downplaying Hamas's capabilities? On what basis do you have to downplay Hamas's capabilities? That's crazy to me. Like, I think they can do that to devastating effect. To really fuck some shit up. So the fact that you're just downplaying this because you think they're poor, it just says more about his personality and how he's wired.
They do not have this capability.
Yes, they do.
You have no evidence. Stop concluding. What is this? What am I looking at? What am I looking at with my own two eyes? What are you looking at?
A video.
I have no evidence. Don't believe your fuck. What do you mean?
I don't trust my eyes. Look at
Does
all that fire.
Strike you as a fucking misfire?
Was that a pun? The next day, photos of the hospital would be released, and to the surprise of many, it wasn't blown away. The missile hit the parking lot, destroying some cars, pointing to that initial casualty number of over 800 being greatly exaggerated. Everybody knew there was a chance that the terrorist group was lying, besides Hassan. Let's reflect on his track record. He dismissed U.S. intelligence with Ukraine. He dismissed reporting that a U.S. base got bombed by Iran. He ignored actual video evidence of Kyle Rittenhouse defending himself. And now all reports when it comes to the hospital bombing. Because all of these people must be racist. Besides Hamas, they're good, honest folk.
Israeli military.
Yo, that's facts. And realistically, yeah, if you even look at the image of that stuff, you would, if 800 people died in that area alone, you would definitely see evidence of that. All right, come on, man. I mean, even the people who made the initial statement backpedaled, and they released that to the public. You, on the other hand, Hassan, you're just doubling down. I don't get it. Like, listen, if this is how you are, I have no hope for Cenk 2024. I'm just being honest with y'all.
He said it did not have any details on the reported bombing. Fuck you, dude. Why are you? It's ridiculous. Like, oh, Hamas run health ministry. Well, you know how they are. You know how those dirty Arabs are. They lie all the time. You know what I mean? They're probably
dirty Arabs. Look at this guy
lying again. Meanwhile, well, the Israeli military said that it did not have any details. Okay, got it.
If it wasn't their bomb, doesn't it make sense that they don't have details? Nearly all third-party investigations point to it not being Israeli. Now, does Hassan correct the record and apologize for jumping to conclusions? No. He destroyed chatters for siding with the reports.
IDF didn't bomb the hospital. Change title. IDF didn't bomb the hospital. Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
Bro, your own chat.
Yes, it fucking did.
Your own chat is correcting you. They didn't do it. Even your own chat is coming to their senses. They're like, hey, Hassan, we like this thing called facts and evidence. And the facts says from independent third-party research that it's not Israel or the IDF, okay? It's likely a misfire, okay? Why are you galvanizing your people like this? Well, you're not doing. How is this helping the Palestinian people just spreading misinformation like that? If anything, you're not helping your case, especially when people start to realize, hey, you know what? Yeah, the evidence does say it wasn't the IDF. It was actually a misfire. And then they look at idiots like you on the left saying, no, it was definitely the IDF. Yeah. What do you think they're going to think about lefties? Right? They're going to say, oh, look at those lefties. They see, they're not on the side of facts and evidence. That's why we got to support guys like Andrew Tate, because Andrew Tate are on the side of facts and evidence. They always tell the truth. You're giving them a reason. People like you are horrible for media.
You fucking piece of shit. Yes, it absolutely did. Fuck you. Fuck you. You genocidal scumbag. You have no fucking dignity. You do not have an ounce of dignity inside of your soul. But it doesn't matter. Terrible that the people died, but I encourage you to look into where Hamas was firing. You fucking piece of shit. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. You said IDF didn't bomb the hospital, and then you said it did. But Hamas was firing rockets from it in the same 2-minute time frame. So why did you fucking lie at first? Huh? Huh? Why did you fucking lie? How can you live with yourself, you genocidal piece of shit? How? Why did you do that? Why did you say IDF didn't bomb the hospital and then immediately retaliated to, well, I guess they did, but because Hamas was firing?
Oh, shit. Chat. I forgot I was on mute the whole time. God damn. My bad, chat. My bad. My bad. I totally forgot I was on mute the whole time. Holy shit. Anyways, we'll get at it. We'll get at it. Don't worry about it. We'll get at it.
Firing rockets.
This guy is not lying, bro. He's just following the news that it was a Hamas rocket. Hassan can't even read correctly. He then finally understands what the chatter is saying and still calls him genocidal.
They did not. Oh, back to they did not? Really? No, I didn't. They did not. You just said it. I'm losing my mind. Oh, you're saying IDF didn't bomb it because Hamas was firing rockets from right next to the hospital.
Bro, you were wrong.
And it actually misfired and fell into the hospital. Oh, okay. I thought that he was, okay. Never mind. Yeah, you're still a piece of genocide denier, 100%. But
how does that make him a genocide denier? See, this is what people on the right, when they look at you, Hassan, saying this bullshit, especially to your own fans, they say, oh, these are the reason why leftists are so radical, right? They're radical because, you know, anytime you voice an opinion, they'll just try to label you some kind of every word in the book. No. It's factual, okay? Hamas is stashing weapon caches amongst households. Okay, that's how they fight their warfare. I don't see why we don't understand this. Okay, this is how they fight. All right, it's like that in Afghanistan. It's guerrilla style. All right, they have to hide it amongst the people because listen, if Hamas had their own military base, if they were brave enough to just say, fuck it, we're going to be out in the open, we're going to build our military bases here, we're going to have our installations here, all right, we're going to keep it away from civilians, and we're actually going to protect the civilians. All right, do you think they're gonna last long? No, because then it'll just be a surgical targeted attack. Yeah, just throw the bombs there and throw the bombs over there, and then boom, Hamas is gone. All right, but in order for them to have a fighting chance, they hide amongst the people. So there was a I don't know if you guys heard this part, but it was a there was what do you call it? There was a reporter that was actually in Palestine, in the Gaza Strip, okay, and right before they had to leave, because the journalists uncovered that they were hiding missiles and other weapon stashes in schools, right? They actually have video evidence of that in schools and all these other places. They're hiding them amongst civilians, okay? And they're doing that because they want to be able to limit the amount of strikes Israel does on civilian areas because they want to they don't want to look bad on the international stage. But it's what's happening. Matter of fact, when that journalist tweeted it out that, hey, Hamas is hiding weapons among schools and hospitals and all these other places, we all should probably take a look at this, right? They had to book it out of the Gaza Strip because they had all of Hamas coming down on them. All right, because you weren't supposed to release that information. Because Hamas, they're not stupid. Just like Hassan thinks that they're these poor, dirty Arabs. He said that, right? He's just like out here writing them off as these things that don't matter. That's not true, bro. These guys are sophisticated. They know what's going on. They understand above all how Western people think. Idiots like you, Hassan, they know how you think. They know they're dummies like you that like to stand up against people who you think are oppressed, right? So even though they are the oppressors to their own people, all right, they're doing a good enough job to convince you that no, they're the ones oppressed, hiding bombs amongst schools. And then you're surprised when a missile gets shot off from a place next to a hospital, and it misfires, and you're surprised that, hey, what do you mean? The Arabs couldn't have those capabilities. Come on. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's Gaza, right? They're supposed to be the poor, downtrodden ones. I think this guy's having a crisis here because I think part of his mentality and his whole grift is standing up for people who are supposed to be like, what do you call it? People who are like victims of colonization or occupation and things like that, right? And the United States certainly has a deep history of that. Germany and all these other countries, they have a deep history of that, all right? So a lot of Hassan's movement is standing up for people like that. But it's like, what happens when people like that understand how to play you better than you? And they're actually causing problems. What do you say to that? You got nothing. Shout out to you, Moxie. My dumb ass was on mute. Because the thing is, I got this thing over here that's making noise, and I don't know if y'all can hear it. So I put myself on mute when the video's playing, so it doesn't interfere with it. But I have to remember that I'm on mute when I play the video. So let's continue.
But no, it is not a fucking misfire. And guess why it's not a fucking misfire?
This guy's insane. As more information would come out, Hassan would double down just because he can. Despite the evidence, he's still 90% leaning towards Israel being guilty.
My metric of who is responsible for a bombing is not what the IDF says, okay? And it's not even necessarily what Hamas or Hamas-backed people or people on the ground say. What I care about is the facts of the matter.
You're a hypocrite. You did nothing but spew misinformation.
Facts of the matter made me lean 90% on the Israeli side, assuming that this is an Israeli bombing yesterday. Okay. I still maintain the position that it is more likely.
It's so painful for him to give this update.
However, the reality is that now, after looking at all of the new evidence, bomb site that we can lay eyes on, the Israeli counterclaim of this being a Islamic jihad or potentially a Hamas rocket misfiring is not as unlikely as it was yesterday.
Okay. Thank you, Hassan, for finally being honest to your audience here. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. All right, now let's see if he keeps the same energy when he goes on Piers Morgan, okay? Because he just now admitted that due to third-party evidence, because facts and evidence, right, that came out, it turns out that it likely wasn't the IDF. It likely was a misfire. Okay, because you sure were talking a whole lot of shit to Piers Morgan when he said the exact same thing. Okay, you were calling him out his name. You were saying some crazy shit. I mean, dumb with fighting words. And listen, Piers Morgan did not take it personally at all. Matter of fact, Piers Morgan decided to invite Hassan over for a discussion on why he thinks Piers Morgan is a propagandist. And man, okay, so here's the thing. The title of this video or this live stream says, Hassan gets bodied, right? Now, you would think that he got bodied by Piers Morgan. It's actually not the case. I'm about to clown Piers Morgan in a second, right? But Hassan bodies himself on Piers Morgan, right? This guy, it's like, again, he's not built for this media stuff. He's not built for news or journalism. He's not built for any of that. If anything, he needs to start gaming. Like, he needs to start gaming and streaming, right? Just stay on Twitch and just game and stream and give these nonsensical talking points that, don't really relate to anything, okay? Because this isn't a career path for you, as we're about to find out.
Played out through diplomacy and propaganda is being played out online. My next guest has almost 500 million views for his provocative commentary online.
You could tell he hating. you could listen and say what you want. 500 million views is way more than a lot of these traditional media guys are getting right now.
Making him hugely influential. Hassan Piker streams live under the name Hassan Abi. His analysis of the Israel-Hamas war has taken a highly critical stance towards Israel and Western media, and he's been calling me out for my coverage.
Because he only cares about Israeli citizens. He does not care about Palestinians as human beings. That's why it's apples to oranges. It's like one side is a human, the other side is a barbaric monster child.
Why does he keep doing that? Y'all notice that every time Hassan has a take, he always depicts Palestinian people as these dirty, poor, monsters, and you're putting words in other people's mouth. No one is saying that. Like, no one is calling them these people. Like, why are you all of a sudden putting these dynamics together? They all live in the same place. Right? If you're saying that about Palestine, then you got to call Israel or the Jewish people that. You got to call them hey, it's all there. What do you mean? Like, you just referring to them as dirty and whatnot, bro. I don't know if I feel comfortable with that.
I never said that, obviously.
Right. No, he never said that.
Come on to Uncensored and call me a baboon in a suit to my face. Well, here I am, a baboon, and he can join me now. I'm joined by Hassan. Hassan, thank you very much indeed for coming on.
Look at this idiot.
Thank you for having me, Piers. It's very early here in Los Angeles, California, but I'm going to try to do my very best to not do my British accent while I'm here.
Well, I appreciate that. And listen, I appreciate you coming on. Explain to me why you consider me a stenographer for the Israeli government, given that in the last week, I think more than any other host in the world, I have given lengthy platforms to pro-Palestinian voices to articulate that side of the argument.
No, I do have to commend you. You certainly have had more pro-Palestinian voices than the rest of the British media, and certainly the rest of Western media in general. Now, as far as saying that you're a stenographer, I said that journalists are not supposed to be stenographers, and yet when it comes down to it, in most circumstances, in whatever conflict we may be in, there are stenographers for whichever party is aligning with the American State Department and the interests of the West in general. And Israel happens to be the one in this ongoing conflict.
But it's interesting that you call me a propagandist, because I want to play you. This was your reaction to when the hospital got
I'm
bombed.
a propagandist.
Well, no,
For the record.
I'm not calling
I'm a
you that.
propagandist.
I'm just saying I'm going to
No,
play you.
I'm saying I am.
Okay, well then I want to
I'm
play.
saying I am.
No, Piers. You're not listening. He's letting you know. The reason why he's calling you a propagandist and thinks you're a propagandist because he himself is a propagandist. Okay, he has that lens and that worldview. That's the only worldview he's looking at it through. Okay, so that's why he's projecting on you. All right, and to be fair, there are things you're doing right now that makes it so. For instance, just because you platform a lot of Palestinian or pro-Palestinian representatives does not mean that they're actually getting their point across, because you keep burying them under the same question. Does Israel have the right to defend themselves? Does Israel have the right to defend themselves? Yeah, of course they have the right to defend themselves. What does that have to do with their situation and what they have going on? Why did you invite these guys there? To beat them over the head with that talking point? I mean, this is why people on that side are looking at you funny. You're not actually having a discussion. You're not trying to dive deep. You're just, it seems like you have a set agenda, Piers.
Play it.
Okay, I'm going to play the clip. This is your reaction to the bombing of the hospital the other night.
While I was in the process of getting ready for the stream, Israel enacted one of the singular worst strikes they have done thus far, and an Israeli airstrike hit the Al Ahli hospital in Gaza City, where thousands of civilians were seeking medical treatment and shelter from the relentless bombing campaign.
Now, interestingly, when you were saying that, I was coming on air too, and I took a position based probably on 30 years of being a journalist, running major newspapers.
Yo, Piers is like, listen, bro, I got 30 years of journalism. He just casually mentions that.
Working at CNN and others, of waiting, of just saying, I think we should just wait and see what has actually happened here, get clarification, see who's actually to blame before we start passing judgment. You raced in to assume, as many people did, by the way, including the New York Times, BBC, mainstream media.
Shame on you all.
And of course, most of the Arab world then followed, that this was clearly, indisputably, an Israeli airstrike on this hospital. And yet all the evidence now suggests very strongly that it wasn't, that in fact, this was a rocket that misfired coming from a terrorist group inside Gaza. So my question for you is this: Why would you?
I wouldn't go that far.
Why would you be so certain in what you said before you knew?
Okay, so first and foremost, before we get started on this conversation, let's understand something very important here. There's no electricity in Gaza. Internet is patchy in Gaza. There's no food in Gaza. There's no water in Gaza. This is all by design. This is because Gaza is under a brutal blockade, a brutal occupation by the Israeli government.
What? It's not a blockade. It's called borders. Okay. Yeah. They're not letting people through. And guess what? There are other countries that border, Palestine and the Gaza Strip, right? On one side, you got that's Lebanon, right? On one side, you got Lebanon. On the other side, you got Egypt. So they can go whichever way. We got to be asking those countries, why is the movement into their country by these Palestinian civilians not happening? Okay. I mean, I'm sorry, like the ignorance that I'm hearing right now. So wait a minute, you're expecting the party of people who are fighting another party of people to provide electricity and water. What do you think is going on in Ukraine right now? You think Ukrainians have electricity in some parts and water? Do you think it's Russia's responsibility to provide that? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, so that plays a role in the fog of war and the misinformation that gets spread. Having said that, however, you made it seem as though there is a certainty that this was 100% not an Israeli airstrike.
No, I didn't.
And instead,
I literally just said it's not a certainty.
Okay, sorry.
I said the evidence is
Then
increasingly pointing to this not being an Israeli airstrike, and that is expert evidence from people who have no skin in the game at all.
Yes. Well, I don't know which expert you're talking about, because I think Channel 4 did a pretty good job. As a matter of fact, I would say Channel 4 did probably the best job so far in analyzing everything that the IDF has said. But the reason why I believed, and I still do believe, that the likelihood is that this was an Israeli bombing campaign wasn't only because of the singular verifiable video, the phone video from the balcony that had all of the markings of an airstrike, the fact that the Israeli Air Force was enacting a bombing campaign in the region at the time, according to the Al Jazeera live streaming footage that everyone is using but doesn't understand, the fact that the digital media person for the IDF immediately came out and said that this was actually an airstrike that hit a Hamas target, and that he was sad that there were, casualties at the end of the day, but this was a Hamas target, and celebrated it. And more importantly, I guess, the fact that this hospital had been bombed by Israel. This hospital had been bombed by Israel on Saturday. 22 hospitals have, as a matter of fact, been bombed by Israel since this last saga in the occupation. And this hospital had been bombed directly by Israel, where the cancer ward was destroyed. Israel has been bombing all of these hospitals. Israel has been calling all of these hospitals to evacuate over and over and over again. The medical professionals at the hospital had been called by the Israeli government the day prior.
Bro, you don't even realize what you're saying. So wait a minute. I've never seen a situation where, when there are two countries at war, the other one calls up and says, "Hey, you guys might want to leave because we're going to bomb this area." It doesn't make any sense to me. So you're even saying that the Israeli government are taking the steps to go ahead and even call the places they're going to bomb to evacuate them. Okay, now we know that that's happening. Why aren't they being evacuated? Who's preventing them from being evacuated? Well, I mean, if someone's calling you up, and think about this, I would equate this to, like, if let's say if the U.S. government decided to finally go after the Mexican cartel, right, and we invade.
And everyone on the ground assumes that this is an Israeli airstrike. They are the ones who experienced the situation.
Hassan,
so when you have
but the
every
truth
single,
is,
can I just finish this?
If you watch the BBC, account of all this last night, by their Verify unit, which was specifically set up by the BBC to be completely dispassionate in these investigations, and they reached a pretty clear conclusion based on circumstantial evidence. I'll make that clear, that this would not have been an Israeli airstrike, including, for example, the size of the crater, which bears no relation to the size of craters normally left by Israeli air. So, look, my point is, neither of us know for sure. But you took to your airwaves immediately because actually your, I wouldn't even say unconscious bias, your admitted propagandist bias on your part was that you wanted that to be an Israeli airstrike. It suited your narrative. And I would say that that in itself, in its way, is being a stenographer. Well, you accuse me of being a stenographer. I try and be fair and get to the truth. In your case, I don't think you try
Mhm.
to do that. I think you appeal to your audience, appeal to your base,
This
and
is
you
unfair.
don't really care whether the facts are there or not.
This is entirely unfair because you just said circumstantial evidence favors that this was not an Israeli airstrike.
Yeah.
I gave you all of the circumstantial evidence that it does favor that
It
this
was one tweet in a video.
is an Israeli airstrike. The reason why, however, circumstantial evidence is not enough. And the one thing that I will concede to, because when more information did come out, and no, I do not mean when Israel said that they did not bomb this hospital and it was actually Hamas. And then they turned around and went, never mind, it's not Hamas, it's actually Islamic Jihad. And then they said, we have more evidence coming out in a couple hours. And then the evidence came out, and it turns out it sounded like the phone conversations that they were able to intercept, supposedly, sounded like by experts at the very least to be completely false and completely made up.
Yeah,
It
but
was not
Hassan, I
Gazan
don't
accent,
think. I'd listen.
syntax
In
was
all
all wrong.
honesty,
Now,
I don't think
hold
even
on.
as you're
Hold
saying
on, let
all
me
this,
finish.
I think you're a smart guy.
Piers, let me finish.
Pierce, what the hell? You think this guy's smart? Really? Come on, Pierce.
I think you've looked at all of this, and I think in your heart, you know this was probably not an Israeli airstrike. And I'm just curious why.
No, he didn't know that in his heart. Look at him. There's nothing going on between those ears.
You would, instead of admitting that as facts change,
that is
your
not
opinion
what I'm
changed.
saying. That
No,
is
but
not what I'm saying at
I
all.
don't understand why you would
Please,
double and treble down when
you're
the
asking me to be
evidence
on your
is
show.
pointing the other
You're
way.
asking me to be on your show. Do you want?
I like how you're just trying to flip it on him. Well, listen, you asked me to be on here. I mean, do you not? Do you not want me to be on here? If you want me to be on here, then you gotta let me dominate and talk over you and be condescending, rather. This guy, bro, I can't stand him.
Want to talk?
Yes.
If you're asking me to be on your show and I want to be on the show,
Look
thank
at
you so
this-
much for having me on your
Yeah.
show. Let me explain exactly what I said, and let me explain to you why I think still to this very moment, until there is a third party investigation that is concluded by the UN, the International Criminal Court, or specifically a forensic analyst that that looks at the situation, is allowed to be on the ground. This is not just my perspective. This is B'Tselem as well, which is an Israeli organization that has also demanded a third-party investigation occur. I am not going to conclusively say that this was not
I don't
Israel's
expect you to.
fault.
I
Why?
don't expect you to.
Because I just gave you, and not because I'm a propagandist. As far as me
But you admitted that you were.
being a propagandist goes, everyone is a propagandist. I'm just honest.
This guy.
About it. You're a propagandist. We have our
I'm
biases.
curious who you think I'm a
I am at least
propagandist
honest
for.
about my biases.
Who do you think I'm a propagandist for?
Who do I think you're a propagandist for? Whichever every media person is doing propaganda.
Yeah, but who for? I've got to be doing it for somebody.
You think it's a bad word? I don't. That's just the difference. This is a
Like,
semantic
I think it's actually
conversation
quite a
that-
serious.
This right here should just be alarming to anybody who follows this guy, right? He's just sitting here. No, you just admitted your uncle is running for president. Okay, you out here talking about I'm a propagandist. You're a propagandist. Everybody's a propagandist. I'm just honest about my propagandist. I mean, it's like, yo, come on, bro. Stop it. We know you are. Stop projecting on other people. All right. It just is what it is. We know what you are. I don't think it's, if you're his fans hearing this, what's going through your mind right now, knowing you're listening to a propagandist. I mean, it's just ease all of this off. He's just trying to lump everybody in there, just group everybody in association with him. No, I'm not a propagandist. What the fuck you talking about? I say shit that get people to unsubscribe from me or subscribe to me. It don't matter. It's just whatever that comes from what I think. Okay, not because I'm trying to say something for a certain narrative. The fact that you're just willfully admitting to this and casually believing that everybody's up to your same game, you're crazy. And I think this is just the biggest L ever. This is where it just starts getting bad for him. Again, this isn't, Piers Morgan doesn't actually body Hassan in this interview at all. Hassan bodies himself.
Serious charge, Hassan, I think it's a serious charge to level, not on a podcaster, but as a journalist who's broadcasting around the world, who has a reputation, I believe, for being fair and impartial, actually, on these issues. It's quite a charge to just say, I'm a stenographer for the Israeli government or I'm a propagandist. I don't think there's any evidence I'm either of those things. I'm curious who you think I'm doing the propaganda.
That's wrong. That's wrong.
Conversation 3,000 Piers. While we're having this back and forth, 3,840 Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered in the last incursion into Gaza. I feel like this is an incredibly selfish, self-centered conversation to have. You asked me to be on here. You wanted to hear my perspective.
The nerve on this guy. Yo, this guy is sick. He asked you a question on how he's being a propagandist because you just levied an accusation at him. And chat, you know how I am. When somebody levies a false accusation, all right, you got to defend yourself. It's your reputation. That's what Piers Morgan is doing. You just came on his show, national TV, and called him a propagandist. The second question he asked is, who am I being a propagandist for? And instead of answering that question, because we know you don't have the facts for it, you then use dead children and people in Palestine to segue the conversation while simultaneously trying to make him look bad for not talking about a deeper issue. You think we're stupid, not realizing that your fucking manipulative ass is trying to use dead people as an emotional tool to go ahead and get people to forget that you just slandered a man on his own show? Do you think we're stupid? This guy is sick in the fucking head. What's wrong with this man?
I'm willing to give it to you. I don't want to talk about I don't want to talk about Noam Chomsky style manufacturing consent conversations about how
you called him a propagandist on his show and you can't even prove your own claims. Okay, what other claims have you been stating out there that you can't even prove? You're not. He's bodying himself and he doesn't even realize this.
The media is operating in the behest of capital.
You were the guy. Listen,
I think
you were the guy that called me.
There are dead people.
Listen, Hassan, I only asked you because you're the guy that called me a propagandist and called me a baboon in a suit. I was curious as to why. You don't want to say who I'm doing the propaganda for. We'll move on. I agree with you.
I would say this, Hassan. This is kind of bitch energy, bro. This is bitch energy. This is the equivalent of talking shit but not saying it while you're in their face, right? Especially after they call you out. Come on, dog. You're not even face to face with him, really. You could just restate what you said. You know what you called them, bro. Like the fact that oh my god, this is bitch energy, bro.
There's a bigger picture here. Let's move on. Let's take a short break. Hassan, let's take a short break. I want to come back. I want to talk to you about what happened on October the 7th. Get your reaction to that. Welcome back. Hassan Piker is still with me. Hassan, I want to just play you a clip of something that you said about the October 7th terror attacks, and in particular, the attack at the music festival, which killed 260 people.
Look at this guy. You know what shouldn't happen? Killing 260 people at a music festival. No, you're right, man. That just happened on its own because, like, bad guys wanted to do bad things. You're right. Dude, if they subjugated you to a open-air prison your whole life, you're going to break out eventually when you realize that there's no other way to get out of it.
I mean, it sounds to me there, Hassan.
That was such a dumb take. We're about to unpack that in just a second. That was just such a dumb take, bro. Oh, my God. It's such a fucking embarrassment, bro. Hold up. What? Say that shit again. Say that shit again. Are you justifying one death and saying, yeah, you know, the invasion and the death of these innocent people at a festival? I mean, that's justified because look at this open air prison. Yo, you're a fucking sick guy. You really are. First of all, violence on both sides is not warranted. But why did this invasion why is it happening now? Right? It's happening because Hamas launched an invasion into Israel. Are we forgetting that? Are we? Because that's what happened. They jumped in, killed a bunch of people, and Israel bombed them. And now they're invading them, which I think it's going to go horrible for them, by the way. All right, because it's just going to be a mini Afghanistan in their backyard, which is not what you want because you have a bunch of superpowers like China and Russia that have a vested interest to keep that war going on. So again, there's no clear answer to how to solve this issue or a solution to this. But I would tell you this, when the PLO was running Gaza Strip, okay, they were working towards normalization with Israel until Hamas took over. And since Hamas took over, they have been uncompromising. They don't want to work with anyone. The only thing they want is the complete destruction and the removal of the Jews from that area. All right. And I understand where they're coming from because they feel as though it was taken away. But then again, you start digging deeper and it's just not the case. All right. It's really not the case. You got to understand that it's to find a simple solution that Hassan is trying to allude to, or any of these guys are trying to allude to. All right. You notice they don't actually have a solution. All they have to say is, let's stop the violence. Let's stop the killing. How? When one side doesn't even want to talk about a peace deal or coming to the table, and the other side is just saying it's too late. We want war. How are you gonna bring that together? We're dealing with two egos, two personalities here. All right, you got Netanyahu, who's a war hawk. He don't care. He doesn't give a fuck. He will bomb the shit out of him, and he's like, whatever. And then you got the leaders of Hamas who are saying, yeah, no, we're not going to compromise. We want y'all out of here, and we're going to keep fighting. How do you solve that? It's not easy. And then you got the United States just funding everything. It's like we're just the cash cow for a lot of these wars at this point.
No, you're right, man. That just happened on its own because, like, bad guys wanted to do bad things. You're right. Dude, if they subjugated you to a open-air prison your whole life, you're going to break out eventually when you realize that there's no other way to get out of it.
I mean, it sounds to me there, Hassan, that you are in some way saying they had it coming. Were you?
That's exactly what he's saying.
No, I wouldn't say that they had it coming. I think that Michael Brooks used to say, analysis is not justification. And while obviously civilian casualties and horrific barbaric acts that were committed on October 7 are completely unacceptable, the important thing to make sure that it never happens again is to analyze what are the conditions as to how it happened to begin with. And I think Ehud Barak is going to be on in a little bit as well, or maybe he's on before me.
Erkman Scott says, can someone please inform Duke on this topic? He does not know about what's going on. He says Hamas has changed their agenda on what and want a two-state solution. Do you know how long they've been doing this? Back in 2006 and before that, when they would launch an attack that they can't finish, they start a war they can't hope to finish, and when they retaliate, okay, and get their ass kicked, that's when we want a peace deal. And it's not really a peace deal at this point. They want time to rearm and recoup. That's how it is. And Israel knows that. And you got to understand what I just said earlier. We're dealing with someone like Netanyahu. Netanyahu's a war hawk that don't give a fuck. So even if Hamas wants a two-state solution now, even after they just started attacking, do you think it would be the end of Netanyahu and his regime if he capitulates to that? He has to show strength now because people die. You don't just go in and invade a country, all right? And then knowing fully well you can't finish what you started, try to call for two-state solution now all of a sudden, knowing fully well the guy you're going after doesn't give a shit about your people or you. But they didn't care. Now they want it. Look, it's what I'm talking about, what I said earlier. It's personalities and egos. So you saying, I don't know what I'm talking about. What are you saying? You can come debate me on this, and I will, bro, we will go back and forth, all right? Because from what I'm seeing right now, I don't think you're grasping the larger the larger issue here. It's not just that. They've been singing the same tune for years. They'll say, okay, we quit, ceasefire. The next minute, they attack. This is the second time on the same holy day. It's like the 50-year anniversary that is happening again. And you expect people to believe that shit? Fool me once, fool me twice, fool me 3 times. Okay, now we looking kind of stupid here. We got to figure something out. If they wanted a two-state solution, they shouldn't have jumped in. They should have started working towards normalizations. But I understand where they're coming from, all right? Because they feel as though a lot of people, their shit's been taken from them. But then again, it's not the case, because the people who are leading the Palestinian people are Hamas, and they don't want peace. They want violence. All right. So I don't know what you're talking about. It's exactly what's happening right now. Okay. They start something, they can't finish it, and now they want a ceasefire. Where have I heard this before? It sounds like history is repeating itself all over again. And if they do this again, what's to stop it from happening in the next 50 years?
Yeah, and I'm almost certain that while he has held the keys to the conversation and held the levers of the power in this conversation in many key and critical points,
he says again, Palestine is not a country. Yeah, neither is Jordan. The British created that too. Okay, neither is Nigeria. If anything, there's some Nigerians right now that doesn't believe Nigeria is a country. You understand that, right? You don't know that anything that was an amalgamation and put together during colonial times, okay, it's not really a country. But guess what? We're stuck with it now. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do except for the violence? That's why anyone who's wishing that there's gonna be peace in the Middle East, you're high. And I got a bridge in France to sell you. Okay, it's gonna be a really good deal. If you think there's ever gonna be peace in the Middle East, you are high. It's never going to happen because there's too many special interests that have a vested interest in that area alone. I'm sorry, it's just not going to happen. So yeah, I debate with you, but then if you're saying it's not a country out of certain principles, I get where you're coming from, but we got to call it what we call it, because based on your definition, there are certain countries that shouldn't be countries, like Nigeria or Jordan or some of these other countries in Africa, right? Just unfairly put together. We got groups that shouldn't belong together that are smashed together, and there's conflict going on. But we'll talk. If we have enough time, we can do this.
I would go so far as to say that he is among many others who also recognize that the Bibi Netanyahu administration is responsible. This is not just my assessment. This is 85% of the Israeli population's assessment at the time. This is years and years and years of refusing to negotiate with the Palestinian Authority. Don't take my word for it. Take Bibi Netanyahu's personal word for it. In 2019, in a closed-door conversation with Likud members, he said that if you want to thwart any kind of Palestinian nation state, you must do everything you can to only negotiate with Hamas. We control how high the fire goes. He has given cash to Hamas by way of Qatar. There is no bigger fan of Hamas than Bibi Netanyahu, which I hope one day you can maybe interview, and then you'll ask him to.
No, I actually did interview him.
Is he high? There's no bigger fan of Hamas than Netanyahu. Are you kidding me?
A few months ago, and I did actually spell out to him that there have been a lot more Palestinian deaths this year so far, up to the point of the interview, than Israelis, and what he intended to do about it. He said then he didn't believe in collective responsibility, which is now this hot phrase in this whole crisis about whether you would hold all people in Gaza responsible for Hamas. Interesting to see if when they... let me just finish my point. If they do then launch a ground invasion, it'd be interesting to see if they keep to that word. You know, I'm not a defender of what Bibi Netanyahu has been doing in Israel. In the last year, his attack on the credibility and integrity of the Supreme Court, I think, has been a disgrace. And I think it has fractured society in Israel. I also think that it's caused so much social unrest and had such big protests that you could argue it's taken the eye off the ball of the people who should have been defending the border because they've been trying to sort out what's been going on domestically, internally inside Israel. So I think it's a catastrophic failure of intelligence, of security, of defense, all of those things. I'll be amazed, frankly, if Netanyahu survives this. So I'm certainly not here to defend him, even if you do view me as a stenographer for his government. My question for you, I think, is this, is that I've had a lot of problems trying to get people on the pro-Palestinian side to separate two things. That you can say, as I believe and you believe, that the Palestinians have been maltreated for decades. That the situation where they are effectively, I mean, I don't even call it an occupation because Israelis aren't in Gaza. They pulled out.
No, they're in there now. They will go in there, and they're not going to get out of there for a long time. They're going to get trapped in there, and that's the thing. And the problem is, especially with the Israeli government, they're good fighters, but they cannot stomach losses. They cannot stomach losses at all. Okay, so them going in there with tanks and all that stuff, all right, it's not only going to be costly, but it's going to absolutely going to be devastating for the troops. And I feel horrible for the devastation that's about to unleash on both sides. But after that is done, then you will see a true occupation. And that's what I believe is Netanyahu's goal this entire time, was to fully occupy Gaza, right? So all the propaganda that has been thrown out there, now it's actually going to happen, because once those boots touch ground, they're not going to leave. It's going to be very, very difficult. They're going to get bogged down for a while, and then finally when they do persevere or accomplish whatever mission they want to accomplish, they're going to turn into an occupying force. And now the whole Gaza Strip, Israel. Congratulations, Hamas. I don't know how this was supposed to help keep your people independent, but I think you just accomplished the exact opposite of what you wanted. And you know what? War hawks like Netanyahu wanted bullshit like this.
In 2005, but they still control the ability of Gazans.
This is why I call you a propagandist.
I'm just saying the phraseology is confusing to me, because the reality is Israel exercises control over people in Gaza. It allows them in and out. It allows them to turn on the tap of water and so on and so on. I get all that. They don't actually live there. because they can't live side by side with
That's
each
why
other.
it's called an open air prison.
Right. I don't
That's
disagree
why they
with,
call
I
it
don't
the world's
disagree.
largest open
Yeah,
air
but
prison.
Hassan, I don't disagree with you. And I've pointed this
Okay.
out for a long time as a journalist.
If it's a prison, you got to have guards, right? Again, up until now, the invasion, the ground invasion, there weren't Israeli forces on the ground. So you had to have people keeping those Palestinians in line, right? Because if not, what would prevent the Palestinian people from simply just leaving the border to neighboring countries, right? Unless there were people there preventing them from doing that. Again, if it was a prison then, without physical occupation, there were prison guards. Who were those prison guards keeping those innocent civilians there? And we have to be honest about this. Otherwise, we can't get to the truth.
We don't disagree about the appalling plight of Palestinian people. But the issue comes that if you can't separate that ongoing dispute between Israel and Palestine from the absolutely appalling barbarism of October the 7th, which was on a whole different scale to anything we've seen, where 1,400 people, Holocaust survivors, babies in their cribs, young women taken, tortured, abused, shot, beheaded, it was reported, and so on. If we can't look at that collectively and with a general humanity and agreement that is an absolute atrocity, then there's something wrong with this. And I find that the tribalism on both sides is now so toxic and so frenzied that you get people who literally can't. We've had a bunch of actors, right, signing this statement saying they want a ceasefire in Gaza and calling Israel war criminals and so on. But they don't say a word about the Hamas attacks that precipitated this. And I find that really hard,
right?
really hard to accept.
But do you agree with them? If they had said, for example, that October 7 attacks were brutal and massacres occurred, and then they said everything else, that Israel is committing war crimes, would you agree with them?
Okay, here's what I would honestly say about it.
Piers Morgan, if there's any other answer coming out of your mouth that isn't, yeah, listen, if the same thing were to happen and they mention that, I would agree. It is a war crime. If you're not going to say yes to that, we have a problem, Piers, because you're a propagandist. Again, come on, Piers. Be honest now.
Is Israel not allowed to defend itself from the worst terror
attack? And then he, like clockwork. It's like again, he's out here talking about, well, how am I propagandist, and proceeds to prove how he's a propagandist. He just goes in and says, well, like, I mean, yeah, but Israel has the right to defend itself. It's like, okay, we get it. We get it, because there's a lot of right-wing evangelicals that, they want to see the success of Israel. I understand that, from your perspective, you got to keep that group in line, because the moment you are pro-Palestine, it's over for your career. I mean, let's just be real. Look what happened to Greta Thunberg. Like, okay, the moment you move away from that safety net that is your audience, that means groupthink, okay, and you start talking like a rational human being, they'll start turning on you, just like a lot of people are turning on Jordan Peterson, right? Because he's like, I'm for Israel, and then now all the young Muslim men that used to support him don't support Jordan Peterson no more, right? And then vice versa with Andrew Tate, where Andrew Tate's like, when the whole violence started, he was cheering that on, right? Okay, a lot of people some of them who were even Muslims that were following Andrew Tate were probably like, yo, come on. Violence like this is not something to be celebrated. You're all going to hell for this. It's like that's what it is. So y'all on both sides, you're going to hell. I mean, I don't believe in this shit, okay? I mean, I can call myself a Catholic, but I'm not sitting here, doing all that. I'm not trying to preach gospel or anything like that. So again, I don't believe in all that stuff. All right. But the thing is, if you believe in it as strong as you do, to take another human being's life, or the life of babies, or the lives of innocent people and things like that, right? If you're willing to go that far to drop all these things and whatnot, listen. Again, you just know that you're confining yourself to a certain spot in hell if you believe in that. Again, if you don't, then stop pretending that this is under the guise of religion or things like that. All right, just call it what it is. This is a grab for resources and a grab for a certain political thing. What do you call it? Benefits as well, especially when it has to do with our friends over in Iran, because that's a pressing issue that we all need to be worried about right now.
We've seen since 9/11. Is it not allowed to defend itself
just odd.
after
You said you're
1,400
not a
people in Israel
propagandist.
are butchered in that way? And the question then, if you assume that they are able to defend themselves, as any
Piers,
free
that is
democratic country,
that is the
then the
Israeli
question
State
becomes,
Department line.
Hassan,
That is the IDF's line. That is
Hassan,
the line that everyone
Hassan,
is
let me ask you
channeled.
this. It then becomes a question of how can they defend themselves? If their mission now is to get rid of Hamas, a terror organization that's committed one of the worst acts of terror ever seen, if that is their stated aim, then what they are doing is consistent with that, isn't it?
No. Here's why this is actually an abject failure. And this is not just my perspective on the matter. I'm just a dumb idiot with a Twitch stream
He's not lying about that either.
Who is live reacting to the news and trying to make sense of everything as it's ongoing. I usually have a policy of not covering breaking news, and sometimes that policy is violated, but ultimately I am not held up by the same journalistic standards, even though I think I do a much better job than most other news outlets in general.
What? The balls on this guy, dude. What? So he just admitted that he's a total tard, okay, that just does Twitch streaming, right? He says he doesn't, because he's getting criticized right now, he's all of a sudden saying, well, I shouldn't be held to the same standards as like these actual journalists. But that's what you want. You want to be taken as seriously as some of these other mainstream journalists as well. For Pete's sakes, your uncle is running for president in 2024. Okay, what are we talking about here? That's you. So for you to then turn around and say, yeah, but these same journalists, they're not doing as good as a job as I do. It's like, bro, at this point, who's talking? Is it Hassan or his ego? Like, who's talking here? Is it Hassan or Hassan's ego?
So let me just say this really quickly. You said Israel has a right to defend itself. Absolutely zero people think that this is a ridiculous statement. However, how Israel is defending itself is collective punishment. Now, collective punishment in the form of depriving 2.2 million people of electricity, collective punishment in the form of depriving them of water, of food, collective punishment of in the form of
collective punishment, dude. They are at war. They are at war. You're not expecting Russia to offer humanitarian needs to Ukrainians. They're not doing that. Now they're opening corridors and letting certain people in, but they're not expected to do that. All right, they're at war with the other country, so it's their job to destroy other infrastructures. That doesn't make any sense to be at war with a country and still supply them with the necessary things they need to kick your own ass. That doesn't make any sense. So why? Okay, why? What about all these other Arab countries? What happened to them? All right, don't the Gaza Strip share a border with Egypt? Why isn't Egypt taking them in? All right, why is it that the country that they're at war with has to be responsible for supplying them with food and water? What isn't we're giving them millions of dollars, billions of dollars. Where is all that going? Because we pay off Egypt to basically smooth things out with Hamas so they can normalize relationships with Israel. Okay, that's why Egypt is kind of pissed off at Hamas right now, right? Because they're like, yo, you're fucking the bag up for us because the United States is paying us to act as a mediator for you. All right, so stop making things bad. Saudi Arabia is pissed because now this disrupts a lot of things that they had going on, right? Like I mentioned earlier, while Ukraine and Russia are fighting, okay, Saudi Arabia and Israel were actually working towards normalization. But this whole situation right now with this war that's breaking out because there's a certain element that doesn't want these relationships with Israel and Egypt and Israel and Saudi and Israel. They don't want these friendships to happen. Okay, Mohammed bin Salman. Well, what is his name? Is it bin Salman or something like that? Right? The new crown prince of Saudi Arabia. He wants the normalization with Israel because he wants nuclear weapons. He's thinking for the future. Okay. But Iran and some of these other countries, they don't want that. At least some of the more radical ones. Because if you see a normalization with Israel and these other two major Arab countries, there's no other hope of you getting Israel out of there. Okay, especially if Saudi Arabia is now on board. So you can see how a lot of these other countries who are in that area have a vested interest to keeping this from happening. So when Hassan is trying to talk about this or break this down, you got to get at, like, again, you're supposed to be a journalist and you're not even breaking down geopolitics. Like, you got to understand, these people have motivations and there are people backing them that also have their own motivations to keep this going. Okay, so again, this guy, it's not Israel's responsibility to provide Gaza with water. Okay, it's up to either, I'm just be real, the United States, which I don't know if they're going to do it, because realistically, the United States used Hamas to fight Assad in Syria. So if anything, they're looking at the U.S. like, yo, where's our water money and food money and whatnot? And I think they are getting money, but some of these guys in Hamas are using it to build tunnels. Okay, they're using it to buy weapons. Okay, you got to understand there are a lot more things going on there. Just you simplifying it as easy as, oh, well, Israel, you know, why are they cutting off water and food? I don't know, because we're at war. This guy's an idiot, bro.
51 people dying in the West Bank, where, you know, there is no Hamas in the West Bank, and yet 51 people have died because in the West Bank, settlers that are occupying Palestinian territory in violation of the international law, settlers who are doing an act of colonial terrorism, and this is not my statement on it, this is international law, that are doing horrifying things by simply just existing there and maintaining the presence with an occupying force in the form of IDF, who is ritualistically humiliating Palestinians in a structure that B'Tselem, an Israeli organization, calls the permit regime, where every waking moment of Palestinians' lives in the West Bank are absolute hell, where they have no legal recourse. 51 Palestinians have died, and that was before the Ramallah protest that happened last night, and the Israeli forces were opening up with live fire on protesters last night. So who knows what that death toll has become? This is all a product of Israel being an apartheid state. This is a violent apartheid state. There is no way to be a peaceful.
Right,
okay, time out. Apartheid state, no. But is this, are they committing war crimes? Absolutely. Absolutely. Again, like I mentioned earlier, they're all going to hell. All right. All y'all waging wars and you're trying to pretend you're super religious. Okay. You're going to hell if you really believe that shit. It is what it is. You're not supposed to spill blood. All right. You're not supposed to kill people. If you believe in one God, you're not supposed to murder other human beings. Okay. Because if we follow your God's teachings, we should theoretically have peace on earth. So why are there so much violence? It's because people are not following those teachings. Okay, whatever teachings that belong to you, you're not following it, so you're following your own needs, and that's what's happening right now. Okay, Israel absolutely is committing war crimes in Gaza. I mean, it's just, it is what it is. But that happens when you have war, and that's gonna all be settled hopefully once this is over with. Now, with United States back in Israel, I don't know. I have a feeling that they're probably gonna sweep this stuff under the rug, but realistically, yeah, no one's talking about it when Russia is doing it to Ukraine. No one's talking about what, like, listen, again, war crimes happen in war. All right. And just because they're each guilty of it is not a justification for more violence or death. Like, this is crazy.
Let me ask you this.
It is a violence. It is a violence required for its maintenance.
Okay, listen.
And that violence is frustrating people.
I hear you.
That violence is radicalizing people.
But here's
Hold on. As far as Israel, as far as what Benjamin Netanyahu has done, as far as the war government, what they have done, Piers, going into Gaza and bombing Gaza and killing 3,480 Palestinians so far in Gaza, 1,000 plus children out of all of those casualties, 22 hospitals being bombed, a bakery, the only remaining intact bakery being bombed yesterday. These are horrifying.
Hassan, they're horrifying. But then you got to understand, they got tunnels, bro. They got these tunnels that go underground into different buildings. All right, that's why they can move around and you don't even know they're there. They're underneath ice cream shops. All right, they're underneath schools. They're underneath shopping centers. They're underneath everywhere that Hamas can dig tunnels into. And guess what? They got a shit ton of funding back when ISIS used to occupy that area. All right, they got help building those tunnels. All right, and some of those tunnels stretch as deep is into Israeli territory as well. So we got to be honest on why these bombings are going on. Again, if we're not honest to both sides, people are not going to get the clear answer. And then you're going to get people talking from their emotions. Again, it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. I hope that you're on a side that is against people dying, right? And I'm talking speaking strictly for people in this chat, right? I don't care because the idiots can be out there and they can get emotional about facts and they can get emotional about things that they hope can go their way, but it's not. All right. But again, as long as you're against the fact that people are dying, that's all I'm worried about. Because again, what we're seeing right now is people who are so dug into their corners that they're willing to obscure vital information that could possibly bring us to a position where we can have a rational discussion about this, right? They're omitting that from the conversation, and what they're instead doing are playing on our heartstrings, okay, to get us to stay in our emotional corners, and that's a problem, bro. Especially what this propagandist is doing right now. There is a reason why the bomb is going on, as devastating as it is, as horrible as it is. That's happening down there. So if they're going to invade and take out these tunnels, which they're saying right now, this is according to other sources out there, right? And these are third-party sources, like some that, you know, Hassan would consider legitimate, like MSNBC, CNN, right? Some of these leftist platforms, right? So again, they're saying Israel, the main fighting the forces are going to be doing are in these tunnels. All right, so they're going to pepper the entire area, soften it up, and then go in with the military, the tanks and everything, because they're going to be fighting in these tunnels. And listen, as horrific as it is, people are dying. Okay, so you trying to get us all galvanated and emotional, it's not going to help the cause, because at the end of the day, you're not there, I'm not there, we're not there. So the best thing you can do is be honest.
And crimes that you would openly say are horrifying and unjustifiable when Russia does it, but when Israel does it, Israel has a right to defend itself. This is identical to the same talking points that I've heard from every Israeli administration official. It's the same talking points that I've heard from American politicians championing the exact same talking points. It's the same thing that I've heard from everyone else in the media. You might have been against the Iraq war and you use that, but you're using that for evil, in my opinion, at this point. If you are not sitting here and condemning those acts of war crimes, those acts of violence, those acts of collective punishment.
And this is a rare W for Hassan, okay, because he's actually right. But everyone in the mainstream media, especially in the West, they're not going to condemn Israel. You're high if you think that's going to happen. Maybe you have some people who are trying to be edgy and on the far left, they'll probably do it. But American right-wing media, they're not going to condemn Israel, bro. Like Israel, they need Israel in that Middle Eastern area. They need Israel in that area, because if Israel is not there, again, what I said earlier, you guys are not thinking about geopolitics here. If Israel is not there, these Arab countries have a chance to normalize relationships again. And if they normalize relationship, that's it on our oil monopoly or oil dominance. Okay, this is, again, the fact that we skip over this just mere fact just shows me how low of a level people are thinking about this. It's not gonna happen. Okay, Israel's gonna be there and they're gonna get all the funding they need. Let one politician in the U.S. really go try to do something and say, well, I stand with Palestine. They're gonna be laughed at. They're gonna be just shoved out of the way, especially in the Western countries, because they don't want that. Because if Israel's gone, that's the end of Western dominance in the Middle East. And the fact that this goes over your head, again, we're being emotional here. We're not being rational.
Well, I would say to that I think the death of any child in this conflict is horrific, absolutely horrific. But the question comes down to me that after an act of terror, as we saw on October the 7th, Israel should be able to defend itself and should be able to go
like
after
a fucking parrot, this guy.
Who live amongst civilians.
And Piers Morgan, he has no choice. He's being a propagandist right now. He's saying exactly what other mainstream media is saying, but he has to, because he's in the West. Okay, they have to keep Israel alive
in Gaza deliberately. And the question for me becomes down to what is proportionate. I don't know the answer, Hassan. I'll be honest with you. I don't know what that answer is.
I do know the answer to that.
Really? Hassan, you know the answer to this? Okay, help us out.
Last night I had Dr. Ofer Kassif, an Israeli Knesset member who was suspended for 45 days for saying what I believe is the truth. Championing the exact same position of the Haaretz's editorial board. There are a lot of thoughtful people, a lot of formative Holocaust scholars, a lot of historians that all agree on the same point. The reason why violence that even penetrates through the Israeli security blanket that people thought existed, that penetrated through that Iron Dome, the Iron Wall, if you want to call it that, is because of years and years of oppression and years of violence, which is a necessity to maintain an apartheid state. And this has to stop. There's only two ways out of this. Either you engage in full-blown ethnic cleansing, and if you listen to the likes of Smotrich, or if you listen to the likes of Itamar Ben-Gvir and these very unfavorable, unpopular far-right figures, if you listen to Netanyahu and his Likud government, they say that they are interested in going in that direction, the ethnic cleansing direction, the ethnic displacement direction, or the only way out of this for a real solution is to move towards peace, to genuinely end the blockade, to end the apartheid, to end the occupation, and create a pathway towards citizenship for all people with a right to return, for all 14 million Palestinians, 5 million of which live under Israeli occupation. It's brutal. And then the rest living in diaspora.
It's like this guy's a child. He's like, he's a child. He's just making a wish. Yeah, I wish one day, we could all just, just get along and, everything just get together and, we can just start moving towards peace. That's not, hey, Hassan, I don't know if anyone told you, that's not any solution. You're not giving us any solution to solve this problem. You're just wishful thinking. It's like, I appreciate the attitude. Okay, I appreciate the passion, but those aren't actionable goals to get this fighting to stop. Matter of fact, realistically, the answer, your first statement in Piers Morgan's to Piers Morgan's question should have been damning enough. All right, when you said the answer to solve this problem, because no one realistically knows the answer to solve this problem. It's a deeply complicated problem. Okay, on one thing, the damage is too much. There's too much blood that has been spilled. I don't think it's going to be easy for people on both sides to just turn away from this. What's been started has been started long ago, and it's going to keep going. All right. How do we stop it? I don't know. But that's being honest. I don't know. I know it's a fucking quagmire and it's a screw up. All right. And there's just war crimes and atrocities on all angles. Okay. But I don't have the answer for this. This clown is talking like he does, and yet he says nothing. Oh yeah, but we gotta have a peaceful pathway, and we gotta how? Hamas doesn't want to talk to Israel, and if they're doing it, it's only going to be temporary until they strike again. All right, because deep down they don't believe that Israel belongs there, and honestly, to them, it's a race against time, because the longer Israel is there, and the more other Muslim nations are normalized relationships with them, they will never have the opportunity to strike back again and reclaim what they thought was theirs. Okay. Both sides are under pressure. Israel, they're saying, yo, we got attacked. Our people demand blood. All right. We got to go in and do it to prevent this from ever happening again. And you got a war hawk like Netanyahu. He's not going to back up, because if he does, he's going to be politically ruined. Okay. This stuff is complicated. Anyone telling you to have the smooth answer to solve it, they're liars. Okay, you can only talk about this, and we can only hope and pray in whatever religion that you belong to, all right, that less and less people die. But again, it's wishful thinking at this point, because how do you prevent shit like this, right? Now, if you thought Cenk Jr., had any better solutions, okay, obviously we were wrong on that. Now, if you thought Cenk Sr. was going to have more of a I would say educated rebuttal to this exact question on this topic, especially knowing that he's running for president next year, you're absolutely wrong. And what I'm talking about, folks, is, Piers Morgan decided to come back for seconds, okay? Because after he was done with Mr. Hassan over here, he decided, fuck it, I'm going to have to debate your uncle too, all right? So Cenk Uygur ended up going on the show, all right? And they ended up having this exact same conversation with Piers Morgan spewing the exact same talking points, but you get to see Cenk Uygur in action. And when you watch him, okay, you start to realize that the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, especially when we talk about the emotional side. And the more I look at Cenk Uygur, the less I realize that, or the more I realize that I don't want this guy to actually be president one day. You're going to see what I mean in just a second.
Influential progressive online channel, The Young Turks, a Democratic presidential hopeful. And that's Cenk. Cenk, great to have you on the program. Thank you very much indeed for joining me. I've been following your tweets with interest this week. You've been getting increasingly angry, I think it'd be fair to say. You said, I'm now enormously frustrated by US and Israeli government's barbaric acts in Gaza. I will not be shy in sharing that opinion on Piers Morgan's show today. Why are you so frustrated?
Yeah. Well, honestly, I didn't expect the framing that you put on this segment, and it's framing like that. That's disgusting. So
right off the bat,
has anything to do with anti-Semitism. I formed Young Turks and TYT with two.
Yo, stop, Cenk. There are people in Russia right now that are gathering around airports looking for Jews to kill. Okay, it's anti-Semitism at its finest, bro. What are we talking about here? Okay, the atrocities that are being spun up by this conflict in the Middle East right now. Okay, it's telling about the mentality of a lot of people. Okay, so you to just sit there and deny that there's no anti-Semitic nonsense going on. Yeah, okay, buddy.
Jewish friends who are some of my friends growing up. We've known each other and been brothers for over 40 years now. So I think what Hamas did is disgusting. I cry for those Israeli innocent civilians. But do I see you guys crying for Palestinians? I mean, Chris Christie was just on here treating it like it's no big deal.
He's got a point. But then again, your side does it too. So again, do we actually really care about these people, or are we using these people as, tools for political play here? Again, to me, it doesn't seem like, from my perspective, you guys actually give a shit, because this whataboutism is getting crazy.
Because what, Palestinian lives don't matter? I think the real bigotry here is saying that Palestinians, we can kill 3 times as many of them already. And this is the appetizer. Netanyahu and his barbaric government have not even started the entree of murder and death and mayhem they're about to do. And that's somehow okay, killing 3 times as many Palestinian civilians.
Okay. Yeah, that's crazy. But why does that happen? The reason why that happens is because when we're looking at technology, Cenk, technology is vastly different between both sides. One is technically capable because they're backed by United States. I mean, they're a nuclear power. The other one, they're not. They're being sanctioned. They're being blockaded. They're not going anywhere. It's pretty much fish in a barrel in that area. Okay, it's very, very lopsided. That's why it's a crazy number that more Palestinians are dying disproportionately. Okay, now let's get to the more pressing part. The targets that are being blasted right now by Israeli missiles are also targets where Hamas places weapons caches. Okay, so we got to address that. We got to address the root problem here. All right, if we need to take Hamas house, the United States needs to be serious about it. All right, because I don't think the U.S. wants Hamas gone, because they need Hamas to fight Iran, or not Iran. I'm sorry, they need Hamas to fight their wars in Syria. That's their main thing, because the United States funded Hamas to try to take out Assad. The fact that we're forgetting about this is crazy to me. Y'all remembered all the freaking lies that we were putting out there? I remember that. They were saying, oh, he's gassing their civilians. We got to go in there, guys. They're gassing their own civilians. It's like we've been singing the same tune. It got us in Iraq. It got us in Afghanistan. We need to plainly stop meddling, but that's not going to happen. So I think that the fact that we're not being honest about the situation right now, the real situation, we're not really going to get to a real solution. And you guys are just going to be using the Palestinian people and the death toll as a means to advance your agenda. For you, it's probably your political agenda. And for Hassan, it's more views.
Let alone the occupation, which is bigotry by definition. We say that everyone in the world can defend themselves, can have their own state, can have sovereignty, except the Palestinians. And the reasoning behind that is the Palestinians are what? They're what? The idea is that they are savages and that Muslims are too violent and cannot control themselves. So they must be occupied for 56 brutal, disgusting years. So I've had enough of the bigotry against Muslims and Palestinians, and I need you to speak out against that instead of covering every outrageous, atrocious action of the right-wing government of Israel and going, oh, it's anti-Semitism. No, and there is global anti-Semitism. There's anti-Semitism here in this country. Two synagogues were shot up, Pittsburgh and in Southern California. We fight against that all the time. But then whenever Israel is criticized, people go, oh, no, it's anti-Semitism. No, there's real anti-Semitism. Instead of attacking that, all you guys ever do is hide behind the veil of anti-Semitism. Do you know why Palestinians might not like Israelis? Because they've been oppressed for 56 straight years.
I hear you. And let me respond. I'm not...
Cenk, somebody get him a Snicker. You're not yourself when you're hungry, buddy. Relax.
You guys, I don't think I fit into any neat fit on this issue at all. B, I've actually covered this story, I think, more fairly than most people. I've had many pro-Palestinian voices I've given a huge platform for. They've been getting enormous audience.
Piers Morgan, just because you give them the platform does not mean that the situation is being solved, okay? It doesn't mean anything. You're still asking the same old question. You're not trying to get to the solution. Matter of fact, you guys don't want a solution, all right? None of you guys do. Again, this conflict is going to continue. All right, as long as there's oil in the Middle East, and that's a main source of energy for the rest of the world, there's always going to be war there. You can't do anything about it. There's really nothing else you can do. If you can magically snap your fingers and we all move to nuclear power, fine. All of a sudden, you see all this stuff stop and cease to exist, right? But we need to keep that dominance, that oil dominance. Again, they're not thinking, but Cenk, you can see how neither of these guys are being honest, right? Again, this guy's being, he knows he's being sideways, and Cenk is not telling the full story.
From Bassem Youssef to others, and I've done that quite deliberately because I think these voices are important to be heard, including yours. I certainly wasn't accusing you, by the way, or your organization of anti-Semitism. I have found it, as somebody who's always identified as liberal myself, I found it very dispiriting to see people who call themselves liberals whose instant response, it seemed to me, to one of the worst terror attacks we've ever seen was to immediately side with the place where these attacks have been launched from. Now, I don't tar all Palestinians with the brush of being Hamas at all. And in fact, the sooner Hamas are out of there, the better for the Palestinian people and the world. But I just think the only human response you can have is, as you did, by the way, to your credit, is it was disgusting what happened on October the 7th. Now, the question then becomes, what is a proportionate response by Israel? Not just to the terror attacks of October the 7th, but obviously there is now a huge ongoing escalation in what has been, as you rightly say, a 56-year war, effectively, in varying degrees.
To be fair, that shit's been going on for longer than 56 years, okay? In that region of the world alone, do you know how many battles have been fought? How many people have died in that region for thousands of years? Okay, let's just... Okay, this battle, okay, it goes beyond just 56 years, okay? It goes back beyond 100 years, beyond 200 years, 300 years. It goes back a lot, man, okay? Listen, Arabs are Semites too, as well. Okay, they're all part of this. Is it the language that's Semitic, right? I think that's what it is, right? Okay, so listen again, but it's the religion part that's causing like these different views, especially that on the radical sides on each side. Because believe it or not, back when the Jews were being persecuted, they also had their own radical, pretty much almost like jihadis group that would go in and cause stuff to happen. Now, that was way, way back in ancient times, though. I don't know. I mean, obviously, they've had like, Jewish far-right extremists that do stuff now that no one talks about. And I don't know why we don't talk about these people that do that, but that's fine. But we know that happens, okay? They're extremists on both sides, but this war has been going on for years. It's not going to end with just a snap of a finger. But let's see what Cenk User's solution is to this problem.
And that's where I think I'm struggling to see how ground invasion by Israel, with all that would entail, particularly mass deaths of Palestinian civilians, how that is going to do anything for any peaceful resolution to this. I think it will have the opposite effect.
Yes. So let's take it one at a time. First of all, as you rightly point out, on Young Turks, we covered the atrocious actions of Hamas right from the get-go, and we condemned it as fully as anyone can possibly condemn it. Because not only are they killing those poor, innocent Israelis that didn't do anything, those little babies and the grandmothers, it's disgusting what they did. But on top of that, they're ruining the Palestinian cause. They've burned the moral high ground to cinders. And then on top of that, they smear all people of Muslim background like myself. And then
Cenk's got a point here. I actually agree with him. I actually agree with what he's saying.
It unleashes this bigotry of anti-Muslim bigotry throughout the world that I'm sick of. So screw Hamas and their barbarism, okay? Now, in terms of a proper reaction, yes, you need to get those hostages out. So now let's look at I'm going to suggest what to actually do. I'm going to be constructive. But first, let's look at the unconstructive solution that Israel had. Dropping bombs on residential buildings. 50 ambulances have been hit. 10 out of 25 hospitals don't operate anymore. The incubators are about to run out of energy. There's 45 babies that might die today.
He's right on that too. I've seen videos of Palestinian babies who were like just completely charred up, right? There's another one where, you know, man, dude, like it's when you see these videos, it's really sad. It really is like babies being burnt up, right? All because like you're sleeping one day and you wake up and you're under rubble and you turn to your side and your baby is not moving and it's all as someone who has a kid, it's devastating. If it's absolutely devastating. But Cenk, what is the solution? Okay, because they got hostages there. They know they got tunnels. What is your solution to this horrible atrocity?
The parents I just read on CNN are writing the names of the kids on their calves, on their legs, so that if they are killed in a bombing and they're mutilated, they could find their bodies. Imagine writing the name of your child on their legs so that you could find them in the rubble after Israel or any government drops a bomb on them. And I need the West to understand something. Bombs kill people. And do you know how they kill people?
We know.
They incinerate them alive or their heads explode. So what happened in Israel was a disaster and disgusting. But you have to be equally honest and equally outraged at the immorality of incinerating babies and grandmothers and aunts and uncles, which is what we're doing right now. America cannot keep sending aid for death and destruction. Enough of the occupation. End it today. End it today. It's
how though? I see where you're coming from, Cenk. How do we end it today? You're running for president 2024. How are you going to end this today? This guy, you see the choice words he's using. Again, he's being emotionally charged. I don't know if he's doing it on purpose or not, but look at the harsh word. Babies' heads explode and things like that. He's basically like, he's painting a really graphic image, and it's doing it it's for a purpose, right? You got to tug at that emotional heartstring, and he's right on all of it. He's right. The bombings, the kids being charred up, the families and hospitals and all that. It's horrific. All right, and it's the same thing on the other side. But this game that the right-wing media and the left-wing media or all these other media sources are playing on each other, where they're using this very same destruction to try to throw dirt on each other, I find really disgusting. Because if we're acknowledging the atrocities on both sides, we'd realize that, you know, the problem is a lot more deeper than this. Why do you think even when Cenk was given the opportunity, when he said he has the answer for it, instead he was just emotional? He's emotional about it, because the answer would also have us acknowledging that the real issue on both sides here. All right, we have to do it, and either side are not willing to budge on this. And it's sad. It's sad to see this unfold, because while we're playing this game, real people are actually dying.
Monstrous. Okay, I'm going to
let me ask you this. Solution. I completely understand your passion and your anger. I completely get this. I, like you, want to see some resolution at the end of this horror that we're witnessing. How do you get rid of Hamas if you don't do it the way Israel are currently doing it. How do you actually eradicate what has become a
Yeah, tell us.
nihilistic ISIS-style terror group who've quite deliberately, in my estimation, committed an outrage of such appalling scale that they knew that this would goad Israel into this kind of response? So why they did that, what is motivating it, who might be putting them up to it, who's helped them prepare for this, these are all questions we don't know the answers to yet. But it seems to me that Israel could, if it's not careful, be being lured into a massive trap here. I hope that is not the case.
I've been saying that. I think the Israel ground invasion is going to be the trigger for World War III. Like, I've been saying this, bro. And some of my more religious buddies are saying, "Oh, Duke, I've been telling you, it's the end of times, right? It's the end of times. I told you." I'm like, "Hey, yo, chill. don't start scaring me, bro. Relax." But if you look at all the countries involved, he's got a point. Okay, he kind of has a point. This war has the capability of drawing everybody in. It's already got Russia, China, the other big two superpowers. All right, it's drawing these guys in, and if Israel goes in and they get trapped and get bogged down in a building or block by block busting down of what do you call it, doors and things like that, kind of what we did in Afghanistan. If they get bogged out in that, man, listen, you will see the massive drain of U.S. resources unlike you've ever seen in your entire life. You thought this Ukraine aid was crazy? You thought the amount of money we get to Ukraine was crazy? Wait till these right-wingers get in charge, okay? And wait till they really start spending money on Israel. It's going to be a quagmire, guaranteed, because China, knowing fully well that the U.S. is going to be invested in that area, they're just going to keep funding the other side. So Israel's going to get trapped. Again, there's no real solution to this. And I agree with Piers Morgan here. Israel's walking into a massive trap. They should just, again, it's hard. Benjamin Netanyahu has pigeonholed himself, though, because the people want blood. He wants to give them blood. And if he doesn't give them blood, it's the end of his regime. So, dude, this is tough. That's why I'm glad I'm not in office, bro. I can't handle this kind of stress. Hell no.
But I'm curious, how do you get rid of Hamas if you don't do it the way Israel is currently doing it, albeit with horrific collateral damage in the face of thousands of innocent Palestinians being caught up in the bombing?
Yeah. So let me give you a short-term answer, long-term answer. And a lot of people are not going to like these, but these are realistic ways that you minimize civilian casualties.
Okay.
You do what America did with the Osama bin Laden raid. We didn't go drop a nuke on Pakistan. We didn't go destroy 6,000 residential buildings in the middle of Pakistan. We sent in special forces. Is it more dangerous to the special forces? Of course. That's the point of special forces. Try to find the hostages. Does it look like Israel's trying to find the hostages?
Are you stupid? I don't think, again, see, this is what I'm talking about. When politicians who don't understand warfare try to talk, I'm not calling him a politician because he sounds like it. He's not one yet. He will be. But he doesn't understand warfare. Do you know what would happen if you send a small elite group of special forces into Gaza infested with Hamas fighters ready to kill anything? They're gonna die. They're all gonna get annihilated. Are you high? Don't you think the people who are smarter than you that do this for a living already figured that out? Yeah, if we send a small tactical group into these areas, yeah, they're definitely gonna get slaughtered en masse. It's definitely not a good idea. It's actually gonna lead to more casualties on both sides, because not only are Palestinian Hamas fighters, I don't even say Palestinian. I actually want to separate Palestinians from Hamas, because Hamas, they can't. Most of them are Egyptian fighters. But again, these Hamas fighters, they know the area well. They have access to these tunnels, which, by the way, Cenk, is where majority of the fighting is going to be taking place, inside these tunnels. Okay, so you're trying to send a small group of elite soldiers into an area where they can't even distinguish the enemy from friendly fire, or from friendlies. You're insane. Special forces is not going to work. They're just going to be wasting lives. Okay, and that's just so again, wishful thinking by idiots that are dreaming. Stop making a big deal about this if you don't have answers. Y'all here screaming, galvanizing people, and your answer is, let's send in more soldiers to die. they're going to get killed by Hamas. You kidding me? Especially in them tunnels? Yeah, they're going to get killed. Matter of fact, there was a video of somebody who was breaking down how extensive these Hamas tunnels are. These things go thousands of feet deep. They're like extensive as hell. You need a significant invasion force to even tackle something like that. Just a little block where there could be, who knows, multiple network tunnels running underneath them. You need a full unit, all right, a full brigade to manage that. It's not happening with special forces. I'm sorry, bro. Ain't enough special forces in the world to solve that issue.
If I have a family member that's a hostage, I'm disgusted by what Netanyahu's doing now. How do you know they're not in the buildings you're dropping bombs on? How do you know they're not in the tunnels you're dropping bombs on? How do you know they're not in the hospitals you're dropping bombs on? So if you want the hostages rescued, every rational human being can agree this is not the way to do it. This is the way to do death and destruction for the sake of death and destruction. It's collective punishment. It's genocide against Palestinians, and the world has to speak out. So my way is not pleasant either. It involves a lot of folks dying on both sides. I understand that. Those are super hard choices. But go find Hamas. Go find the hostages. Go rescue them instead of wantingly, indiscriminately.
This guy's an idiot. You're making it sound so easy. Just go find the hostages. Go find Hamas. Are you high, dude? It's not that easy. Where's my fucking... Hold up. These guys have a massive network of tunnels. Okay, hold up. Let me pull up this video because it actually breaks down how deep these tunnels go. This guy's insane. He doesn't know Cenk does not know what he's talking about at all. This guy, again, they're trying to provide simple solutions, and this is what gets people all pissed off, right? Because they're thinking, oh, well, if it's that easy to just send special forces, why don't we just send special forces? I mean, why don't we just do that right now? It's not that freaking easy. Hold up, let me show you all something real quick. All right, there was this great documentary that was done, and they talked about this. Watch this, chat. Watch this. Hold up. Watch this shit.
Support. All of them use the same way of attracting people to their ideas. So I think there are many similarities between all these groups.
While implanting a terror foothold in Europe, ISIS expanded into Egypt, its Sinai desert.
Oh, shout out to Common Sense Skeptic. Shout out to Common Sense. Hey, I was just writing that email too. What's good? No, shout out to you. We're clowning Hassan right now and his ridiculous take on this whole conflict and how he should probably not be a political commentator. But shout out to you. Yeah, guys, we're going to be reacting to, y'all see the new video Common Sense Skeptic has out with Elon? That's coming up on Friday, all right? That's going to be a Friday, bruh, Elon, dude. And the reason, listen, so the fund that I'm invested in right now is somehow invested in Tesla, and it's not doing so well right now. So if you also have a stake in Tesla, all right, you got to go check out Common Sense video because he exposed Elon, okay? This guy's a fraud. I can't believe this, dude. This guy is a fraud through and through, and I'm surprised he's not locked up in prison yet. How is this guy not facing massive prison charges? Okay, and you know what I'm realizing? I'm gonna save most of it for the reaction, but what I'm realizing when I watched your video, I was just like, you know how he talks about all these when he goes on these shows and Elon talks about all these promises, right? These empty promises. Oh, you're gonna have your own self-driving taxi. Okay, it's gonna happen in 2023. All right, and then he takes pre-orders right then and there. Like, this dude is literally taking pre-orders off of false promises to fund his Tesla company or some other projects that's not what he promised, because otherwise, where are these projects he promised? Okay, so yeah, we all have to react to that. Shout out to you, Common Sense. But let's get to this video.
جنود نحرق العار بنار سيفكم زال بفعلي برياح الانتصار إنما نحن جنود نحرق العار بنار سيفكم.
ISIS militias have been attacking Egyptians and the army. Just as Hamas sees the Palestine Secular Authority as an enemy, ISIS sees the secular Egyptian government as a foe. the Egyptian military has embarked on a massive counterattack against ISIS forces. Hamas has provided ISIS logistic support, weapons, and safe haven through tunnels.
You see this shit? So under just buildings that are being bombed, look at this building, right? You think it's just a normal building. You got networks of tunnels in there. This is how they smuggle radical fighters in there. So anyone that's sitting there talking about, oh, there's no tunnels, or sending special forces in there to fight, that's such a scary. You ain't gonna pay me to go in them tunnels. I don't care. I'm not going in there. You don't give me a gun to go fight in there and say, yeah, you got a crew of maybe 100 special forces. Go in there and go fight Hamas. Huh? In there? No. They know the layout better than we do. And this is happening in every building, under bakeries, hospitals, schools. There's a tunnel. So we need to get real here when we're trying to talk about scenarios. Let's continue, because a lot of people don't you have to physically see this stuff or visualize it. Otherwise, it's just going to be something happening in some far off land that most people don't understand, so they can galvanize their bases and then try to get clout off of it.
Cutting under the Gaza-Egyptian border in Sinai.
The border between Egypt and Gaza is 13.8 kilometers. We discovered up to now 2,080 tunnels.
Retired General Samar al-Saif al-Ezer is a spokesperson for the Egyptian government.
Why is it so important to seal off Gaza and to shut down those tunnels?
This is the Egyptian government. They're supposed to be Team Arab. And they're telling you, hey, no, we know these tunnels are real. Okay, we also have problems with Hamas. Okay, it's not just the Palestine people. Okay, they got problems, we got problems. That's why we limit people that kind of come across, because we need to take care of these tunnels. So the Egyptians, who are supposed to be in league with these guys, all right, are saying these tunnels are a problem because terrorists are coming into our borders and killing us. Egyptians are dying, okay, by the hands of Hamas. Same thing with the Israels, or with the Jews in Israel, right? So Cenk's big idea is, let's just send in the special forces. Let's just send in the special. It's like, again, you could tell he has no military experience. Okay, let's just send in the special forces. Hey, Cenk, that's also people who have families, who have lives, who are brothers, sisters, mothers, uncles, right? Just send in the special forces in these tunnels. Okay, if you're not an expert, stop telling experts how to do expert work. Okay, you're just a politician, Cenk. Enough. All right. So again, these guys don't freaking get it. They don't get it. But Cenk in a special forces idea, let's go.
Super hard choices, but go find Hamas. Go find the hostages. Go rescue them instead of wantingly, indiscriminately killing after killing. And let's be honest, when you drop a bomb and a kid's head explodes and a grandmother is incinerated, that is terrorism. Killing 3 times as many civilians as Hamas is terrorism. And it is the same if it is done by a government. Send in as many special forces as you got. We should send.
I like how you just said, you casually, and it's the same if it's done by our government. No. You need to emphasize that, because our government has been bombing indiscriminately innocent civilians since the war on terror in the Middle East. For 2 decades, we've been doing that. All right. And our media sure has a great job. Both left and right wing media does a great job in keeping our dirty little laundry under wraps. Right. Who was that soldier? Was it Snowden? I think it was Snowden who released the footage of us basically purposefully killing innocent civilians in the Middle East. Wasn't that Snowden, or was that Julian? No. It wasn't Assange. Who ChatGPT, help me out. I remember we filmed, they released a video that was filmed, and we were watching American drone operators literally launch strikes at innocent people who were trying to just pick up the dead. They were like ambulances and just normal civilians. We did that. Somehow left-wing media, nothing. Right-wing media, nothing. All of a sudden, when it comes to Hamas and Israel and whatnot, every media has their own opinion. And you guys don't think there's something more going on to this? right? You don't think there's more going on to this? And this isn't even a conspiracy, considering the fact that the United States partnered with Hamas to commit war crimes in Syria. No one talked about that. We just focused on Assad gassing his people. We were peppering that throughout the media. We weren't talking about what we were paying Hamas to do in Syria. Again, just send in the special forces. You guys are ignorant. You don't know how this shit works. John, shout out to you. He says, as a former soldier, Duke, I understand a lot better than Cenk. Sending tier 2 soldiers is very costly and very risky and definitely not the easiest way. Thank you. Thank you. You're just sending people to die. Like you're knowingly sending people to die. I mean, they're gonna do it anyways, but at this point, he's not coming up with anything impactful or useful. He's just being an emotional brat. All right. And the funny thing is, it's not even funny, it's sad. He's gonna get a bunch of people who are feeling equally as emotional as he does to go ahead and hop on this side and say, yeah, we can just do special forces. Why not? It's not that easy. A square block can be host to a bunch of tunnels. You can't send 100 people in there. You need a whole brigade. The hell are you talking about?
Look, send in whatever you got to actually do the job at hand instead of what Netanyahu is doing, which is to kill these people to what? Send a message. And think about how unrealistic that is. And think about why his method has a 0% chance of working. How are the Palestinians supposed to rise up against Hamas? How would they prove they're against Hamas? Hamas ended all elections. Hamas ended democracy. So how are the Palestinians supposed to cry uncle? They're already crying uncle.
Maybe we also need to levy that same criticism to Hamas leaders right now, especially Hamas leaders when asked, hey, why aren't you protecting your own citizens? And it's very interesting when those very same Hamas leaders are saying, well, it's not our responsibility to take care of our own civilians. Take a look.
البعض يتساءل وهذا سؤال رائج وشائع يعني من قام بتشييد 500 كيلومتر من الأنفاق لماذا لم يشيد مآوي يلجأ إليها المدنيون خلال
You've built hundreds of kilometers of tunnels, but no bomb shelters for civilians. You guys are running the government. You're telling us, the Western media, that Israel is committing crimes. And I agree with you. But what are you doing to prevent that? Let's find out.
القصف.
نحن شيدنا الأنفاق لأنه لا نملك ما ندفع به عن أنفسنا من القتل والاستهداف. هذه الأنفاق من أجل أن نحمي أنفسنا من الطائرات، نحمي مقاتلين من الأنفاق. أما القطاع غزة فأنت تعلم والجميع يعلم لأنه 75% منه لاجئين، واللاجئين هو مسؤولية الأمم المتحدة في.
It's the responsibility of the United Nations to protect them. Then why don't you have the United Nations just run the Gaza Strip and then you Hamas get the fuck out? What are you talking about? Wait a minute. So you built the tunnels to protect yourselves and your fighters, all right, from harm. But then you're leaving the innocent people to die? Something's wrong here. Something's not making any sense. This is a Hamas leader. They run the government. And just like Cenk is saying over here, right? How can the Palestinian people hope to separate themselves from Hamas? Okay, great. So I think we need to target the government of Hamas then. Let's just be honest. Let's target the government because this guy is saying, even though we're receiving money from the United Nations, even though we're receiving all these aids and all these different things, it's not our job to protect our own people. The same people we hijacked and we're keeping under subjugation, because why? The left are just going to call it an open air prison. Who are the prison guards here? I've been asking y'all that same question. If this is a prison, there are prison guards. And I'm guaranteeing you right now, up until the Israelis invaded, it was these guys. You left your people out here to die. You think your God is going to be okay with this? The Muslims all over the world that don't despise this nonsense. They despise this shit. You're supposed to be, we'll take care of your people. And yet you're willing to sacrifice them for what? You come here, you're blaming other people for killing children. And here you are not building bomb shelters. Sickening. But here's Cenk, Mr. Know-it-all over here, thinking that, it's so hard. How can they separate themselves? No, we need to call it what it is and get after those people. They need to go. Cut the head off the snake. They just proved, we hear it themselves. They're saying it. They don't care about the people. And we knew that based off the actions, because if you cared about people, you wouldn't put missiles in schools. If you're really about that smoke, you build your own bunkers, you build your own military bases, and you start that war over there. So then the enemy knows where you're at, all right, or lack thereof, and you don't put human meat shields in front of you. Y'all are no different from the enemy you're fighting. So all these people talk about we gotta free these people. They're killing their own. That's sickening. And we got another one over here. Hold up, I got another video over here we're gonna play real freaking quick, okay? Because this one kind of breaks down what's going on. Let's
is 13.8 kilometers. We discovered up to now 2,080 tunnels.
Well, not this one. This is a different one. There's another video I had. Oh, here it is right here.
Okay.
Here it is right here, chat. Here it is right here. So they got some Hamas fighters. They caught them, right? They caught a bunch of these losers, these mass murderers, right? And they're interrogating them to see what's going on. So let's see what these Hamas fighters also think about this situation.
أنا في الفصيل دور كعسكري مهندس تخصص في فصيل الهندسة.
حكينا في مجال.
Well, this guy's an engineer in the military.
المناورة اللي كان.
صحيح.
ماشي. كيلو عن المناورة.
المناورة كانت هذه لازم كل الكتائب لازم تكون تاخذ كل الفصائل. كانت نظام المجبات إنه تقتحم كيبوتسات. فطلعنا في الجبات.
So their plan was attacked with jeeps.
وضلنا ايش نازلين. كانت في بوابات مفتوحة، يعني الناس مختصة من قبل تيجي الجبات هذه يكون مفتوحة ليش؟ البوابات والمناطق تاعت.
So those were probably the people with the bulldozers that went in.
يكون مجهز. فبينزلوا ايش الجبات. وبينزل بوصلوا عند الكيبوتسات بينزلوا اللي في الجبات فبينزلوا بيقتحموا ايش الغرف والمباني. بيقعدوا ايش يقتحموا في.
Look at this. We opened rooms in the houses and started raiding them room by room. Think about this. You're at home and you're chilling on your couch, and before you know it, your door gets blasted in, and there's some Hamas fighter over there getting ready to pop you in the head. That's just that. There's your day right there. And they're breaking down the plan.
ايش بيسووا بالغرف هذول زي ما حكيت؟
بيرموا قنابل وبضخوا اطلاق.
والهدف قتل مين؟
قتل جميع من في الغرف وفي المباني.
يعني.
Okay, so again, this guy's admitting their goal was to kill innocent civilians. We can't be ignorant about this. All right, as innocent civilians are being bombed in Gaza right now, these guys, just so you know, went in and they had the full intention of murdering innocent civilians themselves. All right. So again, when you see stuff like this, it's more than MCI.
اوكي. وحكيت لي انه كان واحد يسال سال هناك بالمناوره كيف بدنا نرجع، صح؟
صحيح.
وشو قالوا له؟
قالوا انت بتفكر حالك حترجع.
Wow. So even these Hamas niggas ain't even shit to themselves. So you're sending your boys over with no hope of returning. Yeah, hey, listen, figure it out, dog. Yeah, just go in and attack these people, kill them all, but we got actually no plan of getting you back here. So if you get caught, you get caught, bro. I'm just being real with you. You know what they need to do? They need to get these people, right, they captured, and then just send them in first to find these tunnels where they at. Because listen, I be telling them, yo, buddies left you out here to die, bro. You know that? They sent you out here to die, bro. You killed a bunch of people for nothing, bro. Because now you here. And they didn't even have a plan to extract. Now they're suing for peace. They want peace now after they started this shit. And you're left here to die. Damn, bro. You should be pissed. Pissed enough to show off where the civilians are being kept. So that way we don't have to kill so many people. I say send them in first. Why not? They started it. Just send them in there.
يعني حتروح مش حترجع. انت جاي عشان تروح وما ترجعش. في المساجد بيختلف عن ليش عن العسكر. المساجد بيقولوا في قصة القتل والهذا بيختلف عن العسكر. العسكر بيقول اقتل واذبح من مكان، يعني النساء والأطفال وهذا.
Massacre them, women and children. So Cenk, you're screaming about war crimes. You're screaming about this. Everybody's losing their heads over this. But these guys were deliberately told to go and do this. Okay, and we know this bombing raid that happened on October 7th wouldn't have happened if they weren't instructed to do this. And they were instructed by even bigger cowards, because those cowards, they don't have a plan to even bring these guys back. They don't have a plan to get these guys doing anything. They just they radicalized a bunch of young people and sent them to their deaths. And that's the problem we have when you have radical organizations holding powers in government. Like, look at this. They were sent with the specific mission of killing women and children. Like, that's a clear enough freaking thing right there to say these Hamas people are bad news. In your religion, it's forbidden to kill women and children. You're going to hell. Well, I don't get this. So you know it's wrong to kill women and children in your religion. You know that fully well. Yet you still choose to embark on that journey. Something didn't stop you to say, hey, you know what? Something don't seem right. In the book you preaching over here, it says no violence. Allah says no violence, right? So then why are you interpreting Allah's words for him and telling us to go do something that's not in the book or something that's not suggested? Nobody was thinking about that. No one had the thought process. All of y'all were just brainwashed. See, this is the thing. I don't care what side of the aisle of religion you stand for. All right. It's all a cult. Okay. I don't care. That's why I choose not to involve myself in religion. I choose secularism in science. Okay. All right. Because listen, religion is just, especially radical ones. Like you got some of these evangelicals and some of these guys on the jihadist side. All right. Listen. It's just a tool to get people to stop thinking and be just easy to manipulate them. All right. This is what it is. All right. That's again. And you want to blame them, but then you also got to blame the people who've been brainwashing them because they were told to do this.
في العسكر بتلاقي القائد بدكم تحصوا عروسهم بدكم تقطعوا عروسهم بدكم كل شيء بدكم تعملوا.
He says in the army the commander would tell you to kill them, stomp them. Wow, just do whatever you want to them.
وده حسب الدين ولا مش فاهم؟ ده حسب الدين
حسب العسكر.
اوكي. الشيخ تبعكم اعطاكم فتوى تقدروا تقتلوا وتعملوا كل الكلام ده.
قائد الكتيبه قال اقتل ودعس عروسهم وبدنا نقطع رقابهم زي هيك.
Stomp on their heads, chop off their legs. This is so he's not saying the religious leaders say, he's saying the commander. He's saying, so your commander, so you got your religious teachings, and then you go in and listen to your commander and say, oh yeah, just no, forget what the Quran told you or what the Hadith told you, and just stomp on their heads and kill them. That don't make sense. Like you tell me you're that dumb that you're gonna choose your commander over the book that you believe in, your God, right? That's crazy to me. Tell me you're being brainwashed without telling me you're being brainwashed.
طلع حماس وطلع داعش. ايش بيناتهم؟ يعني شو الفرق بين الحماس والداعش؟
من الكلام يعني اللي قلت انه تقطيع الروس والاطفال والحرق والهذا.
So they're saying who's worse, Hamas or Daesh? And Daesh is ISIS apparently. So he's saying because we behead people, people are comparing Hamas to ISIS. Well, yeah. Yeah, you're beheading people, dog. That's crazy.
صارت حماس داعش يعني حماس صارت داعش انه داعش بتحرق هي وبتقطع وبتذبح يعني صارت من حماس شيء اسمه داعش هالقد.
يعني ايش صار؟
خش مخ يعني بطلوا بني ادمين.
They're inhuman.
بصاروا حيوانات يعني هذا العمل بنعملش كبني ادم انه اقطع راس بني ادم او اسوي واحد جثه.
Having sex with dead bodies. What? Nah, they didn't really do this shit. That's weird, bro. There's no way. What did he say?
يعني بطلوا بني ادمين.
Says there's no brains.
بصراحه حيوانات يعني هذا العمل بنعملش كبني ادم انه اقطع راس بني ادم او اسوي واحد جثه.
Wow. So they're encouraged to have sex with dead bodies? What the what? Huh?
نسبيه وميته واعمل فيها وازني فيها وهي جثه يعني مش بني ادم بيعمل الشغلات اللي زي هيك. يمنوها
يعني. Cenk, you gotta know what's going on, bro. You gotta know what's going on, bro. This guy doesn't know what's going on. Let's continue what Cenk has to say. That's crazy. I can't believe I just heard that shit. I'm kind of like weirded out. Now, Chad, I ain't gonna hold y'all, bro. That just kind of made me sick. That just kind of made me sick, bro. Like, that's crazy. Oh my god, bro. It just goes to show you when it comes to stuff like these guys, none of them know what they're talking about. No one knows what they're talking about. I'm just gonna be out there. I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about at this point, bro. I didn't even know this was a wow. That's crazy, bro.
But it's never enough for the bloodthirsty Netanyahu. No, more death of Palestinians, more babies killed. That's what his answer is. And it's this, and the United States of America, I'm running for president here. There's no way in the world I would allow this. Sending $105 billion. And it doesn't even go to Israel, Ukraine, or Taiwan. It goes to the defense contractors that bribe these greedy American politicians and then get most of that money. And so the long-term answer is 1967 borders and the biggest walls you've ever seen in your entire life. And no one's allowed to cross to either side. But the Palestinians get their state. It is unconscionable for them not to get their state. And if you're a moral person, of course you believe that the Palestinians.
You're Cenk, you're not getting the full story. Of course, the Palestinians deserve their state. Okay, of course, we've been pushing for a two-state solution. The problem is if the Palestinians accept that, which there's certain Arab countries that will not let them do it, Iran, okay, if they accept normalizing relationships with Israel, it's the end. It's the end. There's no other hope of reclaiming whatever land was lost to them or what they think was lost to them, right? It's done. So they're not. Are you not listening to what they're saying? They're going to fight till the end. That's just what they're gonna do. Even you can put a ceasefire. You can put up walls. Hamas is not going to give up. In the next 50 years, they're gonna regroup. They're gonna rebuild. They're gonna rearm their tunnels. All right, and they're gonna relaunch an attack. Your long-term solution leads to long-term problems, Cenk. We tried this before. It's still going on. All right. The less we need is more media corruption. But if anything, the one thing that you did say that was absolutely correct was the fact that a lot of this stuff is going towards the pockets of defense contractors, because it's defense contractors and oil companies who have a vested interest in keeping the Middle East as destabilized as it is right now. You can't do anything about it. It's just how it is. All right. You got that part right. But everything else is just dead wrong. The truth is there's no solution to this. There's no easy solution to this. All right. Because there's been too much bloodshed. It's just, you can't walk this back. All right. It's not going to stop. You got too many special interest groups and big countries that are involved in this right now. It's beyond the simple, well, this land and that land. It's beyond that at this point. Okay, there's no easy solution to it other than more war. And the unfortunate part is there wasn't an occupation before, but there will be now, because the moment that ground invasion goes in, Netanyahu has accomplished what Netanyahu wanted to do, which is occupy Gaza. All right, it wasn't occupation before, but now Hamas gave them the justification to do that. So they're going to come in with a big military, because that's what they're going to do. It doesn't take special forces to clean out tunnels. It takes a big military to get these tunnels cleared out. And when they finally clear it out, even then, they're not going to leave. Okay, they're going to occupy the region to make sure that the government that's now going to be there remains friendly to Israel. It's going to be a little colonialism happening all over again. Congratulations. The exact thing you wanted to avoid happened. Again, there's no easy solution to this. And people who are out here trying to pull on your heartstrings and try to tell you, well, no, it's because of this, or no, it's because of that, or it's because of this. Okay, just go read. Go read, go watch videos. All right. Go check their sources. All right. If you're watching Hassan, oh boy. Like, yeah, you definitely need to double check them sources. He doesn't know what he's talking about at all. Again, people like Hassan and people like even people like Jordan Peterson, right? To a certain extent, right? They start playing on the emotion. They start playing on the ignorance because they're not going to get into the nuance of what's really happening. This for them is easy views. That's it. This for them is just, easy things that can keep going on a 24-hour cycle and they can get views off of it. But if you notice, none of them are talking about any solutions because knock, knock, there isn't any. It's tough. It really is. But what I'm worried about is what this could potentially lead into, right? Is this going to lead into a bigger conflict? I don't fucking know. I don't know. But again, people are just wrong on this side. So again, chat, let's have a discussion. I want to do a little call-in show real quick just to see where y'all are. Because somebody who's is it Scott? Scott was in the chat. I want to put the link in there for you, Scott. Call in real quick. Let's have a brief discussion. I want to see where your head's at. And then we gotta call it quits. But yeah, the link is in the chat right now if you're still there. But yeah, it's a lot harder than what these guys are saying. All right, it's not as easy as you guys think it is. So you say 2-state solution, 1-state solution. Even if one person wants a 2-state solution, there's going to be one party that doesn't agree with it. Oh, Scott's back here. Shout out to you. Let's talk about this.
Yo, what's up? What's up?
It's good. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you being on here.
No, man, it's all right, bro. It's all right. I understand. Me and John were in the back talking earlier, so yeah. But,
John be going crazy. Oh, you got background noise, by the way. But shout out to John.
Oh, snap! Yeah, like I'm
usually we can make it work. We can make it work.
Gotcha. Gotcha. So like yeah, I'm just trying to figure out like what it is because it seemed like you were going back and forth, right? And I'm just trying to figure out like what is your stance on this right here?
Okay.
Yeah, because it seemed like you were going back and forth, like you were agreeing
go ahead.
No, you were agreeing with the fact that what was it? Hassan was right on the fact that Piers is a propagandist. Mm-hmm. But then it was like, I just like it just seemed like at the time when you were going through it, like
I know what you're talking about. You might go on mute. There's just that background noise.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah, let me explain what you're talking about here. So what I was talking about is, listen, just because Piers is acting as a propagandist, and the reason why he's acting like that is because Piers Morgan, he's part of the mainstream media, and a lot of the mainstream media, especially on the Western side, they overwhelmingly want Israel, to succeed in this battle or this situation. Matter of fact, they have every vested interest to keep Israel there. And the reason why is, and I'm looking at it from a purely economical standpoint, right? Some people may look at it religiously. I'm not looking at that. Some people may look at it from, the plight of, who has this land first or who doesn't have this land first. I'm looking at pure special interest and what's happening right now in geopolitics. And what I'm seeing is a lot of these Western countries, they have a vested interest to make sure that Israel succeed, because if Israel doesn't, there could be an oil monopoly if these Arab countries normalize relationships with each other. All right. Israel is the disruptor. They all don't like Israel being there. Okay. So that's the reason why it's more of a beneficial for them to be there. Now, how do you make sure that Israel stays there? Well, you understand that even though we have free media in the United States, it's still being owned or guided by elements of the state. All right. So we know that there's certain people who are there that have a vested interest in the right kind of thing. And Piers Morgan falls on that, because I've seen interviews he's done with other Palestinian, pro-Palestinian people. And he's usually, when he gets flipped the question back, he casually dodges the question and tries to flip it back. He's not 100%, right? Even call out Israel in Western mainstream media, it's a problem for some people who have a vested interest, right? Depending on what side you're on, but it's a problem for them. So that's the side I was calling out. But ultimately, with Hassan's situation, he's got the facts wrong. He's just completely wrong on that. So I have to call that side out. So it's not that, because I think a lot of people are used to people just belonging to one side or the other. I'm just seeing where people are not getting it at all. So I hope that answers your question.
No, I understand what you're trying to say, because I'm just trying to see, because like what happened is a lot of people were, when it came to a lot of the magazines and a lot of the other I'm trying to remember, was it the New York Times and everything like this, were saying that it was Israel. It was because, again, since the occupation and everything, occupation or blockade.
It's a blockade.
Blockade, yeah.
It's a blockade. Now, it's going to be an occupation soon, but it's a blockade for now.
Yeah.
Once the ground forces are in there, it will be an occupation for sure.
Yeah, I got you. And I think, so when it goes back, the reason why, like, let me know if it's still background noise, but the reason why they call it a blockade or an occupation is because, like, how it was established, because like 700,000 of the original Palestinians had to leave or were kicked out. So people were saying that, oh, that's an occupation. So that's why they use that term. But since this has been going on, it's been like 62 hospitals that have been bombed. So everybody thought when that happened, then it's more than likely going to be Israel. And I agree with that aspect. Like, I'm not saying like it just seems, I was just trying to figure out like where you were standing on it. And it just like, I was trying to see where the nuances, what your take was coming from. And that's why I stayed on.
Okay, yeah, because I hope you understand. My take on this is, I think America is the problem in this, right? And I try to explain it from a higher, like, it's like just from like a top down view, okay? Because we're the main ones who have a vested interest in keeping Israel in power in the Middle East, right? So listen, it's not like I don't actually listen. I don't have a dog in this fight per se. It's just I just look at things for what they are, right? Because I think what's happening on the internet, a lot of people just get so used to getting wrapped up in something that pulls them to their side or their team that they forget that there's certain people that just look at a situation and say, okay, this is what's going on, and these guys are the problem, and the reason why they're the problem because of oil dominance, right? I don't know if you may disagree with this or not, but this is what I believe is going on. Is the reason why there's going to be a lot more resources being funneled down to that area is because we have to keep the dominance on there. If we don't, these Arab countries will normalize relations with each other, and that's not going to be good. Think about all these big Arab countries with a bunch of oil that pretty much can rival, what do you call it, the Eastern European countries like Russia, right? And they all unite and decided, you know what, U.S., it's a different price for you guys now. Do you think it's going to be beneficial for us, especially if our U.S. dollar is based on that? No. We have a vested interest in keeping these guys exactly where they are. This conflict is going to stay where they are. Matter of fact, we're fixing to make it worse by going after Iran because we've been fixing to go after them for a very long time. They've been standing in the way of a lot of our plans. And I'm saying our because we are in the U.S. too. So I'm criticizing that. So when I'm looking at Israel and looking at Palestine, I'm seeing pawns of a larger game that's being played and innocent people just dying in the middle.
Okay, and I like that's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to understand the take on it because I've seen and I've heard a lot of people, because like when it goes back to what everybody was saying when it comes to the anti-Semitic part, right? Mm-hmm. So a lot of people would say like when you critique or criticize Israel, what you're doing is being anti-Semitic, and that's the pushback that you see a lot of. Because like if you look at it, I don't know if you watch it. If you look at Fox News, what they actually say now is that when the students are up there with signs saying that, hey, free Palestine and stuff like this, that they're being anti-Semitic. But no, people are trying to point out some of the atrocities that occurred prior to this incident and beyond. And people have been trying to do that a lot in the past. But again, what they're always hit with is the anti-Semitic snap.
And this is where you can't fall for the propaganda, because you're right. You're right. Absolutely. And here's why I find funny about this, because who do you the people who would usually champion, especially back then when I would say when people were saying that a lot, where let's say someone like Nick Fuentes, because we talk about Nick Fuentes on this platform, when he does the shit that he does, that is anti-Semitic, but people would scream to the top of their lungs about that, right? Especially people in the Jewish community. But there were also other people who would scream at the top of the lungs for that, right? And it's usually a lot of people who are on the left, the same people who are marching for Palestine right now, right? They would also call out those same. Actually, they'd be the main one advocating for cancel culture on some of these guys to push that to it as far as they can go. So I just find it interesting that those same people are now, it's not now I'm not saying like they're all together, because there's certain elements that are protesting, like the ones in universities and whatnot. That's fine, but the ones who are going into airports and these are in Arab countries, this are like or Muslim dominating regions, right? This isn't in just like Western countries. Western countries, you got people walking around saying anti-Semitic shit, right? That's actually happening. They're saying kill all the Jews, we'll wipe you out. That's an actual thing that people are saying down there, but it's not as bad as when you actually go into these Arab countries, especially when the news was being falsely spread that Israel was responsible for that hospital bombing, right? They were literally talking about finding Jews and killing them. All right. There was a region they were just at where a bunch of guys gathered around the airport, and they were basically checking people to make sure to see if you were Jewish or if you were not Jewish. And if you were Jewish, the crowd was getting ready to cut your head off right there. They were chanting that stuff. That's a problem. So when people are, so what we've gotten ourselves in a situation is the people who used to scream anti-Semitism for stuff that wasn't as major are now like on the other side. It seems as though I'm not saying all of them are, but it seems like they're on the other side. And when we have the other people who used to actually be involved in that, especially people in the right-wing media in America, right, where they would say, hey, well, what about now they're you know, especially because the right wings they're pro-Israel, right? They're saying, hey, but look, they're actually doing anti-Semitic stuff out there, right? And the same people were saying, well, yeah, you know, you guys have been saying that about us. Now you're gonna say that about them. Oh, typical. But the thing is, a lot of things have been lost in the sauce because there is anti-Semitism going on, which is actually scary. But again, when you think about how do you, part of me actually believes some of this stuff, and I'm just being real with you, was there under the surface to begin with, because I don't understand it. But again, I think all the other part of it is just plain ignorance as well. People not really knowing a lot and just following the crowd. So it's tough.
Yeah, and I agree. I wish that what actually happened was if the United States, or at least somebody, actually critiqued and like was vocal on the issues and what the harms and attacks that Israel was committing on Palestinian citizens, right? Palestinian citizens.
Because they were getting bombed.
Yeah. I don't think it would have gotten this far, because it'll be just like, because like me and you, we're considered Black here in the United States. If they were going around doing what happened in South Africa, I don't know if you know how much you know about South Africa.
A lot.
But, yeah. Originally, you remember, like, it was Nelson Mandela wanted everything to be peaceful. And at some point when like just nothing was happening, nobody was listening or anything like this, the younger side of the faction got violent. And when they arrested Nelson Mandela, they said, hey, tell all the younger folks to stop the violence. And Nelson Mandela said no. And that's why they kept him in jail for so long. Because they were like, you won't tell them to stop. He was like, yo, we tried it peacefully. We've done everything we can. And I'm not advocating saying that, no, Hamas is hateful in everything that they did. I wish the PLO during the Oslo treaty actually happened. And the assassination didn't happen of the prime minister. And what happened, because of the assassination, like it ramped up, kind of like what happened here. They got on to Gaza, and then Gaza then elected Hamas, and then now we're into this thing right now.
We got to also make sure it was by force.
Yeah,
okay, because it was and you got to understand that Hamas is a real problem. Okay, a lot of these guys, they actually are Egypt. They originally, the origins for a lot of these guys are from Egypt, right? So Egypt knows exactly who these guys are and how dangerous they can be, right? And it was a certain section of them in Egypt that refused to normalize the relationship. Like that's the reason why that prime minister got executed or assassinated, right? Because he was willing to say, okay, fine. Let's I don't want war. Let's start walking towards a peaceful solution. But there are people in that region that don't want that, right? Because to accept a peaceful solution to them, right, it's hard to try to get into their mindset, because to me and to you, we're just sitting here like, yeah, just why not? I mean, there's so many people that have died. If you really cared, just admit to the peaceful solution and be done with it. But to them, it's different, right? To them, I can't get into their heads. I can't get into their mindset, right? But what I can say is people who are thinking this is just going to be some easy snap of the finger thing, let's send in the special forces and get everything gung ho. it's wishful thinking. It's not possible. So again, it really is a difficult situation that we're in right now. But you're absolutely right. Hamas is a problem. But here's the thing. I think they're a problem that they're not going to go away anytime soon, because I think that the United States, again, which is why I keep bringing the blame back to them, they need Hamas. I don't know if you remember when we were going after Assad in Syria because we were trying to topple the government. Because we didn't like where Assad was going with that government. You remember how we were making up the media propaganda? We got that machine cranking and saying that he was using weapons of mass destruction, essentially to gas his own people, right? Y'all remember that? And then we had to use Hamas proxies, okay, to fight Syrian soldiers to overthrow Assad. So I remember that happening. That was going on, but all of a sudden now the same United States that partnered with them are now turning around and saying, "Yeah, we're gonna help Israel destroy them." Do they again? When people, I'm talking about this to people who are trying to talk about a peace. Oh, John, I see you back here. Who are trying to talk about a peaceful solution? It's not. It's too complicated, right? The enemies used to work with friends. Now the friends are now enemies. It's just difficult. You remember? I don't know if you know when the Soviets were invading, and the U.S. partnered with the Mujahideen. That was Osama bin Laden's crew. Right, or at least he was running that crew, and we partnered with them. Why? For the sole goal of getting rid of the Soviets, right? And the moment we got rid of the Soviets, what happened? Well, we forgot that those guys actually don't like us, especially when we're giving a shit ton of money to Saudi Arabia. And then they decided, hey, this Israel thing that's going on, it's all of a sudden a problem. So then Osama bin Laden decided to do what he did, right? So again, there are a lot of these groups and a lot of these. I'm drawn on. But John, shout out to you. Go ahead. I know you got something to say.
No, just well, when it came to the Mujahideen as well, like we were backing a lot of different groups at that time, but they were upset that we left when we left and how we left, and they didn't like that, and so they came back and they said that we kind of left them high and dry. So like that was also an issue with there as well. But like I said, I agree, and it's a nuanced take, and like I said, me and John talked about it in the background earlier, where it just feels like. I understand that people want to rush in there and like send a big force, but when you're sending a big force in an urban environment,
it's a trap.
It's sticky. It's very sticky because now you start getting into like Mogadishu, Fallujah, stuff like that. Like,
hold on. Fallujah was that city where a bunch of U.S. Marines got like bogged down in a really bad like fighting. Right? It was like street to street. Like that was Fallujah, right? Yeah, I remember. I was watching a documentary on that. That shit is crazy.
So wait. So Fallujah happened twice. John will tell you. Fallujah happened twice. We had the first battle because was the Blackwater folks went in, and then you had the second one when they were trying to take back forces. And so you sending in a massive force into an urban environment, like me and John were talking about in the background, is like you're gonna have to go from house to house.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, it's tunnels there. So now not only are you mixing in urban warfare, now we're going all the way back to Vietnam, where now we're in tunnel warfare again.
And guess what? Now it leaves them open because now a lot of U.S. resources are going to be going in there. They have to protect that region, all right? Especially now that China's getting involved because they see the opportunity. They have to protect that region. And guess where the U.S. is not going to be, occupied in? At least with like whatever NATO's got going on, they're pretty much done. I mean, if they don't step up at this point before a new person gets in the office, or they better hope Biden gets reelected because it's over for them. Because like a lot of the Republicans, they're pro-Israel. All right, you see how the drums are beating right now. They're ready to send in the troops to go destroy Iran if they have to right now. They got the nuclear, the aircraft carriers right on the shores there, so they're ready to go. All right, if they take over in 2024, whatever is happening, it's going to leave Ukrainians vulnerable. Russia's going to clean house over there, and before you know it, we can find ourselves into some really, really serious problems, especially down there in the Middle East. So yeah, you're absolutely right. It's a trap. It's a big trap. I think it's a bad idea if they invade.
Yeah, and that's why. And I'm gonna let John go because I know John wanted to speak. But that's the main reason why I was talking about the reason why folks say special forces, right? Because you want targeted. Now, me and John know there's a difference between tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Like there's 3 different tiers that you can go down.
Can you explain that?
Okay, so tier 1 operates at like the very top echelon level. So they're what you call, I'm trying to figure out what that, like not provide too much information. Yeah, but they're like what they call. Yeah, they're black. They're black. You don't know what they do.
Oh, wait, what?
They're all CIA paid operatives. Like
black operator. Okay.
Yeah, black ops. So you have white ops and you have black ops. So for instance, because I put Jocko up there, so you have SEAL Team 1, 2, 3, 4. I think they skip 6, 7, 8, 10. I don't think there's a 9, but 7, 8, 10. Those are white. You know about those. When they typically, some of their operations that they do. When you go to the SEAL Team 6 and you go to DevGru, what we talking about? I'm trying to figure out the name that they go by now. No, I'm not even gonna say the name. When you go to Delta, you don't know what they do. They just show up and then they gone. You don't know anything that happens in their lifestyle. But that's what we're talking about. We're talking about tier 1.
Can I ask a question? So when someone like Cenk is saying sending the special forces, what is he? Is he saying sending the tier 1? Because if tier 1 are tier 2.
Yeah.
So in tier 1 is the top of the sphere, right? And
they wouldn't normally send them in for like normal hostage situations. That's if an ambassador was being tortured somewhere, you would get those guys. High profile cases.
Like I still feel like that wouldn't be enough though, especially
it would be like if the president got stranded somewhere, they would send them. They wouldn't even send the SEAL teams. They wouldn't send special forces. They wouldn't send what are they called? They wouldn't send the TACPs and the combat controllers, which are like crazy ass Air Force dudes. Damn. They wouldn't send none of them. They would send these are like the 100 best soldiers in the world.
So my bad. Because I know because my buddies they're Rangers, right? And they talk. Okay, so they would send guys like that in.
Hold on one second. Hold on before you do that, because like with the range, a lot of people. The reason why they say Rangers are tier 2, but they operate a lot with Delta. So like they jump back and forth depending on which one that you're in.
No, Delta is like what DevGru is to SEAL Team. Delta is to Special Forces. They're just like the elite of the elite. Like maybe 1 or 2 people get in a year kind of thing, right?
Yeah, and
you can have DevGru and Delta pick from other branches and other specialties. Rangers are just like the Army's version of like MARSOC, which are Marine crazy dudes. Like it's kind of hard to explain outside of like the.
I got a friend who's he's not a MARSOC, but he's what's the other one? It's a
Raider.
Raiders are MARSOC. They're the same.
No. It's recon.
Force recon.
Oh, yeah. Because he's got he's got a tattoo on. The dude is super bro.
Marines in general.
He be trying to swim all the damn time, bro. He's a real hard dude.
Here's a scenario. Here would be a scenario like if they needed to do, like go in and pull out like some high profile enemy politician for whatever reason they need to do that. Like a high ranking Al Qaeda member, they need to go in. Maybe even Osama. What they would do is they would get like a couple of companies of Rangers to go in and capture a nearby Air Force. They just paratroop in. They join up with the Air Force, paratroop in, capture a base or something that they can use for like an extraction point, and then they would bring in like a couple of special forces, maybe a couple SEALs, and some combat controllers, because those are the guys that do the air traffic way. They're on the ground, but they do air traffic way, and then they would go in. Rangers don't normally go in for like those kind of like search and rescue or sabotage kind of things.
So
they
don't you think it's a little ridiculous that like some of these guys who are in the media that act like they know so much are screaming at the top of their lungs that special forces need to be sent in? In your opinion, being in the military and whatnot, what would be, knowing fully well the situation down there, their tunnels that they got to go, and it's like you guys mentioned, it's going to be Fallujah 2.0. All right, what do you think would be effective level of force that would be required to at least be successful while minimizing as much casualties to civilians as possible? I know it's a tough question, but we got a bunch of people on the internet acting like it's easy.
I don't want to put myself too far out there. I was an MP. I'm tier 1. So I was military police. So I was the one they'd send in when like the Rangers got too rowdy off base or something.
This guy right here, bro. Oh Lord,
That's what I did. That's what I did. I wrestled all the infantrymen when they were being stupid.
John, no good time when he waited till they got tired out. Don't do
that. Yeah, something like that. But no, I did do ROTC at Notre Dame, so I got a year and a half experience of just leadership training. So just based on what I know doing like tactics and drills and stuff, like the best thing you can do in a scenario like that is just like you would have like your ambassadors and all that, politicians try to negotiate, your generals will try to bring up taxes, stuff like that. But like on the field work, your best tool would be like any informants or natives that can give you information on the tunnels, anybody you can recruit as spies that work at like anybody that would be like former soldiers in Palestine, over in the Gaza, where any kind of information you can grab from natives first is what your best tool is going to be, like where entry points are, where do they generally link up at, because I haven't seen the full tunnel work. It's got to be more elaborate than like in Afghanistan.
Oh no, it is.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying. They're saying a woman that got released, one of the ladies, she was talking. She actually gave a little description on the tunnels, and
they messed up with all that.
No, but she was
chat comments.
Yeah, she was talking about how like they went down and like it opens up to these massive like areas in space where these people. I'm like, yo, what? All that shit underground, that's crazy. So you can tell there's like an extensive networks that for all dude, and to even just be a soldier having to go in there, that I don't want. Listen, bro, like it sounds noble to die for a cause, but like if you're in there as a soldier, you got a gun, in this dark ass tunnel, you're trying
and if it's
bro, that's
like,
scary as fuck.
Like
that's so
traps,
scary.
They got pinch points.
It
It's
can be
on one soldier through. They're gonna you can't literally do nothing but crawl through, and even then you might get stuck. And then because I know in Vietnam they had spots where soldiers would literally get stuck and just die from like starvation and stuff.
Well, it wasn't just that. Like they had the little ones where like they fell in the water and you drown. Like literally you will crawl in. Yeah, and like you even cave it in.
Fall into snakes.
Yeah, cave it in. You would drown, and then you would try to throw like a gas grenade, but then they had water at like a little top part, like a little layer of water that separated them, so you couldn't even gas them out. So like what I think what a lot of people want, right? And it's like kind of me and John talked about this as well when it came to negotiation. You train, so like you try to negotiate, and while they're negotiating, you train, you work your information networks because they have a vast information network in Gaza. And what happens?
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
What happens is if you bomb and you just like indiscriminately bombing, or like let's say you kill, like they said, it's 95%. I'm just gonna go with that number currently, 95% civilians. You're no longer gonna have those networks working for you anymore. Like you literally just wiped out my family. Like I'm not talking to you. And they have like people in the West Bank. Excuse me, no one say West Gaza. West Bank are like trying to help Israel to like find the people and get the information to them. But if you're bombing their families, then I'm not talking. I'm like, it's done, it's over with. You're on your own. So that's what I'm saying. So the special forces will go in, and then you will find the folks that are basically, you cut off the supply lines, cut off the leadership, and then at that point, when nobody understands what to do, you're just strangling them slowly but surely. And that's what happened in a lot of the wars that we go in now. Is where we go with special forces first, and we try to take out the leadership first, and then we invade once we know where all the targets that we're looking for.
Let me ask a question, because like because you bring up familiar memories too, right? And I'm not saying personal, but stuff that I remember that we did before. Because I remember when we invaded Iraq, we did like a bunch of bombings. It was a coalition effort too, right? How long did we bomb them for?
Oh, you're talking about shock and awe.
Yeah, before we actually went in.
But hold on, wait, no. So what actually happened? No, we were bombing military stations, military depots, and like airports where they were at. Right. And then Air Force came in and then took over those airports, like John was talking about earlier. They ended up getting the CCTs and I think it's JTAC. They got them in. to take over those situations, ranges and stuff, to like basically cordon it off, saying like, now you have no air support. And then after that, they were bombing like Saddam's like basically like small militia that he had, because he used to have a military, but now he had a militia at that point. But he was bombing like those areas and his palaces where he would stay. They weren't just bombing like the intentionally bombing the city. Yeah,
and they didn't have like an underground network like
yeah, because
like most of the stuff they were running in and out of houses and you know, like hospitals and schools. They were hiding in like basic everyday buildings. So that's what made Iraq also look so horrible, is like we were bombing places that like most civilians know in their everyday life. This is like public buildings, you know, kids that are going to school in some of these bomb places, people living there. So it was easier to like weed them out, because again, everything's all surface level. You just wipe a building, now they got one less place to hide. And it's an easy known target. You can see it on a map. But it just, you know, politically and through, you know, publicly, it looks horrible because you're bombing apartment buildings and stuff like that. But now we've got networks and stuff to deal with on the ground where you don't even know where people are coming in and out of, if they're coming in and out of homes, if they're coming in and out of places that are hidden elsewhere outside of the city, if they're linked up to other cities, you know, things like that. You have no idea where you're going to hit or where they're going to hit from. So it just makes it that much more complex.
Yeah, and now you also got to think about it. Like, so now, like, I understand what a lot of people say, just run in.
Hold on, your audio, it's like it went crazy for a second.
Is it back? Okay,
yeah, a little bit, yeah.
So like when it came to the network, if you put in a big force, they can pop up from behind, and now you're in circle. Because again, like I said, I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Black Hawk Down, but like this will turn into something like that, where like you may have the tanks and everything in, but if I take out treads, if I start throwing whatever IEDs or whatever into like on the side of the road, you're not going to see, because this is all urban. Like, you're not going to know what that pile of trash is containing, and I'm just like, you don't know where I'm gonna pop out at. Yeah. And next thing you know, like you're in a whole just like John said, it'll turn into food bar like really quick.
This whole thing is just a bad idea, man. It's such a bad idea.
We should probably explain for most people what food bar means. It's like an old military term for shit just going off the fucking rails, is what that means. So when we say food bar, that just means it's like complete shit show. Just for those who don't know. But I wanted to add on to that, is like you said with the tone and stuff like that. We also got to remember, I don't know if you mentioned this because I was in and out of the stream, but like the culture there too is a lot like Iraq was, where they do a lot of indoctrination for a lot of the youth there. So you don't even know if, you know, like the teenage boy you seen walk down is an informant for them. And if they see anybody they think is an outside force, they're going to tell. And, you know, you can't just go in the tunnel systems, because any resistance you meet up front is just going to be like an alarm signal for deeper in, where they actually have like a lot of their base of operations and stuff. Yeah. So it's going to be harder to get to where you need to go. Like if you need to pull hostages out, well, if you hit up this spot, you know, all the way, sorry, camera, if you hit up this spot and they're all the way over here, they're gonna know here before you even get there, and they're gonna either kill the hostages, move them elsewhere, or whatever, and you're just gonna, you know, it's gonna be a shit fest.
Or worse, just set up a trap if they know you're coming. Why not?
That too, yeah.
You're in
tunnel, and then you're done.
Yeah, and the thing is, I guess this is what a bunch of tards who are talking about this right now don't understand, because they're trying to simplify the solution, and there's no simple solution. Again, everyone wants to be for one side or the other. It's not like that. It's a lot different than that. And if these guys, it's very complex, and I hate when what we've done to our what the media has done to our youth, because now a lot of people they don't have the capacity to think complex, think about the complex nature of this whole conflict. All right, for them it's just okay, you know, it happened after World War II, all right, and it's occupation, and that's it. Open their border. It's like okay, fine, all right. The bombings that's happening, okay, fine. What are the solutions? And they don't have anything. There's nothing. It's just more problems and just more pulling on heartstrings. It's difficult to because what do you even say to this stuff? Like, you can't they're gonna be bogged down for years. If they're already in there, this is not like a get in and get out, and this could possibly be the end of Netanyahu, because you're gonna get the Israelis in a long, very costly war. And the one thing I do know, because I know for a fact that in terms of stomaching losses, compared to a lot of these fighters, extremist fighters right now that are fighting Israelis, listen, the Israelis don't have that same stomach for loss. So the civilians may feel as though, okay, we want blood now. All right, Netanyahu, they might be pushing him to go in and launch that ground invasion. But once they really start to understand the reality of how, hey, a lot of your men and women are going to die in these tunnels. That's what's going to happen. They start seeing the bloodshed. I think the population are going to turn on him. And Netanyahu was put in a tough spot, because then how do you fix this? How do you actually fix this problem without doing what you're doing right now? Again, I don't have the answers. I don't, but I know this is going to flip on him. It's just not going to be good overall.
It's a terrible situation to be in, especially when you're in, because remember, Israel's been fighting for their claim to their land for a long time. That's just been a back and forth battle for thousands of years. But something like this, when the mentality and the idealism is so ingrained in the blood-soaked sands that they have there, unless you go to all-out war, it's going to take generations and generations of trying to negotiate peace and all that. You're always going to have, some extremist wing show up, restart everything over. If it's not Hamas, it's going to be something else. Just like when it wasn't Al Qaeda, it became ISIS. It doesn't end there, because that's just the world that it is over there.
These extremist fighters, they've actually found their way, and I blame the U.S. and all these Western countries for this, right? Especially for their fucked up job they did in the Middle East. But yeah, a lot of those extremists, they're in Nigeria right now. They make it unsafe for a lot of people. Especially they're killing Muslims in the north, they're killing Muslims in the south, they're killing Christians in the north, they're killing Christians, they're killing everybody. These jihadis, they don't care. Like these guys are of a different mentality. And where did they come from? These guys were trained by ISIS. Okay, they were trained by ISIS that migrated from where they were.
Al Qaeda, Al Baghdadi, who ran Al Qaeda, was literally number 2. Or no, he was the leader of ISIS. He was number 2 in Al Qaeda, and he was a doctor, so he's not stupid. So
this is what I clown Hassan for, because Hassan, I think he puts on the perspective these guys are like, they're poor, they're dirty, they're dumb, and I'm like, are you stupid? Yeah, the way he phrases that
is like real leadership.
Yeah, like even who's the guy that founded the Taliban? Al Qaeda? He founded Osama bin Laden. Founded Al Qaeda, right?
But he was a Taliban operative who was trained by the CIA.
Okay, yeah.
The CIA trained the Taliban in the 90s to be resistance fighters against the Russian.
But he was part of a wealthy family, though, right? His parents were like super rich. He has like 14, 15 brothers. They were all in like.
Yes, Leia, I am John.
Right, like these guys are not. They're not stupid, right? You can't. No. So when Hassan comes in and says, "Well, how do you expect these guys to have the capacity to like have a missile that can, do that much of a damage?" It's like, huh? These guys are smart. These guys are engineers. These guys are they
just don't have was trained on guerrilla warfare by the CIA, which is like their specialty. And I think and all that was their specialty.
I say part of that ignorance too, especially for guys on Netanyahu's side, because you think about it, Israel has all these technologies. They have the Iron Dome. They got all these surveillance equipment. They have these network of spies. They have all this stuff. Yet, with these rudimentary and primitive tools, Hamas was able to do this, right? Again, it's got to get people thinking, especially people on the Israeli side. Like, hey, we have all this stuff, this technology. Why did we let this happen? Did you let this happen, Netanyahu? Were you sleeping at the wheel? Like what? Because somebody once the drums for war that beat stops beating, okay, and people start coming to their senses, especially when the bloodshed starts mounting up, okay. They're gonna start saying, "Well, okay, Netanyahu, how did this shit start in the first place? How did these guys with all our advanced technology we got from the U.S. How were they able to make it here undetected? All right, and we didn't have the proper defense to make it happen. What the hell?"
Well, like, wait. Okay, there we go. What actually happened was like in an interview that he actually had, he talked about how he liked propping, like we need to prop up Hamas in an interview that they had. Because like
Netanyahu, right?
Netanyahu. I can't even say his name right now. Netanyahu said that, propping him up allows him for justification to do what needs to be done. And people have actually called him out for it. And that media source that he said that on. Now, it could have been, what would you call it? Doggone it, hyperbole, right? But it could have been hyperbole. But the fact that you said that, you're gonna get called out for that. Like, how did you not know X is gonna happen based off of everything that you have?
I'm gonna be real with y'all, man. My real thoughts when this whole thing broke out and I saw like how Hamas got in there and whatnot. My first thought was, there's some members of the Israeli government that knew about this. I'm sorry, bro. They knew this was coming. And what I was saying about Netanyahu, I've been absolutely right. This guy's a war hawk, right? He's such a war hawk that he's one of those guys that would probably do some kind of false flag to allow this to happen, to give him the justification he needs to occupy the Gaza Strip, right? And I that was like, because I'm not gonna come out there and start saying, I think this is. I'm not, but that was my instant thought. I'm like, this has to be an inside job. Like, there's no way you can have this sophisticated equipment and products, and you just let these guys come in on fucking gliders, for Pete's sakes, and bulldozers. Really? That a glider and a bulldozer can overwhelm Iron Dome and like a sophisticated civilian system? That doesn't make any sense. Somebody high up must have known. And the reason why I'm basing this off of, and this is pure speculation, I don't know. All right, but personally, that's how I feel. I think there are members of the Israeli government that knew this was going to happen. All right, but I think that because look at how Putin got into power, right? There was to unify or to pretty much solidify his sketchy rise to power. What did he do? He bombed friendly apartment buildings in his own territory. He was responsible for that, right? And people were like, yo, hey, Putin, these bombs you're blaming on the Chechens, it was actually you, because you were trying to blame it on the Chechen rebels, right? They're saying, hey, these guys, we got to go in there and we got to subdue them, right? And we got to stop them. And he planted a false flag, killing his own people to justify starting that war. So why is it such a surprise that Netanyahu, who has similar mindsets to that, isn't on that same game plan? Right. And we got people who are now off into their corners, but yet again, this is what's actually happening. Again, it's tough. And this is all speculation. I'm not saying he did it. Don't sue me. I don't want the FBI busting down my door. Relax. Okay. I'm speculating. But to me, you gotta, I'm an average guy. I don't know much. All right, but I do know how to listen. Okay. But when I hear that a sophisticated first world top tier country with top tier technologies gets overrun by bulldozers and people in gliders. I mean, come on, bro. Come on.
Well, to add on to that, well, it's like, I mean, we've got some of the best surveillance systems in the whole world made by China. But anyway, beside that point, and how long did it take us to find one man in the cave? I mean, granted, he's not an idiot, but Osama bin Laden's not the best tactician out there. And he's hiding in caves in Afghanistan. And we've got drones that can track thermal visions of people's footsteps for miles, but we couldn't find this one dude, But
I think part of that is because we got the wrong information. We expected him to be hiding in the cave, right? Because that was his.
If I remember correctly, the area that he was in, we had already searched.
It was,
many times over the years.
Yeah, but it was in Pakistan. The government wasn't working with us.
Right. It wasn't.
They were friendly to Osama bin Laden. They were very friendly to that family. So he was hiding in plain sight essentially, and we would have never expected that because we were getting tips here that he was over there, and and it was places where we'd assume.
And that could be the other thing is like all this technology you have, it doesn't mean anything if the people using it or the information you're getting doesn't work. You compare that to like Saddam Hussein. We found Saddam Hussein quick because the people who worked underneath him wanted them gone just as much as every other citizen. So they were like eager to give up the information. We found them in a fucking sewer hole.
Yeah, and I think that's what Israel should do. What kind of like what we did when it came to Iraq, like because remember like how we started off with shock and awe and just trying to clear up as much as possible. But then we went to hearts and minds, how we transitioned and we tried to get the affection of the people there and tried to get them to work with us. And that's how we got a lot of our information back then. was like we had to talk, we had to work with those people, right? And we were paying a lot of those interpreters and stuff like that, saying that, hey, we give you jobs. And like a lot of those interpreters were helping out some of our units and stuff like that. So I think that's what they're going to
that would be something that they would do, like send special forces in for.
Can you say that one more time, real quick? My bad, John.
Who, me?
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, that would be something we would use the special forces for. Is to go in, take some time, get friendly with the locals, and then try to get information out of them. Try to do like propaganda, help people who want to get into politics there, who advocate kind of our beliefs, help prop them up and protect them and give them platforms and stuff like that. Do like community work, because that's a lot what they would do in Iraq after they did all the bombing, is they would send special forces out there to do like a lot of like quote unquote Red Cross type stuff, where they help the people out that were suffering, try to remind them that the US isn't the bad guy. We're just here for the terrorists who also are killing you. It's like, it's us or them, and we don't want to be here. They're living here. It's like they're sacrificing you to the big bad US. Wouldn't it be better to get them out so that we can go home and leave you alone? That kind of thing. Israel should do that. It's like campaign that we're not the bad guy. We're trying to help you get rid of the bad guy kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that's the thing you would send the special forces for, because they're really good. They're
and Green Berets would probably be the best for the job, right? Because Green Beret, I know they're part of their training, or not training, part of their work.
Yeah,
training
but
other
like,
people in other countries.
You would need more bodies than just like that. And like the pipeline for special forces is already long as it is. It could take 18 months before you're a full-fledged, member of the special forces unit. I heard they were reducing that now. A lot of the training's being cut in like half and stuff, but like, you need as many bodies as you can get when you want to try to expedite it as fast as possible. You don't want to take as long as it took for Iraq. And even then, Iraq is still chaotic. They still have a bunch of factions. ISIS may be down to nothing, but now they got ISIS-K. What was the other one that they had that was really big in there at the time? I can't remember. They got some like Northern African extremist faction. That's
they got Hezbollah. Don't forget
Hezbollah. Hezbollah is big over there. They've got tons. I think of Iraq like California. They got tons of different kinds of gangs there. They all wear like mostly the same color, but they're all willing to kill each other for their own goals. Sorry.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, man. It's just sad to see that happen, and what's even sadder, people thinking that a simple solution is really going to be what's enough to solve all this, and you're ignorant. You're ignorant if you believe that it's going to be a simple.
And I wanted to throw a little philosophy out on that for Netanyahu's, like, as a leader, especially in the leader in the bedrock of chaos that the Middle East is. You gotta have to have like a mind for war to lead out there. That's a long history of violence. You have to have a tendency of violence just to enact peace. I mean, that's kind of how we were for a long time. We were all like, World War II and after, we were like, as long as you leave us alone, we're not going to get involved. But it was like World War I, World War II. We waited and waited and waited, thinking it was never going to happen to us because we're all the way overseas. What happened? We had the sinking of the Lusitania, and then we had the memo from Hitler to Mexico and Japan, plus Pearl Harbor. Eventually you get drawn in. And that's the thing about war, is like most people don't realize, it's like there's a reason why we try to be proactive about these kind of things and do as quick amount of damage as possible to the enemy, because the longer you let these things carry out, the more people get sucked into it, the more nations get involved, the more deaths happens.
What you said is exactly what the problem we're dealing with here in the West, though, because I think Western mentality, we're not used to that kind of quick, fast, violent, that's almost indiscriminate, and it's like that shock and awe, like we got to bomb, we got to do all these extra, because like we're seeing this, when we're seeing all the people die, we're like, yo, this is crazy. But then a lot of people not understanding this is war. We did that when we went into Iraq and Afghanistan. Just about every country we've invaded, we start with a massive bombing campaign indiscriminately to target some are targeted, others are just to send a message, and then we send in the troops. So Israel is just following the same thing. It's just that I personally think they're walking right into a trap because Hamas is being funded by big people, right? And then you got Yemen. I believe that they're thinking about getting involved. With,
I wouldn't be surprised if the sheiks all the way out there in Saudi Arabia and the UAE are behind it,
and that's the big problem. Why every time a war, guys, like listen, when a war breaks out in the Middle East, especially when it has to do with Israel, this is why a lot of countries that have they like you said earlier, they got to get upon it because it has such a chaotic ability to bring everybody in. Every single Middle Eastern country, even if they were working towards normalizing relationships in the past, all of a sudden, all that's gone out the window. And
not only that, a lot of people seem to think that solving this Israel thing, giving Israel back to the Palestinians or whatever the case, that it's going to stop the whole conflict altogether. It's like just say for the sake of conversation, Israel disbands, they all do another big diaspora out of there, or they get wiped out. And the Palestinians take over. Iran is still at odds with Saudi Arabia and Iraq. Iraq was against Kuwait, who was with Saudi Arabia. You got Transjordan, who's against, Iraq and Iran. They don't get along. You got maybe one or two countries out there that get along with each other, but they oppose everybody else because, you got the Shiites, the Sunnis, and I forget what the third ones are. They're fighting each other on the big front. And then you got power grab for land and oil out there because that brings in so much wealth.
What are your thoughts about people? I think religion does play a role, especially with the Muslims not getting along, Sunnis and Shias, right? Definitely, religion plays a role in that.
It's like the Catholics and Protestants, man.
Yeah. But my thing is how much does it play a role in this particular scenario versus the resources aspect and the economical aspects you were just talking about earlier? Because I think I think that's more of a thing. Yeah, you got radical people doing this now, but I think the people who are actually sharp and they're guiding this chaos right now, I think that's the real issue, and they're just having us focus on the extremists who are doing these crazy nonsense.
I think there's an underlying layer of differences in religious views for how this needs to play out. I mean, I'm sure Hamas has a way they want to do it and views and stuff they want to bring into it.
What is that? They say from the river to the sea, right? Is that,
something like that. Yeah, I heard their whole creed there at one point. They do talk about eradicating the Zionists.
Ethnic cleansing. They talk about that.
Yeah,
and that I don't agree with.
And they don't want to stop at just Israel. They want to move all the way west.
They want to actually. Do you know they want to take out Egypt? I was actually reading on that. They actually do not fuck with Egypt, even though some of them are Egyptian fighters. And I was confused about that because they got the ISIS inspiration, and apparently ISIS has a problem with Egypt. They don't like Egypt, so that's what. So it makes sense because I've been asking this question. Okay, the Egyptians and the Yemen, the Syrians, all these other people are talking about we got to unite and do this and. Why isn't Egypt that shares a border with the Gaza Strip? Why aren't they letting people in? And then it made sense because Hamas doesn't actually like Egypt either, right? Because the moment they go in there, they're like, "Oh yeah, we forgot. We also hate you too. So we're gonna come in. We're gonna kill you." So
Egypt did actually open up his border for a time, but it got bombed when they opened it, and so at that point, it's just like,
do we know who bombed it?
You know how it is. Some say Israel did it. Some said Hamas did it.
I was gonna say I heard the rumor. Back and forth, but I heard it was like a terrorist cell that was based out of Israel, but it wasn't Israelis or something like that. It was just some faction that was trying to get things going.
Yeah, because and that's the thing that the media also needs to acknowledge. There are a bunch of Jewish extremists too. They're out there. They are killing.
I forget what they call, but remember,
it's a certain name. It was they're even as ruthless, or probably even worse.
What was it? The 70s or whatever. There was a Jewish terrorist group that even went after Iran or something like that and killed some huge political leaders.
They are not a
joke. Way back then. No, they're not.
It's crazy.
But I would say when it comes to anything Israel and Judaism, it's an immediate unifier for like Muslims in general. You know, like, you could have your differences in religion, in Muslim religion, but as soon as you throw in that Jews are involved, they're automatically going to try and unite. You got leaders who are going to play that card. Like, this is a religious, a holy war kind of thing. You know,
Which in reality, it's like, nah,
it's not really. It's not really.
Because personally, again, I never bought into that bullshit, right? Because again, I'm not a religious guy, even though I can claim Catholic, right? Because it's just the name, but I don't practice the faith. When was the last time I've been to church? Like Easter last year? I mean, come on. I don't. But like the thing is, again, it's not something that is dear to me, but it's one of those things where I look at this scenario, I'm like, oh, well, I see that this area has a bunch of oil and a bunch of resources that we want. A bunch of companies want that, and also has access to even shipping routes where we have to ship those oils through to as well, right? You got the Mediterranean there and all that. So there are a lot of economics involved in that. So then you ask yourself, why is the biggest superpower so gung-ho about leaving Israel there? Well, okay, it's because it acts as that divider. If these Arab countries want to unite, well, then Israel just has to pop up, and all of a sudden it's the quick, what do you call, trigger for everyone to split up. If that makes sense.
They're tactical advantage points. I can't remember what the exact name is, but basically their base of operation.
Buffer state.
It's a buffer state. Yeah, it's a buffer state.
Erdogan is doing that same thing right now with some of these Syrians too. So
well, we've been after a couple of locations in the media. So, it's not just Israel. We want Muslim states. Like we had Jordan before it became Transjordan. For a while, they were a U.S. ally, and we were using them as a buffer state too, especially like way back in the Kuwait days. In the first Iraq war, we used them as an entry point into Iraq. And I think we did it again. I think we used, because we had federal prisons out there in Jordan. A lot of people don't know that, is that we had a federal prison out there.
You guys want to know what video this is called? It's called... it's by Real Stories. I'm gonna subscribe right now. I like to show my support. But they say Inside Radical Islamic Militias Undercover Documentary. They actually had a spot right here that I wanted to play, like this area right here. I want to play this little section real quick because it talks about the journalist that found the bombs and the missiles and guns in schools and hospitals, and they talk about how they reported it and they had to get out of Dodge quick, otherwise.
I see what Duke the Don listens to when he does all his research. He's over here listening to synthwave.
So, yeah, I know. That's just the song I'm playing in the background.
The one below it.
Wait, where's that? Oh, this one?
Yeah, the DeLorean.
Yeah. Or that lo-fi, little thing you put on loop. Yeah. Let's play this real quick.
This is the Gaza Al Jadida school in central Gaza City.
RTV correspondent Harry Fear covered Gaza for 3 years. When he tweeted that Hamas was firing rockets from within civilian areas, he was expelled from the Gaza Strip.
The moment he tweeted that, and here's the tweet right here. Early morning, #Gaza rockets were fired into #Israel, a well-known site in Gaza City near my hotel, was among the origin confirmed locales. What confirmed locales? Wow. So there's a guy who's on the ground over there who saw it and then tweeted it and then had to get out of Dodge.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I remember he was talking about that.
For me as a journalist, passionately connected to the civilians
That's
of Gaza,
the guy.
having worked there for 3 years, my primary allegiance is admittedly to the civilians of Gaza, because they're the ones that I have even personal connections with on an intimate level.
Wow.
However, I don't think there's any foreign correspondent who covered that summer conflict who didn't see prima facie war crimes committed by Palestinian militant groups. I don't think that's possible. It's not logistically possible. Rockets were being fired consistently from densely populated areas.
I think that's an interesting thing.
This one piece will make 52 this morning, and there have been 2 men moving in and out of it. Now, by reasonable doubt, and a blue tent has come up. It wasn't there last night. It came up just this morning, and there have been 2 men moving in and out of it. Now, by reasonable doubt, it's fair to guess that this is a potential Hamas rocket launching site that's being set up.
The most obvious example is when the Indian television crew went into Gaza for a short period of time.
This was in 2014. So 2014, so Hamas has been doing this shit.
Which captured
yeah.
Hamas
Oh, they didn't
militants or
firing
certainly
rockets
Palestinian
for a
militants
longest
firing
time.
rockets from
Yeah, that's what caused us to give them the Iron Dome. To
Go
give
ahead,
them the
go
Iron Dome, they because they've been doing it, like you said, and that's why we gave them the Iron Dome to stop all that from happening.
Okay, now it's really making sense now. Okay.
I think they were doing that like back in the Bush days too, weren't they? Firing rockets. And I think if I remember correctly, during Obama's era, they were targeting specifically like the places of high Palestinian concentrations in Israel.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't
Hamas
remember
was
what
doing
year
this?
that was. Yeah, there was like a couple of rocket attacks that literally landed right in, because like Israel, they have like a certain section of the state where it's like mostly Palestinians. That's where a lot of them live. Because that's how they do, like it's basically an apartheid, a religious apartheid.
Yeah.
It's the Palestinians.
So you have Gaza, and then you have the West Bank. Those are the two spots where they stay at.
Yeah, and they were targeting like a lot of sections, a lot of like residential homes and stuff like that in the West Bank. I think it was like was it the northern West Bank? I can't remember. It was so long ago, but they were literally for a while just simply targeting the West Bank, killing Palestinians, not mostly Israelis. It was mostly Palestinians that were.
Were they trying to get people riled up to say, oh, Israel's are killing Palestinians? What was the whole point of that? Why would you kill your own people? That doesn't make any sense.
Hamas thinks a lot of the Palestinians that live in Israel or Israel-controlled territories are traitors. That's what they do.
Are traitors?
Wait. So what happened was, so Hamas took over Gaza, the Gaza Strip, but the West Bank is different. The West Bank is actually run by the PLO. All right.
Yes,
the PLO originally wanted to go by the Oslo Accords, the peace treaty that they had, and that's when Hamas moved them out of the Gaza. And then now they're just like, okay, so now you are traitors, basically, like, because you want peace and we don't.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Well,
I think
it was the PLO specifically. I think it was Israel who was offering the West Bank as kind of like a treaty through the PLO. It was like, we'll give, this will be like your land.
I do remember it was definitely a joint effort between Israel and the PLO. But then I know for a fact that was the triggering source for Hamas to take over. I knew that because I know they all of a sudden they started pouring out of Egypt and then filling these areas, and then they took over and then forced a vote by these guys. Y'all want to keep playing this? I mean, this is just kind of interesting.
Put a one in the chat.
Yeah, hey, chat, you want to keep playing this? We can keep playing this too. I mean, this is a pretty smooth documentary. I actually fuck with this. Like, the guy was on the ground there. He saw it with his own eyes. I mean, you even heard it say, he said his loyalty is to the Palestinian people. So you can tell he cares.
So that's the rocket being fired today morning, a day after.
So they just fired. Okay, look how close. I don't know what building this is. It looks like a commercial building, maybe not, maybe residential, maybe a hotel. I don't know, but they just fired a rocket right next to this place. That's crazy.
So remember the exact spot the rocket has been fired.
Okay, so we're not actually going in there because it's been rightly pointed out to us that there could be an immediate Israeli retaliation. But you can see very clearly this is a very, very dense residential and commercial area, and therefore firing the rocket from here will obviously have serious consequences for those who live here should Israel choose to retaliate.
What the fuck? This makes so much sense. This makes so much sense. You're fine. Okay, so because then when you hear from the other side, it makes it seem as though, oh yeah, this is you got to do this. You got to they just want to attack these people, but like you're firing rockets knowingly from a dense area, and they're gonna retaliate because they don't want more rockets fired from that area. It's like you want these people to die. If you don't want them to die, just evacuate your own citizens from that area if you choose to fight from that area. I don't get it. I mean, you guys are already protected with the network of tunnels, but there's nothing protecting the people in Gaza. This is insane. Look at this.
They depicted that.
Oh,
and it was
go ahead.
Well, so that's kind of what like Hamas is doing, right? Because you're leaving us up with no choice, and it's kind of weird. Like I wish what Israel would do is kind of like what y'all are saying, right? You take out as many of those leaders as possible. That's when you bring in the major force, right? And then you allow the PLO to come in and then they establish their own state because the PLO is beneficial to you, right? And they've been helping you out. You get rid of the apartheid and you allow them to be citizens of Israel, then you were able to use the PLO to allow yourself to like be free of all those. And they're now taking over and they're supposed to police that whole region. Well, what ends up happening is like you said, if I send let's say an artillery shell, a howitzer, and John knows, and I hit that area, the howitzers, they're accurate. But if I'm off by a few, like just a small angle, I'm hitting that residential building.
Yeah,
and I'm taking out a few people within that residential building. So that's why I think
this is so tough.
Yeah, that's what I think the point you should do, right? And that's why I think me and John will also talk about the negotiation and sending in special forces to get the hearts and minds of the people there, clean out those Hamas, the Hamas militants, and then allow the PLO to come in. Because the PLO, I'm pretty sure, will want to come in and take that over, and then you can establish a two-state solution, and you be straight.
The main thing you got to do though is you got to like set up like a national barricade. You have to do embargoes. You have to search like any cargo coming in and coming out, because even if you put all this effort in, as long as extremists are able to get these rockets, they're probably not provided by the Egyptian government to Hamas. They're probably smuggling these in. I mean, some of these are probably like Chinese and Russian, artillery and rockets and stuff that they're shooting out, or maybe even U.S. ones, but they're getting it from somewhere. These are black market weapons that they're getting smuggled into the country because Hamas controls so much ground there that they can smuggle in. You gotta find a way to keep the weapons and stuff from being smuggled in as well, because as long as they can keep rearming themselves, it just draws out the effort. If we can choke them, starve them of supplies that they need, while still putting in the image, the face that we're just here to try to make everything better for everybody else, and then we get out. It makes things go a lot faster, because I don't think we really did that with Iraq. They were still smuggling so much weapons through. We weren't, because it's a vast desert out there. It's hard to want to disperse the resources to effectively barricade the state down. I mean, we were doing that with Syria. You saw what was going on with Syria. They were calling for Russia to get involved as well. So
and Russia got involved.
Yeah. And that's a consequence of it. But that's what you got to do to snuff out your enemy. You got to make them use the resources they have while not being able to get new stuff. And then eventually, what are their options left? When they run out, they either have to give up or they have to, try to smuggle themselves out because they can't fight anymore.
Harrison says Duke is bought into Israel propaganda. Dude, you're high.
So so also when it came
dude, what are you talking about, dude? He says if you think this is about Hamas, you're lost.
Well, hold on, Harrison. We know it's not specifically about Hamas, but this is what's happening.
Harrison just kind of came in at the end. I don't know.
Yeah,
Harrison knows what it is. Hey, Harrison, call in. We're actually having a conversation.
Yeah, you can call in. Call right in.
Whole discussion. But no, one of the biggest things though, what helped us in Syria is that.
Wait, come on. Did y'all think I bought into some kind of Israel propaganda? That's crazy, bro. I'm actually on the panel right now because I think I've been pretty balanced on this thus far. I don't support neither of these guys. I don't support any of it. I've been talking about the real issue here, which I think is just for oil resources, but no one else is talking about that.
I think it's about religious warfare.
I see. Again, I'm on the opposite side. I think it's less about religion and more about oil.
They're on a religious crusade first and foremost against the Jews, and then once the Jews are gone, then they're gonna battle. I don't remember.
You're talking from Hamas side. I'm talking about Israel side. I think Israel's wrong too, because I think they're doing this because they're doing they're allies with the United States, and the United States needs that oil dominance over there. They have a vested interest in keeping these Middle Eastern.
It's not about oil dominance with Israel. Israel doesn't have much oil.
Well, I know it's not for them,
but it's about traffic control. Like I said, it's a buffer state. We can police the Middle East.
Right,
foothold, and Israel's our foothold.
They're that fort in there, and I said this a long time ago. Y'all remember that when it was a while ago in one of the videos, I said Israel was a fort for the United States in the Middle East. I don't know if people got mad at me, but people were like, "Oh, well, Duke, what do you say that? It's a country." I'm like, "Yeah, I know it's a country, and I know you guys want to call that, but honestly, we gotta be real on what it is and what they're there."
It wasn't just Israel. We had Jordan, and then we had Kuwait.
And Kuwait,
and then as many and originally it was against the Soviet Union. You know, we wanted to try to reduce the spread of communism. So that's why because they were looking in the Middle East, we were looking in the Middle East. So that's what that was about. But with the the rise of the oil barons and the Saudi elites and stuff like that, we use Israel basically as our drop ground, and they get the brunt force of it in retaliation. But that's where we like to send our troops and plan our attacks. And, that's why I was surprised that like Bush and Obama didn't make Tel Aviv the embassy out there, because that would have just made a stronger foothold for the U.S. military, having the embassy, not the embassy, the UN, the what do you call it?
Wait, hold on. You talking about putting the embassy in Jerusalem? Wait, what?
Yeah. No, they were talking about putting it in Jerusalem, in the city Tel Aviv. That's what what's his name?
I
That's
thought
what
they
Trump
originally.
did.
Yeah, no. Trump put it in Jerusalem. We originally had it in Tel Aviv. And
you're right. I had it backwards.
And the reason why they didn't do that is because they weren't trying to. They were under, like, you were trying to say, like, okay, I don't want to say that Israel owns Jerusalem, because the Palestinians still sitting over here saying that. This is also our holy city.
But it would solidify Israel's claim, and it would make them a stronger ally, and it would make them a better, more beneficial as basically a military outpost.
Yeah.
But then it makes the Palestinians more desperate, saying that, oh, so you accept everything that they've done to us and how this occurred and stuff. So it's basically like you're losing foothold in one area by gaining foothold in another area.
And not only that, they would have, because the rest of the Arab League were pretty pissed off at that time anyway. So you would have risked just further destabilizing the region.
Remember, back in like the 90s and early 2000s, that's not something we so much cared about,
Yeah.
Like, especially with like the Iraq War and our oil grabs that we were doing and trying to defeat the Saudi Arabia. Like I said, Bush and Barack both claimed that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to help the Israel allies and put the foothold that we needed.
But I think that part of it is still. I think part of it is still what's going on there, though, right? Because I still think that the fact that Israel is still there, it still prevents. Even though, like, you got Egypt that was still trying to normalize relations, before that fell apart. You had Saudi Arabia, who's actively behind the scenes. We're actually trying to normalize relationship with Israel. The new leader is it Mohammed bin Salman, right? Is that, am I saying his name right?
The one prince that became
the king now, right? He's been trying to normalize relationship with Israel for a while, and I think that there's a reason why this invasion sparked. It wasn't like a random thing, because I think that if Saudi Arabia would have folded to Israel, I think that it just killed the hope of a future where Palestine where Hamas would liberate, Israel, Palestine from Israel, right?
Yeah. So real quick, just because my ADHD went wild with this one, is his brother still exiled from Saudi Arabia? The one prince?
Who? Oh no, I thought
what's his name? The one that's been exiled for the longest time.
He's not
the one that was like a big Trump fan or whatever. I can't remember his name, but he's been exiled.
He's probably still alive
since Obama. Since Obama days. I remember when his brother came into power, he said something about ending the exile and allowing him to come home, but I don't think he ever did, because he was a huge Israel and U.S. Ally.
Yeah, but I would because I would think if Saudi Arabia probably normalized and they were successful in normalizing relations with Israel, maybe that would have been a possibility of him coming back if he was pro. Because I think they're turning around now because they want nuclear weapons at this point. They want to switch up from the oil that they got going on. So I think that's part of the reason why this attack happened when it did, because their people have a vested interest in preventing that from happening. So it totally makes sense to me. Again, I just see it from like a economic standpoint. I think that's what they're doing. And again, it just further destabilizes the region. So anyone who's thinking there's going to be peace and whatnot, Hamas has already made clear they're not. I mean, they might advocate for a two-state solution now. I think it's just because it's going to be a temporary ordeal, so they can rearm and reattack. But if you look at their creed, these guys are serious. They're not taking any kind of compromise. They preach this in their churches. They preach this to their followers. They preach this to their citizens. All right, they're getting them ready for continued sustained resistance, especially now that Israel's going in. So it's tough.
But like I said, me and John, I think, I don't know if the solution that I advocated for will probably be the best solution, is to utilize the PLO and like move in with, first off, getting rid of the leadership first, finding all the caches, going, instead of bombing, going in like that way, then bringing in the big troop and then allowing the PLO to take it over. You don't have to occupy it. Once you clear out, you clear the region, like kind of like what we did in our Afghanistan, actually. When we tried to have the Afghan army, we would clear out a whole valley. And then after we cleared out a valley, the Afghan army was supposed to come in and then take over that lot of land. And then we pulled out. And that's how they should do it here in this area. So then now no longer you have Hamas in that region. You have PLO, and PLO is very partial to being to a peaceful solution with Israel, and they'll take that two-state solution. And at that point, once you have that two-state solution, everything that happens at that point is that if attack comes from Gaza to Israel, then whose fault is it? It is the PLO's government's fault. And now you have somebody to blame.
I see that, and that's not a bad solution. Again, that's something. But are people going to listen? Are people going to try? That's a different story. You know?
Yeah. Well, to add on to Scott's point on that is like a lot of people would like you say, you know, look what happened with Afghanistan. A lot of people got to remember the difference between Afghanistan and Egypt. You know, Afghanistan, a huge portion of their population is extremely illiterate. A lot of them are, you know, doped up on things like hashish. So that's why the Afghan army was effectively useless, especially against fighting the Taliban from taking it back over. But Egypt's not like that. You know, Egypt is one of the most educated countries in Africa. It's also one of the wealthiest countries in Africa. You know, I mean, it's hard to compare Egypt to the U.S., obviously, but if you give it its due, they are much more capable of rebuilding and restabilizing their own region than the Afghan people ever were or ever will be at the rate they're going. So, like, you know, it would take time, a decade, 2 decades, trillions of dollars of investment, you know, not just from the Israel or the U.S., but, you know, it's got to be like kind of like a global effort. But we can slowly but surely restabilize at least the southern end of the Middle East and Northern Africa using Egypt. But we would have to go in the same way we went in with Iraq and Afghanistan. We'd have to go in hard. We'd have to do a lot of damage. We'd have to, you know, be political monsters in order to get where we need to be. And this is not a quick and easy solution. There's going to be deaths. There's going to be, you know, casualty and destruction. But if we want peace, again, peace is never an easy thing to obtain. So that's what we got to do. You got to do the hard and ugly shit first, and then take the time to build the peace. Peace is built. And it's not earned.
I think we're going through that hard and ugly shit right now. It's going to be really tough because you're seeing all the violence and all that stuff. Frankly says, what is the stream? I mean, respectfully, but it's probably better for you to do your red pill popping off stuff because this doesn't seem well researched by your usual standards. I don't even mean by well researched. If you want to call in and let me know what is not well researched, because here's what I get when I do stuff like this, right? A lot of people say, oh, it's not researched and whatnot, but then you're not offering anything, right? You're saying this and that, but again, we have stuff that's there. We have the research. We have the stuff that we're calling out. We have stuff to call out the lies on both sides. Again, I think people who are doing stuff like that, if you don't like, because again, this is one of those things that gets people on one side or the other, especially on emotional. They're wrapped up on one side and they say, "Oh, this conflict has started here," and then people wrapped up on the other side. This isn't about that. This is just about a lot of people talking about it, and it's something that, you know, even the people who are talking about it and claim to know what they're talking about don't even know what they're talking about. All right, we're having a discussion to try to get to the bottom of it because Hassan is not really doing anybody justice. So again, here's the thing: you guys got to understand too as well. It's one thing. Frank is saying do the red pill stuff. I mean, it's my show. I can do what I want, and red pill is. I don't know if you guys notice. I'm not joking when I say these guys give me a brain brain fucking aneurysm. Like I think y'all want me to go through an Ellie grave and die. It's one thing. Like, I literally get depressed talking about these red pill people sometimes because I like it. And I'm not even surprised that I see the same idiotic nonsense when we talk about things on politics and all these other stuff because people are not really do. You see the same similarities in behaviors. You guys are all in the same echo chambers. It doesn't matter where the fuck you guys are. Okay, so if I want to talk about this, I'm going to talk about this. If I want to take a break from losing brain cells because Fresh doesn't understand what day it is today. Okay, I'm sorry.
And I've never seen this dude on here before. Anyway, like he never in the comments. I've never noticed in the comments.
I think I've seen. Maybe I've seen Frank before, but. Yeah, I have a whole political channel. I just find it very interesting. So I'm not supposed to have an opinion, like, bro. Like, that's like, listen, it's got to be different. All right, it's got to be different. Red pill or not, it's got to be different. Because listen, these guys they talk about this shit too, and they get it wrong. So what's wrong with doing a stream to set the record straight? So
and frankly, if you've got
I think people say they're ready to tell you they're ready to tell you that you're wrong if you have something you don't agree with. But I'm not here to have you agree with me because I know that's part of the reason why people are saying that. It's right thing or wrong thing. I don't have a right thing or wrong thing. I think both sides are equally evil. All right, you got one side that they're doing these horrific atrocities, and you got the other side that are bombing people. I think it's evil. I think it's all evil. And if you're on any other thing than on that, then I'm sorry, but I don't know what else to tell you. But this shit's fucking evil. But to sit there and say I don't know what I'm talking about, you need to go ahead and offer a perspective. If not, then I mean I'm really not going to listen to what you're saying. So
somebody put W Hamas in the chat.
No. Oh Lord, have mercy. No.
That's good. Let them do that. Let them W Hamas, whatever it is. Because again, some of these people, when I don't think they really understand, and that's part of the ignorance, especially when we see in these Western countries. Like it's so ignorant, it's not even funny. So yeah, W Hamas, right? I mean, that's what you want. Shark killed wrestling. Don't ban him, by the way. I don't think he should be banned for what he's saying. I think more people should know that there are people out there. If you want to W Hamas, if you're expecting me to say, if you're saying that I'm pro-Israel, I'm not. I think L both. If you're saying W Hamas, you're weird. If you're saying W Israel, you're also weird. Like this shit's weird. Like y'all supporting teams and whatnot. It's weird, bro. Like get over it. Like for real, learn the facts. If you learn the facts, you realize that both sides are shady as hell. So shady. But I mean, again,
it's a government. The whole purpose of government is control, and control means oppression, and oppression means somebody's got to suffer. So. If you support any government and you think they're the best thing in the world, you're a fucking idiot. That's what I say.
Joy says, I like red pill guys. I like bashing red pill guys, but I appreciate a break from the migraines. Bruh, you have no idea. Y'all know I started to take a lot more breaks like during my streams. Like I used to stream like every day, and like sometimes I'd be like, yo, Lord, give me fucking energy. All these guys.
Well, shit.
Like I have a shit ton of videos planned, right? And I'm sitting there like, and someone like fresh and fit, like it's just fresh.
Yeah, no, I feel that.
God,
like shout out to LT. I hope he uses this stuff. Shout out to LT, but like sometimes I gotta take a break from him.
But, man, because like it's just I can't do it, bro. I'm a human being too. If you don't like it, I don't.
I love
like no. Like primarily, no. This I love LT, but primarily, obviously, it's a red pill channel. But like, dude,
yeah,
like
no, man, I think like you said, what you had here it's a broad channel, man. I hear you talk about like a lot of stuff, and you bring in even when you talk about red pill, like a lot of things from the outside in and like what's happening in politics into this as well. So like and happening in society as well. So no, it's good like this and broadening out. And having this like, and I like that. Like I said, I've been in here. I listen to you a lot. Like if I miss you, I listen to it at work. And listening to your points and takes on it, man, it's just great to have this conversation. Like, and I know I came in a little hot earlier. I just wanted to hear. It just seemed a little different, and then that's what I'm saying. Like when me and you talked it out. Like we both came to an agreement, and I understood your stance, and I wish more people would do this.
But most people aren't. What they'll do is they'll just instantly when instead of trying to hear where you're coming from, they'll just unsubscribe, or then they'll just comment something and say, "Oh, because you set them on agreement." It's like, no, you're not understanding where I'm going with this. The violence is poor on both sides. Yeah, just like you said, you came in hot because you probably thought I was saying something else on stream that what I already meant, right? But is Franklin gonna call up here and tell me, hey, what what research is not being done. Like they're not gonna do that. They're not gonna call up and do that. They're just gonna say it from their chair, not giving any points whatsoever. And it's honestly just kind of weird that y'all be doing that. Like, listen, it's nothing wrong with telling people they're wrong, but you know what they're wrong on, so you can challenge them. Because if I'm wrong, I want to be better, but don't just sit there and tell me, oh, you're wrong on this. Like, because from what I'm looking at, it seems like I'm dead on. I'm dead on a lot of what I'm seeing right now. Again, that shit, I got to change my mind. But it is what it is, though, right? Hey, says W, peace, and love. Yes, we need more peace and love in this world. But unfortunately, are we going to get that? I don't know. I have no idea. But I'm going to let you guys go ahead and say what you guys got to say. I got to close this out. It's almost midnight. Oh, it's past midnight.
Oh, shit. It's almost 1 o'clock. Hell
yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of said what I already was trying to say. My bad, interrupted. Yeah, no, man. No, I appreciate you letting me on real quick, man, just to see where you coming from and understand like the points that you were giving. Yeah, man, just keep it up, bro. And I'm not gonna say peace to the Saints, but yeah, let's forget about such.
Don't do that on my channel, bro. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, man, my bad, bro. I knew somebody was gonna get it in. But
Get that shit out of here. You too, brother. All right, John, what you got for us, bro?
Nothing, man. I just wanted to, add a little bit more info on like how the background on how the military kind of operates on these kind of things.
Yeah.
Just because, I did a little bit of studying myself, and I know people who have done it and been involved. Like I told Scott, like I knew a guy who was part of the whole Fallujah ordeal. I know people who've been to Iraq and Afghanistan can tell you all sorts of stories, ranking from tier 1 to tier 2, even some Navy SEALs I know. So I just wanted to hop in, do what I do, come in here, throw my threes in the chat. Other than that,
it's always we got ones and twos, by the way.
But you know me, man. I'm always the one throwing the threes.
Hey, throw your threes up, man. That's fine by me, bro. But shout out to you, John. Anytime, anywhere, bro. Especially when we saw more like because here's the thing, I want to do the calling shows more, but I think these are the type of streams where I want to be able to do that, right? Because Red Pill stuff, I don't want to sit there and have fun about that because then it gets repetitive. But I want to do more because y'all remember back in the day, some of the guys I used to do like a lot of call-in shows, bro. I don't know why I stopped doing that. That shit used to be fun.
I don't know either. The last one I called in,
a lot of call-in shows. I don't know why I stopped, bro.
The last one I called in, it was me and Francois about the Andrew Tate lawyer thing. I wouldn't even call that a red pill thing. That was more like a political kind of thing. Like stuff,
because I like to bring it up.
Yeah.
Oh, we got the Elon episode coming up too, but I think there's an update with Andrew Tate. That's tomorrow's episode. We gotta do that. There's an update coming up, so I gotta get that out there. But then we gotta do So I want to do more of these so we can like open up discussions and whatnot because I think it's important that people need to see that. Again, I think in this comment actually our purpose. Let's say that 20 times. This is actually right. It says left versus right for most things when the middle is usually the best choice or closest to the mutual agreement. That's facts. Like, listen, our channel, we're never gonna be appreciated. That's just what it is, all right? Because here's the thing, when we talk about one side, there's always a group of people that love it, right? But then when we talk about the other side, there's gonna be other groups of people that love it, and the people that used to love it may actually hate it, right? You notice that, and we live in a society right now where it's easy for one person to spew one thing on one side, galvanize people, and then they can skyrocket the fame, right? And they do it on the other side too as well. They skyrocket the fame. But the people who are trying to say, let's bring some nuance into the conversation, they're the ones who get shouted down because it's easy to shout down people who are not fanatics, right? That's the problem with people who are on the left and the right. They don't even realize that. That's why I spend so much time clowning y'all niggas, because you guys would shout down people, and the people usually shouting down are people who are in the middle. They see the errors on both sides. They're not trying to join the scene. They're not sitting in people's chats talking about W Hamas or W Israel. Like, this isn't a team game. These are people's lives. And this is the same disgusting shit with the Russia-Ukraine shit, right? It was just like W Russia, W Ukraine. It's like, what? There are hundreds of thousands of men dying. A whole generation of men wiped out.
Yeah, to add to that, I get a lot like
who's winning?
Only the greedy politicians. I mean, Putin's not even winning at this point. But I was gonna say, like, I get a lot of hate online sometimes because, like, one of the things I say is like FDR was a warmonger, and I think the dropping the atomic bombs was actually a bad decision in Japan, and a lot of people hate that, because I think there should be a better way to solve war besides killing innocent children. But
there's always a better way, but I think they're monsters who just find it easier to just do that because it's easier to strike fear in people's hearts.
It's easier to justify doing something horrible if you paint the enemy as a monster as well.
It's honestly so sad, bro. I freaking hate it. Or your purpose, you're right. Extremes are annoying. I hate it. I hate extremes on both sides. Lay says the tunnel info was good. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't listen. People who are running with information right now don't know any of this stuff. They don't know. Right, they just run off with slogans. They listen to Hassan and they run off with that. And as long as it's pro whatever they're fighting for, they don't care. That's what I'm saying. These are the same people that don't actually care about the citizens, the people on both sides who are extreme. Y'all don't care about the people. Y'all just using the people to bolster your sides or whatever argument for your side. And it's dumb because none of y'all would ever set boots on the ground over there in the first place. Especially some of y'all lefties that I haven't gotten people on the left for a while. This is.
I mean, I'm a liberal, so
no. I would consider myself a liberal, but liberal is different from people who are on the left. On the left, right? Liberals are more in line with our think. People on the left are a different story because these are the same people. Like realistically, bro, as a person, they would consider liberal, right? You would consider liberal. You would know if you go to some of these countries, they don't share the same ideologies you do, right? The same thing. You guys on the left, you go to some of these countries. They're not gonna share the same ideologies as you do, bro. I saw a dude in Europe who was it was for LGBTQ for Palestine, and it was this dude, dancing around with the Palestinian flag. I'm like, bro, if you do that over there, they'll throw you off of a building. I don't understand this.
They did that in Pakistan. They had the Pakistani government was requiring Facebook to help them weed out any LGBT supporters or members and all that, and they were literally jailing them and executing them, throwing off buildings and stuff.
It's crazy, and these guys don't listen. I'm from Nigeria. I understand what it's like to live with Sharia law, right? A lot of people who are enjoying certain freedoms right now. I'm gonna tell you this: it don't exist with Sharia law. They will chop your hands off. All right, they'll tie you up. All right, take you to a top of a building, and they will just throw you off, and they'll just watch you fall. That's the punishment for that. So you guys are dancing around for culture. Again, not all cultures are equal. I get where you guys are coming from and stuff like that, but some of these people on the far left that I'm seeing that you're not even consistent on your own cultural values here. You're not even consistent. That doesn't make any sense, right? You're here trying to fight for people who, when they get what they want, they will turn around and burn you. Where are all the LGBTQ in Palestine?
What's her name? Linda Sorsar, the Muslim woman. Yeah, she was advocating for the hijab being a symbol of women's autonomy and all that. And it's in Iran, women were getting jailed for not wearing the hijab. It was a symbol of oppression in Muslim religion for as long as it existed. Burqas were another one. It's why would you use a symbol of oppression as a symbol of freedom and autonomy?
You're absolutely right.
Do what you want to do, wear the hijab, but don't use it as a symbol of freedom if women are literally serving time in prison for not wearing it.
You would think,
or getting beat for not wearing it.
You're absolutely right, and you would think people on the left who see that, right, especially people who are advocating for female rights and freedom of speech and freedom of all this stuff, you would think that you would agree on the morality issue of innocent people dying. Let's agree on that, but the fact that we're not acknowledging that cultures are different here is a different story to me. It's just very, very confusing because I'm like, okay, some of you guys, people who are going gung ho, you guys are going against these people. It's all right. It's one thing to be against, the subjugation and the death and toll and whatnot. But if you're out here saying W Hamas, you idiots, they will chop your head off. If you're an atheist, dog, they'll kill you. Okay, W Hamas. I don't know a bigger ignorant statement than someone doing something like that. Realistically, I'm sorry, that's ignorant. You're dumb. They're not gonna share the same thing when you're trying to talk for your freedom. All right, we're all, y'all don't get it, bro. That's the thing that's so
they're over there fighting religious wars, just because the Shiites and Sunnis. It's basically rich family struggles over there is what the Shiites and Sunnis are. That's all it is.
Yeah.
One family doesn't like the other family, but they're literally using that as a reason to kill each other's children in the streets and bomb schools and things like that.
It's
and
weird.
You're like, oh, I support this group, I support that group. Their whole charter, like the Hamas charter, says they want to eradicate people, whole groups of people, just because of religious or political differences. And you got maybe whoever that was, I forgot who it was. Maybe he just wants to be a troll or contrarian, but like
there are
that's
people
like
who are
saying
doing
W
that.
Hitler.
Yeah, right.
Or W the Young Turks, because Cenk obviously can't admit that he wants to name his channel after a group of young genocidal maniacs.
Yes, bro. It's just so crazy how far like things have come. People who are talking about we want to punch fascism in the face, and they're advocating for fascism. Go figure. Now you're proving to people on the right, correct, that you guys are advocating for fascism. And it's like, we can't listen. It's one thing to condemn the violence. It's another thing to promote Hamas. Like, you're crazy. After just seeing all this with the tunnels and the draping of dead women and all this stuff like that, obviously it doesn't excuse the death toll and whatnot, but to see all that and say, yeah, that's a W in my book, you're crazy. I'm sorry. You're not a human being. You're someone who's spent too much time on the internet following or caping for teams. You're not in and that's the problem. I think people have forgotten, just what it's like to live in a real world and just
COVID's made people a little too relaxed in their own homes.
Yeah, and too comfortable with violence. Apparently, that's what it is. We're getting a little too comfortable with violence, and it just does not make any sense.
Honestly, though, I'm a pushback on that. I think people just have that desire for violence to begin with, and they just look for an outlet to express it.
They have a desire for it, but they ain't got the stomach for it. That's the thing. They got the desire for it. They ain't got the stomach for it. Same thing with Hamas.
Because I guarantee you that same dude saying W Hamas,
he ain't got the stomach for violence.
You see somebody get injured, that dude's probably running, crying, screaming like,
running for the hills.
Yeah, probably faints when he sees blood.
You watch what an AK-47 does to a human skull. It's not something where you see that long enough. You're not going to be saying W this, W. You be advocating for peace. People who understand war want peace more.
So you don't even got to do that. Go that far. Come to Chicago. I can show you hot spots there. People are dying.
Oh, you in Chicago?
My father used to live in Chicago.
Oh, I was gonna say I'm in Wisconsin. I'm like right up there.
Oh yeah, no, I moved away from there a year ago, not a year ago, like a decade ago. But but I used to live off of Union. Well, my father used to live off Union Street. My mother didn't live there. She was like, no, none of that. She lived in Southern Michigan, but like I used to bounce around from there. Not here and there, but yeah, I'm familiar with Chicago.
Aya says MAGA uses left and liberals interchangeably. Yeah, I hate that because a lot of people are more like liberals. Let's see, left and liberals are two different things. Liberals are probably more in line with kind of what we're doing over here, and left people on the left are not. They're just not. They're not going to.
I would say we're not so much politically like locked in, because like Destiny's a liberal too, and he's a little more left than we are.
Yeah, he's on that. He's on that.
Who was another good one? Or they used to call him the king of or the GOAT liberal a long time. Joe Rogan, he's a liberal. And he's more right than we are.
I would say, I was gonna say Joe Rogan is way to the right than I am. I wouldn't even call him a freaking liberal. Like, and that's crazy because people calling me liberal and him conservative. I'm like, huh?
Yeah, like Joe Rogan's for like abortions and transgenderism as long as it doesn't involve children and all that stuff. Like he's got some pretty left-leaning views. He just also loves to hunt and this and that.
That's probably confusing a bunch out of that shit. Just
I know he's more like socially left than I am.
Yeah.
But I'm way more religiously left than he is.
I would say I'm more on that scale, probably more of us in the middle. Because I hate just, it's not even just out of the pure hatred of just trying to like stay away from sides or anything like that. It's just more on the lines of I used to be on both sides. That's where like a lot of this stuff comes from. And when you're in the side long enough, first of all, the moment I sense the hypocrisy, then I'm like, oh, this is what it is, right? Because when I was in college, right, you want to talk about to the left? I was way over there, bro. You would catch me protesting, and when Scott,
I was out front with signs for Barack Obama with my grandma.
Yeah, when Scott Walker did his bullshit in Wisconsin, I was out there protesting for our teachers. Fuck that shit.
Yeah,
All right, bro. I was out there, and then and I'm still like a lot of those aspects. I'm still gung ho about, right? But then you grow up, you start seeing a little bit of the hypocrisy on the left. You say, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, we can't. If we're saying we're for this, but we're doing the exact same thing we're blaming those guys are doing, that's crazy. Let me just go see what they're all about. Then you go over there, and then you're like, oh, y'all on the same bullshit too. Oh, okay, I see exactly what's going on here. Y'all both on the bullshit. So exactly, and then you see these guys who fall victim to this stuff, like, oh, the left. It's like, no, you guys are the same side, same coin. I don't trust it. I like to think for myself, and usually it's just somewhere right there in the middle. I just end up right there.
Yeah. Or as I'd say, it's like you got Mitch McConnell on the right, and you got who's the other guy? Ted Lieu on the left. Both of them are Chinese owned. But yeah, most people don't know that. Mitch McConnell, he married the daughter of a former CCP official, so he's owned by the Chinese. That's a Republican right there.
Bought and paid for. It's crazy. Didn't Mitch McConnell, wasn't he connected to a bunch of like coke dealers? Or was that? Am I tripping? It was like a scandal. That maybe not.
Sounds like him.
Let me not start saying, because I swear I read an article about like how like they let me not. I might.
Who was that one crazy one? I think he wasn't one of the Kennedys, but that one senator who was going like off the rails with saying wild shit for the longest time.
Is it Matt Gaetz?
He was like, no, not Matt Gaetz. That dude's a pedophile. I bet those allegations against him are real.
Right. The same people on the right are talking about, we gotta support and make sure that children don't get trafficked and whatnot. And here they are supporting a guy like Matt Gaetz who got caught trafficking a 13-year-old or 12 or 13-year-old. Like he's a legitimate.
She was a little older than that. Yeah.
No, I swear, pretty sure she was 12 or 13.
I thought she was like 14, 15, but yeah, and you know how quiet they got made that.
People on the right, and that's why I went at hard at people on the right. So especially when they started supporting Andrew Tate and the hypocrisy that was coming out of it, I'm like, Mark Gaetz is your king. Like, okay, y'all, I see y'all. Y'all are some funny bunch.
Yeah, he's a weirdo.
Some funny bunch. I swear to goodness, man.
Ron DeSantis is a weirdo.
Yeah. No,
Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's a fucking terrorist. Marjorie Taylor Greene's a terrorist in the making.
She's crazy. She
is crazy.
But I think that's what this new age kind of politics invites. It invites more craziness. On Purpose says, probably bad take for me. Why don't countries or places focus on the inner problems before focusing on the outer countries? Because listen. To solve the inner problems, they have to focus on the other countries. That's the issue, right? To distract from the inner problems, they focus outwards. Same thing with the U.S. Instead of dealing with the inner problems we're dealing with right now and how politically split we are, right? Instead of coming up with solutions to mend the divide that's growing, the best way we can think of is meddling in other places and going out and distracting people. So I think it's not a bad take. It's just one of those takes that it's kind of like how that image of a snake eating itself, right? Ouroboros. That's basically what it is to me, right? It's like okay, they have to do it because these guys, the bureaucracy it takes to solve their inner problems. It probably cost way more than just starting some kind of conflict with somebody else. I mean, that's just my take on it. But you let me know.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a lot easier for corrupt individuals to get away with the corruption that they want to get away with when they can make everybody focus on everything else.
We're doing that right now.
What was that one Democrat strategist who said never let a tragedy go to waste? Can't remember his name.
I know exactly what you're talking about too.
Yeah, because remember the Republicans were saying that's what the Democrats were doing with COVID and all that.
Yeah.
And then we had the one famous Republican strategist from the 80s that they love to quote Atwood or Atwell, where he said, now we're not focused on Black people anymore. Now it's time to focus on like the Soviet Union and foreign affairs. That's all politics is. It's just a fucking hot topic game. What do you call it? What do you call it? Political squares. Basically, it's like it's this topic. When you're done with that, you move on to this topic. As long as you can keep the people on your side and keep the money flowing your way and keep the lobbyists in your pocket, you'll focus on whatever you need to focus on.
You know what this reminds me of? We're like the idiot plebs during like some of these ancient times, or like in a Greek or Roman era, where like they would literally, you know, how they wasn't it the bread and circus? Is where they came up with that.
I know what you're talking about, but I can't remember what
Right,
it's called.
because these big politicians, these consuls and generals and whatnot would literally would start these, in order to start these conflict, they would embark on these mass propaganda campaigns to convince the plebs of the real reason why they need to go attack some far off country or whatnot. And these plebs would literally fight each other in the streets to the point where they would kill each other because one was for one political side, the other one was supporting the other political side, and they just go in like gangs and kill each other. It's like the more things change, the more things stay the same. It's like we actually haven't changed from ancient times. We still have the equivalent of these gangs supporting politicians, roaming the streets, and policing the streets of the internet.
It's just on a much bigger scale, is what it is.
Yeah, it's just fucked up. It's like, yo, I'm just thinking about that. I'm like, we actually never changed. We're still the same. We're all still the same, bro. It's crazy.
Everything's still as third world and
yeah,
1180 BC as it's ever been.
Facts. We just put
toys got cooler, but the people.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. We just dress it up with technology, and that's basically it. We call it a new era. Nah, we still the same. We still as primitive as ever. All right. So hey, listen, if you see yourself, I'm not, because it's arguing with somebody about this. It's not even worth it, right? I'll have a discussion with you. We can talk about it, but arguing with you, it's not worth it. Because at the end of the day, what is it gonna change? You're still stupid. You still don't get it. All right. I mean, we can have a conversation about it, but if you're not willing to do it, it is what it is. I'm not gonna argue with it, because how's it going to change your life? You'll be here fighting for something that you're not even, at the end of the day, it's not going to matter to you. 1 minute it's Ukraine and Russia, next minute it's Palestine and Israel. Well, pick a struggle, bro, because the way I'm seeing it, this is going to keep happening, and you're going to keep being distracted while your wealth is being sucked right underneath you. It is what it is.
All right, man. I'm gonna hop off. I gotta
take it
do my
easy.
thing, head to bed. Yeah,
it's 4:20 an hour.
The time.
I appreciate you being here, man. Thank you so much. Take it easy, man. But yeah, great conversation all around. Justin Du says leftists are biggest bigots now because they're deluded into thinking their cause is righteous, more like the previous generation of right wingers. I know it's so cringe. And just when you think some people on the left were doing good and they were coming around, they just pull up with this bullshit, and you're like, you guys are so stupid, man. Like you're trying to make it seem as though like, yeah, the people on the right are stupid. They're dumb. Right, we can criticize them for supporting guys like Andrew Tate and Candace Owens and all this stuff like that, but here we are, just in the same breath doing the same thing. Like it don't make any freaking sense whatsoever, right? But you're absolutely right. Like again, I think, and I low-key think a lot of some people on the far left are low-key bigots, right? Especially like Hassan. I think Hassan is a bigot. I think Hassan is a racist. And I think people like that like to pretend and hide amongst people they hate. But I think Hassan is that guy. The way he was referring to Arabs as people who are uneducated and dirty and whatnot, you could tell where his mindset is. And I think you see that with a bunch of people, especially on the left. I see that when it comes to like even black issues and whatnot, where someone will just come with the assumption where it's like, oh, they think you're a certain way because you fit a stereotype, which is interesting to me, right? And these are the same people that are supposed to be for rights. That's why I don't trust people who are like super gung-ho. It's like what Malcolm X said. Y'all remember that, right? When you talk about the liberals, and I think he meant the leftists now, but like where he was saying the analogy between the fox and the what's the other one? It was like a fox and the wolf, right? Because the wolf is a predator. We all know the wolf is a predator, so it's easier to call him out for that, right? But the fox is sly. It can pretend to be a friend, all right, sneak in there amongst the sheep, and then when you're not looking, it's just taking your heads off, and y'all not even paying attention. Y'all out here fighting and looking for other threats out there, but meanwhile, you already let the fox in the house. Who's gonna get the fucks out, right? So again, I think when Muhammad, not Muhammad, what's his name? Who's that one guy? It's not is it Quentin? I'm spacing, but he had this really, really amazing saying there. But again, you got to understand we're being fooled on all sides. It's just how this game is played. We're being fooled. The But shout out to you guys, though. I appreciate this conversation. Like, I appreciate this. Again, this isn't to like go on one side or the other. I just think that people like Hassan who are spewing bullshit that definitely don't know what they're talking about needs to be stopped. Right? Purpose says that's just the causes an endless cycle. Yeah, it's an endless cycle and it just never stops. It just keeps going forever. But you know, same with this live stream if we keep letting it go. But yeah, y'all let me know what you think. Let's do the ones and twos, right? Who do you think? It might be a trick one. All right. And so I'm not adding a third number in this one. I don't know, but we'll see how many people go for it. All right. But chat, let me know what you think. Okay. Who do you think is in the wrong? Who do you think is in the right? Okay. Put a 1 if you think Israel's in the wrong. Put a 2 if you think Palestinian or not Palestinian. I wouldn't even call it Palestinian. Let's call it Hamas. All right. Put a 1 if you put a 2 if you think Hamas is in the wrong. Okay. And I will catch you guys on the next one. All right. And if you think, you know what, I think they're both wrong, let me see a 3 in the chat. Okay. We'll for the rare occasion, we'll allow a 3 in the chat. Okay. We'll go from there. And yeah, go ahead and check out this video over here. It's called Inside Radical Islamic Militias. It was put out a month ago, so it's fairly recent. I would say you guys go check it out. There's a lot of great information about tunnels and a lot of great information about the backstory on this. And a lot of it you can research yourself. It's accurate. It's very, very accurate. Okay. And again, I hope. Actually, I don't hope. If you got your feelings hurt, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to tell you, but this shit happens. It's war. All right. But yeah, let me see. Let me see what y'all. I see a bunch of 1s, 2s. What is it? On purpose is a 3. We've got a 3. Franklin. Franklin puts a 3. Code still with a 2. On purpose with a 2. Elisa with a 3. Okay. Just some dude with a 3. John. Okay, John. Okay, John. John with a 3. All right. I see where you guys are going with this. Again, I'm with y'all. For those of you guys who had a 3, I'm with y'all. I'm in a 3. I think they're both in the wrong. I think this needs to stop, but there's not a real solution for it, and that's a sad reality on it. And I think anybody else that's telling you that one side is to blame over the other, I think they're the ones that don't know what they're talking about. I think both sides have some serious bad blood, and honestly, there's just too many death on both sides to even try to even think about a solution that could be anywhere peaceful. Anyone that's saying that there's a simple, easy solution like special forces, they're stupid. Okay. And those are probably the kinds of people you don't want running for office because they just end up becoming a Trump, but for the other side. Okay. We don't want idiots like this who think it's as simple as just sending in the special forces. Listen, with the ground invasion that Israel has launched right now, they're already trapped. They're not getting out of this one unscathed. This is going to be a mini Afghanistan in their own backyard. And for those of you guys who are saying W this and W that, I hope you have the stomach for a long war fought by proxies and innocent people that don't need to be caught in the middle are not caught in the middle. So it's just sad to see this kind of mentality going. But I can go on forever on this. But I won't. Shout out to you. I don't know if this video is copyright or not, because I was not this one right here. Because I'm getting some funky things on YouTube right now that's telling me. So what I might end up doing, I'm gonna leave this up, but I think they're gonna. I think I might get flagged. I don't know. If it does happen, I'll put it on members only. Because for some reason I've been getting extra targeted, especially by some of these pill poppers, right? These red pillars. They've been going after our channel for a while. But if you notice, every video they flag down, I've done my best to put it back up in a reasonable time. So you already know your boy's working at it. But I think they're gonna flag this one. I'm pretty sure they are. But if they do, I'm gonna put it on the members only or something. So that way, I don't know if it's gonna penalize me. I don't know what the fuck is gonna go on, but yeah, that's usually what happens. But yeah, for some reason this stuff gets reported, and I don't know why. But I did see while I was streaming this though, YouTube was acting funny. It was saying some funny things, so we got to figure out what's going on. But that's all I got, Chad. Shout out to you for doing this, and shout out to you guys for being honest. This is a tough situation. This really is. There's no clear answer. Anyone that's telling you there is, they're liars, scammers possibly. That's the best way I can put it. But there's no easy solution, and you guys shouldn't be running around thinking there's an easy solution to this either. I think Hassan is wrong. I think Cenk is wrong. I think what's his name? Jordan Peterson is wrong. I think all these people on both sides are wrong. I think they're purposely hiding information or not even looking at information just to bolster arguments on their side. But it is what it is. I will catch you guys on the next one. Peace.